Part 2 is here guys, hope you enjoy, like now for more updates. Chapter 68. Azure Lotus of Chaos. Spanning the sky. Strands of chaos swept, entangled, opened, and closed. Breaking the void into pieces, reorganizing, breaking again, and reorganizing again. It was as if the world was being reborn. Under the huge azure lotus, all the armies of the 100 worlds felt uncomfortable breathing. It was an invisible pressure. It was as if a hand was tightly grasping your throat, making it impossible for you to breathe freely. Everyone's hair stood on end, and sweat flowed out of their pores quickly. Unconsciously, their calves began to tremble. Some people were already unstable. Next to the azure lotus was a middle-aged man with a resolute face and a square character. With his hands behind his back, he looked majestic without anger. Between breaths, countless chaotic currents flowed. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, there seemed to be flashes of lightning. Standing in the sky. Although he was alone, he had the power of 10,000 men. He was a tall mountain, spanning here. If you want to get through, you have to go through him. Looking at the square-faced man, the army of the 100 worlds took a deep breath. They knew that next, there would be another bloody storm. The number of people in the live broadcast room suddenly soared. From the previous 20 million, it directly broke through to 30 million. Oh my god, it's too early to draw a conclusion? There are still such king-level masters in Immortal Cultivation World. Who said that Immortal Cultivation World is going to be cold? Isn't it fine? Smile.jpg, who knew that this Immortal Cultivation World is hidden so deeply? Look, the young man in white before was still confronting the gods of Hera, and was not affected by the mushrooms at all. That is to say, even the most powerful mushrooms can't deal with such king-level masters. This is interesting, the melon seeds and peanuts are ready. Myriad Worlds Chat Heavenly World 187. Primordial World, damn, is this really the Chaos Azure Lotus? No, it's not. It's just a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. But it's awesome enough. Forbidden Technique World, can the big guy above tell me in detail? What's so great about this? SeriousFace.jpg. Puppet World, same question. Journey to the West World, Chaos Azure Lotus, I vaguely know that it seems to be a very strange phenomenon. Ancient God World, how strong is it? Primordial World, let me tell you this, according to legend, between heaven and earth, there is a chaos, in the chaos, there is an Azure Lotus. Azure Lotus gave birth to the great god Pangu. Then after it awakened, it opened the heaven. So you understand, right? Primordial World, this thing is related to opening heaven. Anyway, anything related to chaos is awesome. Journey to the West, I don't know about the others, but it must be awesome to be related to Pangu. Forbidden Technique World, is it so powerful? Doesn't that mean this thing can open the heaven? Primordial World, it's not that exaggerated. It's just a vision. It's not the real Chaos Azure Lotus. Primordial World, but even if it's only 1/10,000th of the real scene, its power can easily destroy many worlds. Ancient God World, Immortal Cultivation World is too hidden. Puppet World, why do I feel like this war has just begun? Ghost World, looking forward to it. Compared to other people, the most surprised one is Lu Yunggong. Lu Yunggong looked at the middle-aged man standing on the sky in the picture, and his veins bulged with anger. So, my previous attack didn't destroy the Immortal Cultivation World at all. Okay, you understand it well enough. But I want to let you know what the gap between us is. No matter how many strong people you have, it will be useless. Lu Yunggong quickly gave orders. One after another, the stealth bombers took off again. One after another, the mobile launch vehicles were reloaded and released another wave of Big Evon. One after another, the air and space warships were fully charged and released particle weapons, laser weapons, and pulse weapons. A few minutes later, a group of huge mushrooms bloomed in the sky, and densely packed with various transcendent-level energy weapons. The mother of bombs bloomed in the sky. The whole sky was red. Just like the setting sun, the orange light illuminated the whole world. It seemed to ignite the whole world. When everything was gone, everyone looked up at the sky. I saw an azure lotus swaying gently. Chaos chi was hanging in all directions. Under the azure lotus, a middle-aged man stood with his head held high, with his hair intact. On the other hand, on the ground, the army of the 100 Worlds, which was hit by the huge aftermath of the battle, was scattered. Although all these attacks were directed at the middle-aged man, compared with the previous one, the aftermath this time was not much. But the damage was also very high. The legions of 3 worlds were directly wiped out. Half of the population of 7 worlds were killed or injured. Other worlds also had more or less casualties. This time, no one cursed Lu Yunggong. Because, above the sky, the middle-aged man moved. For the first time, he moved. The eyes of the army of the 100 Worlds were attracted by the middle-aged man. The threat of this middle-aged man was much higher than the aftermath of the mushroom explosion. I saw azure lotus surrounding him, and the chaotic qi wrapped his whole body. In his hand, there was also a red light ball jumping. What is that ball of light? I don't know, I don't know. Why do I feel that ball of light is familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. The light from the mushrooms that exploded before is very similar to this ball of light. Hiss! Could this man rub all the mushrooms together with his hands? What does he want to do? Run, he's coming! The army of the 100 Worlds reacted and fled immediately. The scene was very strange. A man was rubbing a mushroom made of tens of thousands of giants in his hands. Just a few steps forward scared millions of the army of the 100 Worlds and they all ran away with their heads in their arms. These people, where is the prestige they had before? They are completely dogs that have lost their homes. The live broadcast room, the Heavenly World chat, Lu Yunggong, and the players of the 100 Worlds all held their breath and stared at the middle-aged man in the picture. The middle-aged man looked at the fleeing army and felt a little bored. Shaked his head and stepped across. Across the sky, the mountains and rivers retreated rapidly, thousands of miles in one step. From a distance, it quickly came to the sky above the army of the 100 Worlds. Give it back to you! The middle-aged man threw the red ball of light out. The fist-sized ball of light lost its restraint the moment it left his hand. It expanded rapidly. From a fist-sized ball of light, it turned into a huge sun. Artificial sun. The blazing temperature of tens of thousands of degrees directly distorted the space. A light column tens of thousands of meters high shot straight into the sky. The air wave spread rapidly from the center of the explosion point. The shock wave, apish line, sound wave, radiation, brightness, and heat increased instantly. Thousands of miles in radius were all covered in it. This is the purgatory on Earth. If Big Yuan is crazy enough, then the tens of thousands of enhanced large mushrooms that Lu Yunggong transformed and enhanced have reached the level of insanity. Now the middle-aged man compressed the main energy of tens of thousands of large mushrooms into a ball of light. The power of this tube of light is not a simple superposition of the energy of tens of thousands of large mushrooms. It is a geometric multiple of crazy growth. This power, it is no less than the huge energy generated by the real solar star planetary activity. Such energy exploded directly on the face of the army of the 100 Worlds, and the power can be imagined. Wait until everything disappears. The area where the explosion point is located. A huge basin of thousands of miles appeared. Basin. 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 Rather than a simple giant pit. This has had a huge impact on the terrain. And the army of the 100 Worlds that fled here. There is really no dregs left. The souls flew away and disappeared with the wind. Only less than 1/10 of the original army of the 100 Worlds barely escaped because they were scattered in other places before. But the confidence of these armies of the 100 Worlds has completely collapsed. The main fighting force was wiped out. Even if the middle-aged man was standing on the sky, no one dared to challenge him. This huge basin is the best example. Whoever dares to go. Whoever dies. The middle-aged man stood proudly in the sky, and the azure lotus in the chaos behind him swayed gently. An attitude of invincibility made the entire 100 Worlds bow their heads. Lu Yunggong stood up and took a closer look at the screen. Seeing the huge basin, the corners of his mouth twitched, and the whole person was stunned. In the live broadcast room, after a long silence, someone finally spoke. 666 hand-rubbed super-large nuclear bombs, artificial suns, and single-handedly. Someone really did it. At this moment, I knelt down silently. I am only worthy of kneeling to watch the big guys perform. What do I need these knees for? Kneel down, kneel down. Who said before that Immortal Cultivation World is dead? Stand up. When this war is over, I will complain to the big guys of Immortal Cultivation World, hehe. Sundara.jpg. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that either. What I mean is that Immortal Cultivation World looks dead, but it is actually waiting for an opportunity to move. You are really a clever little ghost. This may be about the same as the energy generated by the activities of the sun and the planet. Be more confident and remove the possibility. Myriad Worlds chat with Heavenly World. Honghuang World, although I think Immortal Cultivation World is not very good. But to be honest, this time, it is really awesome. Forbidden Technique World, I don't know what trump cards the technological world has. If there are none, then this wave will be lost. Puppet World, forget it, I won't make any predictions. Otherwise, I'll get slapped in the face later. Ghost World, I'll never be able to make an artificial sun in my lifetime. Journey to the West World, the ox nose will do the trick. On the battlefield, the Chaos Azure Lotus dominated the world. The middle-aged man stood proudly, and no one dared to approach him. So, you think you can beat me, right? How can you be considered a mad scientist if you only have this simple weapon? Since you are so stubborn, let's see my trump card. Lu Yunggong roared repeatedly. He quickly arranged and ordered. The remaining tens of thousands of mechanical legions all flew into the sky. Hundreds of aerospace motherships opened fire, and the middle-aged man blasted away. Then, a box was opened and released by him. From the box, a mysterious white substance drilled out. Nanomicro robots can kill the enemy invisibly. Where the nanorobots pass, they can directly eat people clean without leaving any residue. And the enemy cannot observe and destroy them. The button of the natural disaster weapon was pressed again. A huge beam of light passed through the clouds and came in front of the middle-aged man. The terrible power is enough to shatter 100,000 mountains. A meaningless attack. The middle-aged man shook his head, not caring at all. He put his hands behind his back, and the azure lotus behind him swayed slightly. The low-hanging chaotic energy easily blocked all the light beams. Attacks from hundreds of aerospace motherships. They couldn't even touch the sleeves of the middle-aged man. Then came the natural disaster weapons. Clouds gathered and rubbed. 10,000 feet of thunder was generated, hurricanes appeared, hail fell. Countless mechanical legions released laser cannons and blasted towards the sky. Robots with small nuclear fusion reactors have unlimited endurance, so there is no need to worry about running out of energy. Laser cannons swept towards the sky densely as if they were free. The middle-aged man slapped out. 10,000 feet of thunder was directly shattered and turned into foam. The man punched several times with his fists. Each punch was wrapped with the power of opening up space. The thunderclouds on the sky were forcibly dispersed. The Chaos Azure Lotus swept and shattered all the falling hail. Although the hurricane was strong, it could not shake the middle-aged man standing in the vision. Azure Lotus swept across. The hurricane changed direction and attacked the mechanical army. These mechanical army faced a Category 9 hurricane. They were blown away directly. In the blink of an eye, half of the mechanical army was blown away. The tide of nanoworms slowly attacked from another direction. It was barely detectable. Don't even think about getting away with it. The middle-aged man's eyes were like lightning. The monks who reached the astral projection realm have extremely keen perception of any changes in the surrounding space. Even if the nano-level is invisible to ordinary people. But the monks in the astral projection realm are not ordinary people. The Chaos Seed Azure Lotus 1.0 suppressed from the sky and wiped out countless nanoworms directly. All of them, come together and kill him. Lu Yunggong no longer cared about the pain. If this continued, he would definitely fall. All the technology legions rushed towards the middle-aged man fearlessly. Lu Yunggong ordered again. Bring the Star Destroyer over to me. The huge Star Destroyer cannon was transported from the farthest place. The Star Destroyer cannon, as its name suggests. Destroy the stars. One shot, physical transcendence. So far, this is the first time Lu Yunggong has used this weapon. Even he doesn't know how powerful this weapon is. He only has 10 such weapons. Each one was created by him by annexing other worlds and plundering a lot of resources. He has never been willing to use it. Now, it is finally going to be unveiled. The huge Star Destroyer cannon covers an area of dozens of miles. It is like a god. The gun/barrel of the pillar is daunting. The supernova energy battery purchased from the system is pretended to be at the tail of the Star Destroyer. Provides powerful energy to the Star Destroyer. Caliber is justice, range is truth. Let's party together. Hee hee. Lu Yunggong screamed crazily, like crazy, with a distorted smile on his face. The bloodthirsty, extreme, crazy, and cruel emotions in his eyes were revealed without any disguise. He is going to use the King Bomb. Planet Destroyer Cannon, referred to as Star Destroyer Cannon. Starting completed, the functions of each unit are being tested. Testing completed, the function is normal. Charging completed. Ready to fire. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chapter 69. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Release all. Star Destroyer number 1, release. Star Destroyer number 2, release. Star Destroyer number 3, release. Star Destroyer number 4, release. Star Destroyer number 5, release. Star Destroyer number 6, release. Star Destroyer number 7, release. Star Destroyer number 8, release 1. Star Destroyer number 9, release. Star Destroyer number 10, release. 10 Star Destroyer cannons. Like 10 huge streams, streaking across the sky. Carrying infinite energy, they blasted towards the Immortal Cultivation World. Ordinary World, 1 cannon. Although the Immortal Cultivation World has been upgraded several times, if it is hit by all 10 Star Destroyer cannons, it will definitely collapse directly. In the live broadcast room, the number of online viewers increased rapidly, from 30 million to 50 million. And every minute, millions of people joined. Star Destroyer Cannon. What kind of monster is the player behind this technological world? Even something as invincible as the Star Destroyer Cannon has been created. Little scum, kneel down. They are all big guys, one has 2 king-level strongmen, and the other has 10 Star Destroyer cannons. I used to think I could be a dog for the big guys, but now I find that the big guys' dogs may be better than me. No one wants to be a dog. Oh, it turns out that this kind of thing really exists. I thought I could definitely enter the top 100,000, and even rank among the top. Now it seems that I am just thinking about eating pie. I don't know if there will be another miracle in Immortal Cultivation World this time. The energy released by the 10 star destroyers is probably not even blocked by 2 kings. And the 230 kings are still sitting in the sky, and they are entangled and can't get away. It's hard to say, Immortal Cultivation World has given us more than one surprise of reversal. Just wait and see. Chat Heavenly World. Ancient God World, these 10 star destroyers, I feel that no one can take them. Forbidden Art World, the 9th level Forbidden Art may not be comparable to the Star Destroyer. This has reached the real star-shattering level. Puppet World, be more confident, I really can't take it. Ghost World, is this a strong man? So terrifying. Like a burning asteroid, it streaked across the sky. The huge tail flame was like a gorgeous firework. Under the gorgeous fireworks, there was a deadly danger. Almost no world hit by the Star Destroyer was spared. Watching the Star Destroyer pass through the barrier and enter the Immortal Cultivation World, countless people turned their heads. Can't bear to see a world with a bright future just disappear like this. The Star Destroyer broke through the speed of 20 times the speed of sound and instantly arrived in the depths of the Immortal Cultivation World. Boom! 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 A huge smoke billowed up, and Wang rushed up to the high ground. Thousands of feet of mountains and thousands of miles of rivers began to dissipate. Buzz! The void twisted. A Daoist shadow from Immortal Cultivation World, and quickly ascended to the sky. The boiling blood and chi were like a copper furnace of heaven and earth, and a raging fire was constantly burning in his body. The blazing blood and chi were comparable to the scorching sun, pressing down the sky. Behind him, there was a huge treasure seal suppressing the 4 directions. The strange phenomena of heaven and earth, the treasure seal suppressed the rivers and mountains. Astral Projection Realm Strongman. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Is that the king-level figure of Immortal Cultivation World? It seems that he should be. I'm so excited. King? When did there become so many kings? Shouldn't there be very few? Or do I have some misunderstanding about the king? King. King. It's really the king. You see, there is a strange phenomenon behind him. It really is, and there are strange phenomena like the previous 2. But only one person can stop 10 star destroyers. That's right. Is it gone just like that? Buzz. In the depths of the Immortal Cultivation World, the shadow of the second Daoist flew out. The void was torn apart. The sky was bent. The space collapsed. The blood in the body was boiling and surging, like a river of billions of miles, surging endlessly. Behind him, 5 groups of elements emerged, gold, wood, water, fire and earth, guarding him. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, the 5 elements determine the fate of the world. A strong man in the astral projection realm. Within half a minute, the number of people in the live broadcast room soared to 60 million. The 4th king? Abba Abba. So many kings. FK, it's too exciting. There can't be more, no way, no way. In the dumbfounded eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, the 3rd Daoist figure appeared. Like the previous 2, the blood was boiling, and there were bursts of dragon roars everywhere. Behind him, a 5-clawed golden dragon stretched across the void. A strange phenomenon in the world, a dragon appeared in the world. A strong man in the astral projection realm. The 4th Daoist figure appeared. Standing in the air. A strange phenomenon in the world, Immortal King overlooks the 9 heavens. A powerful man out of the realm. The 5th. The 6th. The 7th. The 8th. The 9th. The 10th. A full 10 powerful men in the astral projection realm rushed out from the depths of the Immortal Cultivation World. 10 astral projection realms. 10 kinds of heaven and earth phenomena. 10 kings. The blood is boiling, like the scorching sun. 10 scorching suns, standing in the air. In a few seconds, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased from 60 million to an astonishing 80 million. The barrage directly flooded the screen. Hiss! So strong! My T/M is on fire in an instant. 10 kings. I'm jealous. If I had a king level, I wouldn't be beaten like a turtle. Big boss? No, big boss. Big boss can't even be used to describe the players behind Immortal Cultivation World. I want to be a lackey for the big boss. If I can't do it in this life, I will work hard in the next life. Or the next life. 10 star destroyers rushed into the depths of Immortal Cultivation World with huge tail flames. 10 scorching suns crossed mountains and rivers at the same time and attacked together. One scorching sun corresponds to a meteor. 10 to 10. The huge energy of the Star Destroyer and the fiery sun entanglement blasted against each other in the sky. The Star Destroyer that can easily penetrate the plate and destroy the stars. At this moment, it can't go any further, and is blocked by 10 fiery suns in the sky. It's a complete dream to want to hurt the deep foundation of the Immortal Cultivation World. Lu Yunggong's plan was shattered. The 10 star destroyers he had imagined were enough to destroy the Immortal Cultivation World. What was the result? 10 kings ascended to the sky at the same time and intercepted all 10 star destroyers. Lu Yunggong sat on the ground. He was dumbfounded. This was the first time that he could not do anything about the opponent's situation even with such a powerful trump card. Like since he migrated here, he has been working hard to develop, plus good scientific research talents. Choose the world of science and technology. It can be said that he is cautious and steady at every step. He is also never vague when he should take action. He has annexed hundreds of worlds. In the region where he was, he left a great reputation. But he had never met an opponent who could make him use a Star Destroyer. He had never thought that there was an opponent who could deal with him using a Star Destroyer. Lu Yun began to doubt himself. Isn't the technological world strong enough? No, that's not right. If it wasn't strong enough, how could I destroy so many worlds? It's because this Immortal Cultivation World is too strong. This world is too strong, so it can block so many of my world-destroying attacks. Lu Yunggong is a scientific researcher with a meticulous mind. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly analyzed the cause and thought about how to solve it. The 10 king-level figures are indeed strong, but can you withstand the next attack and block the second attack? Lu Yunggong's eyes were fierce. He looked at the 10 star-destroying cannon launchers beside him. Because they just released an attack with super energy. At present, all 10 launchers are emitting huge heat. White smoke is emitted from the launcher. The surrounding area is full of smoke. The star-destroying cannon is too brutal. Even if these launchers have been updated and upgraded several times and use the latest scientific and technological processes, there is still no way to reduce this side effect. Once released it will generate huge temperatures. Make the entire launcher overheat. Even if there is sufficient energy. And use the most advanced various cooling, ventilation measures, and tools. As a high-tech top product, every star cannon can be a weapon that can be lost. Even if he had no chance to come out. He didn't want to die. There was still a chance if he fought to the death. If he didn't fight, he wouldn't have any chance. Attention, all units, refill the Star Destroyer launcher and prepare to release again. Lu Yunggong's order was immediately executed. The voice of an AI housekeeper sounded. Warm reminder, your approach may greatly reduce the life of the launcher or even directly scrap it, please consider carefully. Don't bother me, I don't need you to teach me. Lu Yunggong was in a bad mood now, and he turned off the AI housekeeper directly. He was going to make this last desperate attempt. The robot began to operate. Planet Destroyer, abbreviated as Star Destroyer. Starting. Starting completed, testing the functions of each unit. Testing completed, normal function. Charging. Charging completed. Ready to fire. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Release all. Star Destroyer number 1, release. Star Destroyer number 2, release. Star Destroyer number 3, release. Star Destroyer number 4, release. Star Destroyer number 5, release. Chapter 70. The launcher trembled violently. Cracks appeared on the huge gun/barrel. Such cracks spread rapidly, although they were very small. But as a high-precision weapon, any slight mistake could completely change the final result. Seeing such cracks, Lu Yunggong was very worried. But now he couldn't care so much. The arrow had to be shot. Boom! 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 The earth shook, and the huge recoil was like an earthquake. Lu Yunggong was wearing special protective equipment and standing far away. Otherwise, he would be shaken into mud on the spot. Accompanied by the rapid cracking of the gun barrel, 10 rounds of Star Destroyer cannons were released again. The dazzling stream crossed the world bridge and entered the Immortal Cultivation World. The cracks on the Star Destroyer cannon launcher were all over the body. Bang! A piece of super strong alloy fell off and splashed. The huge vibration broke the launcher, and the scorching heat directly melted the launcher and the ground under the feet. 10 launchers were destroyed. Lu Yunggong felt extremely distressed. Fortunately, all 10 Star Destroyers in the second batch were fired. Everyone in the live broadcast room went crazy. The number of viewers exceeded 80 million and was heading towards 90 million. There was no way, this battle was so attractive. FK, FK, FK. Are you crazy? You can do this. It's only been a few minutes, and the second batch of Star Destroyers is coming again. Are the big guys in the technology world so crazy? It's so terrifying. What should we do this time? The 10 King level 1s are still dealing with the first batch of Star Destroyers. The time is too short, and the Kings don't have time to deal with the second batch. I think both sides have reached their limits. It feels like the technology world is going to counterattack at the limit this time. Immortal Cultivation World is a little bit unlucky. When encountering a monster like the technology world, it can only end in regret. Is it still a little bit unlucky? What a pity! What a pity! The flowers are over. It's over. 10 Star Destroyers streaked across the sky and rushed into the depths of Immortal Cultivation World. 12 astral projection level kings are suppressing the threats at hand. There is no way to spare any hands. With the barrage of negative comments. In the Immortal Cultivation World, a divine rainbow extended rapidly from the depths of the world. On the divine rainbow, 2 people stood. 1 man and 1 woman. The man was dignified, with sharp edges on his face, his eyes were like 2 ancient cold stars, and he carried a large copper. The woman had a pair of willow-shaped eyebrows, beautiful eyes like a painting, a slightly raised nose, a white long skirt, and a bell in her hand. The 2 of them did not have the boiling blood of the 12 astral projection realm kings. Nor did they have this amazing vision of heaven and earth. They were like 2 ordinary young men and women. The divine rainbow bridge extended all the way to the sky. Just then, all 10 star-destroying cannons that flew from the gap in the world barrier arrived. Boom! 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 The huge roar was enough to pierce the eardrums and shatter the internal organs. But the 2 of them seemed to be fine, walking on the divine rainbow bridge. However, every step seemed to contain Dao rhyme. 1 step, 1,000 miles away. Instantly arrived above the Star Destroyer. Ha! The 2 shouted softly and attacked at the same time. The supreme Dao rhyme hung down and trembled slightly. The energy of 10 star destroyer cannons as huge as asteroids was fixed in the sky. Like 10 small moons. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Who are these two? More powerful than the king. 12 kings are still fighting hard in the sky, and these two have easily turned 10 star destroyers into small moons. These two strong men are probably more powerful than the king. I envy, I am jealous, I am stupid, I am stunned. Is this the trump card of the giant? I can see this battle, even if I die, I have no regrets. If it weren't for this live broadcast, I might not be able to witness the style of the giant in my life. Is this the giant? So many trump cards. Fortunately, I didn't participate in this war, otherwise I don't know how I died now. Fortunately, I didn't go, otherwise I would really be cannon fodder. Immortal Cultivation World, a real giant. When many viewers were shocked, a more shocking scene appeared. On the Divine Bridge, the woman seemed to like these 10 small moons very much. Fixing the moon with a heaven-defying method. Lightly tapping with her white hands, she drew a series of mysterious laws. Both of them were attacking. In the sky, the Dao appeared and flew. Let the void melt and blend time and space. A large net formed by 10 huge Daos slowly flew up to the sky. The Dao net wrapped all 10 huge silver-white energies and gradually sealed them. The two stood on the Divine Bridge, pinching seals and making spells. A supreme magic power was cast, gradually refining the 10 moons, removing impurities and making them more condensed. Raising his hand, he hit the sky of the Immortal Cultivation World. 10 shining silver-white light balls appeared in the sky. 10 moons. What a pity, if the countless orange-red blazing light balls that bloomed before had not been thrown out, they could be refined into a sun now. Zhao Linger said with some regret. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Since we already have the moon, we can refine the sun sooner or later. Chen Yu didn't think it was a pity. At their level, they could refine a sun. Of course, it was still far from the real ancient sun star. But it was definitely enough for decoration. The two spoke softly, but their voices did not subside and reached everyone's ears. The whole audience was stunned. The army of the 100 worlds. Take the energy from the mushroom explosion as the sun and the energy from the star destroyer as the moon? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Did they hear it wrong? 12 kings, 2 beings beyond the kings, how can we play this? We really came here to be cannon fodder. When you encounter this kind of transcendent level monster world, you really can only admit defeat. Live broadcast room. Mama, good, I'm just good, dealing with 10 star destroyers, is it so easy? Each star destroyer can destroy the existence of a world, and it was refined just like that. Star destroyer, don't I want face? Star destroyer feels very uncomfortable. Facing such a giant, kneeling is not enough to express my respect, I want to kowtow to him. Chat Heavenly World. Hong Huang World, this, it has a taste. Forbidden Art World, even if I unlock the transcendent level Forbidden Art, I can't catch up with the giant half as well. Ancient God World, newbuy.jpg. 1. Ghost World, newbuy.jpg miscellaneous. Puppet World, kneel down and kowtow.jpg. On the contrary, the 12 astral projection realm masters didn't find it strange. This is the Dao integration realm master. Integrate the principles of heaven and earth into one's own body, and do whatever one wants without breaking the rules. Every word and action is a principle of the Tao. Refine the sun and the moon, stabilize the mountains and rivers. Little Mill. Chapter 71. The one who found it the hardest to accept was Lu Yunggong. He could never have imagined, no matter how hard he tried, that there was such a strong man in the Immortal Cultivation World. He could refine his Star Destroyer cannon into 10 small moons so easily. That relaxed look was like a slap in his face. Lu Yunggong's faith seemed to have gone away with the 10 refined star destroyers. Now, he has lost his faith and faces this cruel reality. He can't accept it, can't face it, and has no faith. He has always been the smartest one. The best one. No matter what competition, he will win to the end and become the winner. No one has ever been able to defeat him under his careful planning, especially so easily. With a little effort, he can easily crush others. When he was a child, he was what his parents called other people's children. When he grew up, he was also the enviable part of the social elite. He has never lost. He has never lost so miserably. But this time, it's different. All the trump cards were played. All the trump cards were played. The effect was explosive. But he was still defeated. He failed in the aspect he was best at and most confident in. His pride was trampled underfoot. No, I won't lose. I am the smartest technology madman and will never lose. Never lose. Never. No one can defeat me, only I can defeat myself. Lu Yunggong looked at the laser cannon not far away. My destiny, no one can control it, only I can control it. After saying that, Lu Yunggong pressed the button. The defeat was already decided. It was better to end it by himself than to be dealt with by others. The laser cannon fired quickly, about to penetrate Lu Yunggong. The next second, a residual image flashed by. Lu Yunggong was rescued. He looked carefully and found that the person in front of him was the young man who had stood on the divine bridge before. Chen Yu. How did you come to my world? Lu Yunggong wanted to break free from Chen Yu's suppression. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't struggle at all. There was an invisible force that held him in place. The door to your world has always been open, and anyone can come in. Chen Yu said indifferently. Raised his hand and touched Lu Yunggong's head. Lu Yunggong fainted. Chen Yu carried the fainted Lu Yunggong back to Immortal Cultivation World. In the sky, Zhao Ling took action. With a light wave, infinite laws emerged. It turned into a large net. The first batch of 10 star destroyers. All included. The slender hand sent out 10 forces and began to refine the energy light balls. Soon, all the light balls were cleared of impurities and refined. There are already 10 moons in the sky, so why not refine all of you into a bracelet? Zhao Linger used her 10 fingers to pinch the 10 light balls into silver-white beads the size of a fingernail. Refined with a strand of Dao, the 10 small beads were strung together to form a bracelet. The bracelet shone brightly, and worn on Zhao Linger's fair wrist, it further set off her fair skin. The Star Destroyer energy that the Astral Projection Realm powerhouse could not take down for a while. 523 in front of the Dao Integration Realm powerhouse, it was easily refined and could be worn as a bracelet. Those audiences were already confused. 100 Worlds Army. Why do we have to eat our fill to invade Immortal Cultivation World? I feel like a fool, I really don't have a brain. What the hell is wrong with me? Why do I have to mess with such a monster when I can mess with anyone else? Almost every player behind the 100 Worlds Army regretted it. Chatting Heavenly World. Ancient God World, I feel that the ancient gods, ancient beasts, and ancient demons in my hands are no match for Immortal Cultivation World. Forbidden Technique World, even if the transcendent level Forbidden Technique is unlocked, it may not be able to do anything to these people. The 12 King level masters alone are enough to make them drink a pot. Puppet World, the power of this Immortal Cultivation World is really hidden too deeply. If it weren't for the technological world step by step forcing it, this world probably wouldn't have revealed its true strength. Ghost World, slip away, I'm already autistic. System prompt, Ghost World has been offline. Journey to the West World, I found that this Immortal Cultivation World is really something. Primordial World, ahem, indeed, it is quite capable. Tsundere.jpg. Forbidden Technique World, I have to take a note in my notebook and not to provoke Immortal Cultivation World. Stay away from it. Immortal Cultivation World. Qin Ming sat on the clouds deep in the world. Next to him, Yan Qingguo, wearing a light blue dress, stood obediently beside Qin Ming. Next to him, there was a table formed by clouds. On it was filled with a pot of tea. The tea is brewed with the elemental Dao of heaven and earth fire. Look carefully, it is a tiny golden crow flame. The tea leaves in the teapot are made of heavenly rank high-grade spiritual plants. Even the teapot is a heavenly rank law treasure of the earth system. The tea is boiled. A faint fragrance overflows from the teapot. If mortals smell this fragrance, it can drive away diseases and increase lifespan. If cultivators smell it, they can drive away the inner demons, understand the Dao heart, and make great progress in cultivation. For Qin Ming, it is just ordinary tea to quench thirst. Yan Qingguo skillfully washes the teacup and pours the tea. Then she respectfully places it on the table next to Qin Ming. Lord God, Qingguo is stupid. Since there are strong people like Ling Er and Chen Yu, why do you still send low-level cultivators to the battlefield? Isn't this letting them die? Yan Qingguo was very puzzled. Although the cultivators are very strong, but it is still difficult for low-level cultivators to deal with powerful civilizations from all walks of life. Let the masters directly, such as Astral Projection Realm and Dao Integration Realm, take action. These worlds have been swept away long ago, so why wait so long? Qin Ming picked up the teacup and blew it gently. The temperature of the tea dropped and it immediately became cool. He took a sip. Put down the teacup. Qin Ming said slowly. Qingguo, do you know what a cultivator needs to practice? He did not directly answer Yan Qingguo's question, but asked back. Yan Qingguo did not expect Qin Ming to ask this question suddenly. He did not hesitate to express his understanding. Reporting to the Lord of Heaven, Qingguo secretly thinks. Practice is to cultivate the mind, body, and spirit. Cultivate the mind. If the mind is not right, the mind is not stable, the mind is not sincere, the mind is uneasy, and the mind is unclear. It is bound to be trapped in the heart and difficult to break through. 189. Strengthen the body, increase strength, and carry the gods. Cultivate the spirit. The spirit is the essence of man. Those who have the spirit should strengthen themselves. Those without the spirit will fall into the mortal world. For practitioners, the three are indispensable. If one of them is missing, it will be difficult to make any progress and will not be able to transcend for the rest of their lives. Yan Qingguo spoke out her understanding of cultivation in one breath. As a Dao Integration Realm strongman, he naturally has a strong understanding of the Tao. If not, how can he become the Dao of heaven and earth for his own use? Well, it's well said. Qin Ming nodded, but did not directly refute. Yan Qingguo was delighted. It was rare to hear Qin Ming's approval, which meant that she was not wrong. But Qin Ming suddenly changed the subject. Qingguo, you also said that practitioners cultivate their mind, body, and spirit. Then let me ask you, how to cultivate? You can say this because you have extraordinary talent. But other cultivators do not have such strong talent as you. It is useless for them to be in seclusion all the time. Only by walking between heaven and earth and feeling the mountains and rivers, in conquest and war, can they understand the Tao and the art, life, and death. These cultivators need to be tempered and experienced. Only in this way can they understand and improve through experience. Refine the heart in the world, temper the body in battle, and temper the spirit in enlightenment. This is a path that these ordinary cultivators must go through. Otherwise, they cannot make progress. Since they have chosen, they must bear the price. Qin Ming analyzed it sentence by sentence. In fact, in Qin Ming's eyes, this is just a game for him. If he really wants to make a move, he can let Dao Integration Realm Masters and Astral Projection Masters crush him. How many worlds can stop him? But ordinary cultivators also need to grow. The growth of his world level is not only affected by the strong. But these ordinary cultivators, middle-level cultivators, occupy the vast majority of the world's cultivation system. Only when they continue to improve, can Qin Ming's world's comprehensive combat power continue to improve. War is also a good filter and test. Filter out the incompetent. Test the true strength of the cultivator. In addition, it is also for the sake of safety to put the strong down before taking action. What if other strong great worlds and myriad worlds suddenly attack? He must have someone who can calm the situation. Of course, he can't just play all his cards. Although this possibility is not great. But it still exists. His strategy layout must take all aspects into consideration. Can't act rashly. After listening to it, Yan Qingyu suddenly realized. She herself regarded everyone as a talent against the sky. These monks are not like that. Their cultivation methods are naturally different. If they are protected too well, they will not be allowed to go out and fight. Instead, they will become flowers in a greenhouse. Even if they have a realm, their combat power will not be too strong. Qin Ming is not harming them, but loving them. This is a kind of great love that transcends ordinary emotions and desires, not obsessed with appearances, and not staying in the details. If they are not tempered, these cultivators will find it difficult to adapt to the cruel world in the future. The casualties will be greater, and the losses will be greater. It can even be said that this war. For a moment, Yan Qingyu was a little bit slow. Compared with the cognition of the Lord of Heaven, she is far inferior. Her pattern is too low and her cognition is too shallow. It seems that she is talking big and wants to be praised by Qin Ming. In fact, she has fallen into the bottom stream. After being awakened by Qin Ming, she suddenly felt a new understanding. For life, for cultivation, and for the world. Yan Qingyu slowly closed her eyes, and the laws of heaven and earth around her were hanging low, lingering around Yan Qingyu and gently rotating. She was in enlightenment. Qin Ming did not disturb her. It's a beautiful jade, but it still needs to be polished. Qin Ming hopes that one day he can cultivate a peerless empress from his own hands. With a flick of his sleeve, Yan Qingyu was surrounded by a cloud and sent into the deeper world to prevent her from being disturbed. A flash of light flashed in the sky. Chen Yu brought Lu Yunggong to Qin Ming. Lord God, look, this person has been brought here, how to deal with him? He threw Lu Yunggong to the ground, and the huge force hurt Lu Yunggong so much that he woke up instantly. Looking at the scene around him, he was instantly terrified. Is this the cloud? Why am I in the cloud? Lu Yunggong remembered that there was an immortal cultivation. The people of world broke into his technological world, and then he fainted. When he woke up, he was here. Wouldn't the cloud fall down? Can the cloud bear the weight of people? Wait, where are the tables and chairs? Is there anyone here making tea and tasting tea? Lu Yunggong was confused. He sniffed it gently and felt the scent of tea, which penetrated his heart. It made him feel excited and full of strength. Instinctively, he wanted to pick up the glass of water and drink it. But the next second, he was stunned. Because he found that he couldn't move at all, and his whole body was fixed on the cloud. Dauf. He took a deep breath and looked at the edge of the tea. Here, there sat a young man. He wore a blue shirt and had long hair. His eyes seemed to have seen all the vicissitudes of life and crossed time and space. When his eyes opened and closed, there were stars falling and civilization blooming. There was an unknown breath flowing from the blue-shirted young man. It seemed to turn the world upside down, disrupt yin and yang, and break the universe. Unfathomable. He looked again the next moment. He found that there was nothing in the eyes of the blue-shirted young man, and everything just now disappeared. It seemed that everything was just his illusion, and the young man in front of him was just an ordinary azure lotus. Lu Yunggong swallowed hard, and the cold sweat on his back soaked his high-tech vest. In front of this young man, he couldn't think of anything. Lu Yunggong saw the young man in green shirt looking at him. The moment his eyes looked at him, his mind suddenly banged, and the sky went blank. The next second, he felt that he had come to a hell. There was magma scattered here, and there were countless evil spirits crying and wailing. Seeing him coming, they rushed over. These evil spirits were all people Lu Yunggong had killed along the way. Some were framed and killed by him in various ways in order to get promoted during the Blue Star period. Colleagues, friends, and even relatives. These are all his evil thoughts. They are his lingering demons. In the past, he did everything he could to succeed. The evil thoughts in his heart gradually accumulated and became heavier. His character also changed from the original positive and sunny to the current crazy and bloodthirsty. In a trance, he saw a person who he pushed off the cliff crawling over from the side. Back then, in order to get rich quickly, he bought insurance for his girlfriend and then pushed her off the cliff. This became his first pot of gold in life. Lu Yunggong, you are so cruel. His girlfriend dragged her body with broken bones and slowly crawled towards him. That familiar and pale face instantly broke his mind. Yunggong, we are brothers from the same school, why do you lie to me like this? A man who looked like a freshly graduated college student came over. Back then, Lu Yunggong plagiarized the paper of his senior brother who lived in the same dormitory and published it. He became the first author and received countless honors. Then the senior brother's 3 years of hard work were all in vain. It was stolen by his own junior fellow apprentice. In anger, he jumped down, and his life was frozen forever. Lu Yunggong didn't dare to look, this was his lifelong nightmare. But the angry face of his senior brother frightened him so much that his whole body was shaking. One after another, people crawled over and walked over. They pounced on Lu Yunggong and began to beat, bite, and trample. The next moment, the scene in front of him disappeared. He was still above the clouds. The young man in green shirt was still sitting upright, sipping tea gently. The hell around him had disappeared. Everything returned to normal. What did he do just now? He just glanced at the young man in green shirt who was sipping tea, and looked at his eyes. And he only saw it from the corner of his eye. This young man is so scary. He would rather face the army of myriad worlds than this young man. Staying here for a while longer would be a living hell. Qin Ming's spiritual consciousness is extremely strong. Just when Lu Yunggong lost his mind, he probed into it. He found that Lu Yunggong was really a scumbag. I have seen cruel people, but I rarely see people who don't even let go of the people around them. Lu Yunggong, you invaded my immortal cultivation world and destroyed my world territory. How should I deal with you? Qin Ming put down the teacup and said lightly. With a wave of his hand, the restrictions on Lu Yunggong were lifted, allowing him to speak and move. Are you the player behind Immortal Cultivation World? Lu Yunggong's eyes widened. He didn't expect such a terrifying person. He was actually the same player as him. Although he knew Immortal Cultivation World. But Qin Ming rarely showed his face, and he also blocked all his dynamics, so others could not find out. Many people in myriad worlds knew Immortal Cultivation World, but they didn't know Qin Ming. When asked by Lu Yunggong, Qin Ming did not comment. Please, don't let me die. Look, my technological world is so powerful, even you, it took so much effort to defeat me, right? If you can spare my life, I promise that the technological world will be the most loyal ally of the Immortal Cultivation World in the future, and I am willing to serve you at any time. What do you think? Lu Yunggong did not want to die, he had a strong desire to survive. With a thought, he quickly explained to Qin Ming the benefits of letting him go. Qin Ming was unmoved. Lu Yunggong hurriedly added. Think about it, my technological world is so powerful. What about other unknown worlds? Many worlds are hidden deep, not as everyone sees on the surface. Your world, although very strong, but without allies, it is difficult to support itself. Leave me and let me provide help. It is more valuable than killing me. In this situation, Lu Yunggong can still quickly analyze the pros and cons. He knows that if he wants to survive, he must prove his worth. I have to say that Lu Yunggong is really smart. Plus that ruthless nature. He is indeed a tyrant. If it were usual, Qin Ming might really be tempted. The power of the technological world is obvious to all. Because the world system cannot be integrated. So one person can only control one world system. If he wants to control the technological world, he must keep Lu Yunggong. But Lu Yunggong can even harm the closest people, and he has no bottom line and principles at all. The players in other worlds are ruthless, but only to outsiders. They are not so cruel to attack people around them. He has explored the souls of several of his servant world players, and they are assured of the contract. He will definitely not keep those with hidden dangers. What's more, what qualifications does Lu Yunggong have to negotiate with him? He lacks allies? Many powerful great worlds such as the Angel World, the Beetle World, and the Blood Clan World are all his servant worlds. In this battle, Yizhang took it over. Swallowing the technological world can also allow the Immortal Cultivation World to recover and develop quickly. Therefore, the three reasons are combined. This Lu Yunggong has become a chicken rib. Dispensable. After a little thought, Qin Ming directly sentenced Lu Yunggong to death in his heart. Leave me, I can bring you greater value. Lu Yunggong still did not give up. But Qin Ming could not listen anymore. If you don't leave me, you will regret it. Even if I die, I will curse you, an immortal cultivation world must be destroyed. Seeing that there was no chance, Lu Yunggong screamed hysterically. Looking at Lu Yunggong, Qin Ming suddenly thought of a sentence. Too clever to plan, but it will cost you your life. Qin Ming nodded. Chen Yu understood. Lifting Lu Yunggong to the corner of the world, Xianlong hit fiercely. Lu Yunggong was destroyed. System prompt, player Qin Ming is detected, your immortal cultivation world kills the player of the technology world. Do you want to merge the technology world? Merge. Chapter 72. In the Autobot world, a player was in despair. The Autobots and Decepticons he was proud of. Bumblebee, Wheeljack, Optimus Prime, Megatron, Starscream, Archie, Black Widow, Jazz, Ratchet, Rodimus, Skystrike, Bulldozer, Barricade, Overpass. One mechanical body after another flashed through his mind. His hope. Just like that, it was destroyed. Think about it, the most powerful Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. He was split in half by a Qi refining warrior from the Immortal Cultivation World. Megatron was beaten into rotten iron by a Qi refining warrior. The giant Ferocious was extremely powerful, and then he was smashed to pieces by a punch. He thought he could dominate the battlefield and become the most handsome guy in the army of 100 worlds. But reality slapped him in the face. The top combat powers were all destroyed. Like the pirate world, it was one of the first worlds to be destroyed. It didn't even last half an hour. The faith he had built up in his childhood collapsed. Just when he was feeling depressed, several blood/sea demons came to him. He was stunned. Demons? He didn't remember that he had ever provoked the blood/sea world. We should have no hatred, why did you come to my world? He stepped back subconsciously. We are here to capture you, the heretic, in accordance with the decree of the Immortal Cultivation World God. The demons spoke coldly. Impossible, the blood/sea world is so strong, how could it be a servant world of the Immortal Cultivation World? The player was a little unbelievable. The blood/sea world, a world that can be ranked among the entire myriad worlds. It turned out to be just a servant of the Immortal Cultivation World. How many cards does this Immortal Cultivation World have? He was dumbfounded. The Immortal Cultivation World also has such a powerful servant as the Blood/Sea World? With a flap of wings, several Blood Sea demons took him down. Pirate World. The player in this world is a dead otaku. The walls of the room are covered with pirate pictorials. He held his head, knelt on the ground, and kept crying. The 4 emperors, the 3 generals, the supernovas of the worst generation, and the 7 warlords of the sea. None of them escaped. All were destroyed. Sengoku and Garp suffered the most, and were beaten into mud by the nascent soul chi refining. King Luffy, Nami, Robin, no. My Sengoku, my Roger. Immortal Cultivation World, I will fight you to the death. The otaku roared in the room. A loud noise was heard. His room was directly shattered. Several Blood/Sea demons came in person to capture him. I have no grudges with you, Blood/Sea, why did you trespass into my world? We are here to capture you according to the oracle of the Immortal Cultivation World God. 5 Elements World. A bearded uncle stood unwillingly on the mountain peak. Immortal Cultivation World, don't think of making me admit defeat, I will never. Uncle Bearded had just finished speaking. A group of golden beetles flew into his world. Ultra World. A young player sat decadently. Several people with Shura Dao, Beast Dao, Heavenly Dao, and Hungry Ghost Dao engraved on their heads descended. We are here to capture you under the command of the Lord of the Gods in the Cultivator World. No one in the entire 100 worlds escaped. Many servant worlds of Immortal Cultivation World took action one after another, capturing the players of the 100 worlds back to Immortal Cultivation World one by one. In the battlefield of Immortal Cultivation World, there were bursts of Dao sounds, and golden lotuses bloomed from the void. Ripples were rippling in the void. The golden stairs of rank 1 appeared out of thin air. A young man in a green shirt appeared on the stairs. Walking down the steps, he slowly walked to the center of the battlefield. It was Qin Ming. Greetings to the Lord of Heaven. Zhao Linger and many astral projection realm masters all bowed. Yes. Qin Ming nodded slightly. How should these armies of the 100 realms be dealt with? Zhao Linger pointed at the remaining armies in the center of the battlefield. These soldiers from all walks of life saved their lives because they were on the edge of the battlefield. Destroy them. Qin Ming said lightly. Zhao Linger nodded. The soul-capturing bell in her hand danced gently. Ding-ling-ling. A ray of Dao rule power descended. The internal organs, core, of the army of the 100 realms were directly shattered, and all of them died. Qin Ming came to the sky. Here, the young man in white was still confronting the 12 main gods. During this period, other astral projection realm masters were ready to help, but they were all rejected by the young man in white. He wanted to destroy Wang Ershen's formation himself. Leave them to me. Qin Ming said. Although the young man in white wanted to destroy the 12 gods by himself, Qin Ming had already spoken, so he naturally would not disobey. The young man in white nodded respectfully and then left. The gods of Zilla breathed a sigh of relief. Zeus and others saw Qin Ming coming and instantly became alert. Who are you? Zeus asked. At this moment, Zeus's armor was broken and his robe was torn. He was in a trance. You don't need to know who I am. I only ask you, are you willing to submit? Qin Ming asked. He has always been curious about what kind of energy the Western mythical gods use to improve themselves. Now, there is just such an opportunity, and he will not miss it. To put it bluntly, he wants to treat the 12 gods as guinea pigs and study them. Although they are not in the same world and system. Just like the Zombie King, he also relies on the former TG virus to evolve, rather than cultivating the immortal physique system. From now on, the Zombie King will no longer be able to improve. However, he has never thought of relying on these gods to develop the immortal cultivation world. As long as the contract is signed, the 12 main gods will not die and can be used for research. It doesn't matter whether it develops or not, whether it is promoted or not. This does not conflict with the rules of myriad worlds. Submission? Young man from the east, you are too arrogant. Zeus is a divine king after all. Even if he is in a very miserable state, he still has the pride of a god. I am Olympus, the god of gods, the divine king who commands the sky and controls thunder. My proud head will never bow. Especially to a mortal like you. Zeus held his head high, full of pride. Really? Qin Ming smiled slightly and raised his palm to press. An invisible force descended. Thunder Zeus's veins bulged under the pressure. At this moment, he felt as if he had lifted the entire Olympus. The huge pressure made him, the divine king, unable to bear it. In the roar of Zeus' unwillingness, his knees softened and he knelt directly in front of Qin Ming. King of thunder, god of sky, king of gods. He knelt down just like that. He didn't even last a second. It was ridiculously fast. Zeus was stunned. Impossible, I am the god of gods, how can I kneel down to a mortal like you? He couldn't believe it. How could there be a mortal in this world who would let him kneel down so easily? He was more decisive and quicker than his father, the Titans, who made him kneel down. The other 11 main gods also knelt down. The arrogant main gods knelt in a row. Those who didn't know would think they were filial sons and grandsons. Nothing is impossible. I am not a mortal. I am the incarnation of the will of Yin above your head. Qin Ming pointed to the sky. Heavenly Dao, the will of heaven, a simple and rough explanation, although not accurate, but not much different. The will of heaven. Zeus widened his eyes, a little unbelievable. Although he said he was the god of the sky, he only controlled a little weather and thunder. Compared with the heavenly Dao, I don't know where he is. Bang! Qin Ming clapped his hands, and a thunderbolt descended from the sky. Split the endless mountains and rivers. Zeus swallowed hard. He found that he had no control over the thunder just now. Under that thunder, even he, the god of thunder, the king of gods, would be easily smashed. The god of thunder was killed by thunder. It was ironic to think about it. Qin Ming waved his hand, and countless clouds fell from the sky, flew into his hands, and turned into a ball of cotton. Gently wiped the dust off his hands. With a wave of his hand, a river on the earth flew up to the sky and came to Qin Ming. Qin Ming washed his hands again and wiped them clean with cotton. These scenes are the most extreme application of Taoism. It is a profound understanding of this world. In the words of Western mythical, it is God. But even if the 12 main gods are so powerful, compared with Qin Ming's calmness, they are 10,000 levels worse. Zeus believed that Qin Ming was really the will of heaven. Don't delay, I don't have much patience. Qin Ming waved his hand, and the clouds and rivers all returned to their original positions. It seems that losing to the will of heaven is not shameful. Zeus thought, because he found an excuse. Then he knelt on the ground decisively and nodded. What about you? Qin Ming looked at the other main gods. Yes. The gods knelt on the ground, nodding their heads. Zeus, who had boasted about how proud and noble he was and never bowed his head, now knelt on the ground and regarded Qin Ming as the will of heaven and was very respectful. The slap in the face came too fast like a tornado. 12 Dao rule god rings appeared in Qin Ming's hand. It was composed of the Supreme Dao. It can control others. It is similar to the contract array. But it is more mysterious and complicated, and safer. If the other party does not resist in his heart, it can take effect without dripping blood. Throw the 12 Dao rule god rings and they appear on the necks of the 1,002 gods. Don't resist, or the divine ring will destroy you both physically and spiritually. Qin Ming said calmly. The 12 main gods were so scared that they quickly accepted it wholeheartedly. The divine ring turned into strange runes and merged into their skin, disappearing. Not to mention, the 12 main gods were kneeling on the ground with collars just now, and they looked like scorpions. God, so what? They are still my go. At this time, streams of light flew over. Several angels came with a player. Several six-way waiters came with an uncle. The blood/sea demon general came with the dead otaku player. Most of these players are useless. Qin Ming waved his hand and asked Zhao Linger to deal with them. Cai Dingnan was also caught. This guy is the player behind the undead world. He was calculating the Immortal Cultivation World and the Technology World at the beginning. He wanted to get enough undead soldiers from this war. As a result, he didn't expect that the Technology World was directly destroyed. Immortal Cultivation World is extremely powerful. He failed to succeed in his plan, but suffered heavy losses in the bombing. He lost more than he gained, and his cleverness backfired. He wanted to slap himself now. Although the conspiracy was good, it was not enough in the face of absolute strength. I give you two choices, surrender or destruction. Qin Ming asked. This Cai Dingnan controls the undead army and has a certain understanding of the power of death. Qin Ming was just about to study the power of death. This Cai Dingnan can be accepted. Moreover, Cai Dingnan can not only expand the undead army in the war, but also be very useful and can be a powerful assistant. Not far away, Zhao Linger's soul-catching bell vibrated gently, directly destroying countless players. Cai Dingnan, who was already confused by this battle. He knelt on the ground in fear. Brother, brother, I am willing to be a cow and a horse. Cai Dingnan kowtowed repeatedly. Qin Ming played a Dao Rule God Ring and accepted Cai Dingnan as a servant. Chapter 73. Lu Yun just died, and the live broadcast has been cut off. Other Myriad Worlds players can't see the situation of Immortal Cultivation World. Myriad Worlds chat Heavenly World. Forbidden Art World, the avatars of the more than 100 players of the Alliance Army have all turned grey. Puppet World, it is estimated that it is a dangerous situation. With so many people invading together, anyone would be ruthless. Ghost World, Immortal Cultivation World is a ruthless character. It is impossible to let these people go. Ancient God World, this Immortal Cultivation World, you can't provoke it for fun. I just want to enter the top 100,000. Journey to the West World, I can't afford to provoke it. Primordial World, I hope I won't encounter Immortal Cultivation World for the time being. Journey to the West World, at Primordial World, haven't you always looked down on Immortal Cultivation World? System prompt, Primordial World exits group chat. In Myriad World, a large number of players have marked Immortal Cultivation World. Various July 17 self-proclaimed, don't mess with Immortal Cultivation World. These players can't even beat the Technology World. Not to mention Immortal Cultivation World. Many of these players have even started to have evil thoughts. System prompt, you have a new private message, Apocalypse World sent you a short message. System prompt, you have a new private message, Tomb World sent you a short video. System prompt, you have a new private message, King Kai of Fox World sent you a few pictures. System prompt. System prompt, you have 999 plus unchecked messages. Qin Ming clicked on the system private message interface. There were tens of thousands of messages in it. These messages have everything. Fox World, hi, handsome guy, let's be friends, I'm a Fox World player, and my charm index is maxed out. Yuri is also okay. Fox World, I just hope you can help me, the big bad guy, can you take me into the top 100,000? Heart.jpg. Following that, there were a few more exciting pictures. Why not look at the good pictures? Qin Ming took a closer look. I have to say, it's not bad. But after reading it, he deleted it. In his world, there are many beautiful monks. Get into the top 100,000 and let him die. Just relying on a few pictures? Just like ordering him around? Thinking too much. Qin Ming skipped it. Continue to read on. Apocalypse World, hello, boss, let's get to know each other so that we can work together in the future. What do you think? Attached, there is also a picture. That is a screenshot of the system. It shows more than 80 star medals. Star medals can only be generated by destroying a world. It is equivalent to the proof given to you by the Myriad World system. More than 80 star medals represent that this apocalypse world has destroyed more than 80 worlds. This strength, even if you look at the Myriad worlds, it can be considered strong. Qin Ming pondered for a while. Although his combat power is not weak, more friends are more roads. This apocalypse world seems to be very low-key. He seems to have never seen this guy in the chat of Myriad Worlds and Heavenly World. Low-key and powerful? It's okay to make friends. Qin Ming murmured. He replied immediately. Immortal Cultivation World, okay, add a friend. Qin Ming took the initiative to add a friend. The other party quickly agreed to the friend request. He continued to read. Many messages are useless garbage. Can you tell me how you became so strong? You are a lunatic. They are hundreds of living lives. Why do you want to kill them all? They are not guilty of death. You wait, the holy light will punish you. Boss, fencing? My swordsmanship is a thief level. Left and right are men.jpg. Boss, do you need a dog? Woof woof woof.jpg. Friend, can you share some of your supplies with me? There is a world here that is attacking me crazily, can you help me? Do you like Queen or Lowly? It doesn't matter. I am practicing both Queen and Lowly. Playing tricks.jpg, winking.jpg. Qin Ming took a look at these messages. Some people scolded him for being cruel, some begged him to share some supplies. There were also various people trying to curry favor with him. It's meaningless. Qin Ming took a look and deleted them all. In this world, the most important thing is survival. If others dare to invade his world, he will never hold back. Of course, a few who are useful can stay and be used as minions. As for the distribution of supplies, why should he give the supplies he got with great effort and risk of failure to a stranger for no reason? If the people who flatter him don't have strength, he won't even look at them. He is not a babysitter. Only when they are strong, like in the world of apocalypse, will he consider cooperation. He read 10 lines at a glance and quickly scanned the meaningless information. 0. Just when he was feeling bored, he suddenly saw a message marked in red below. Clicked it and took a look. Tomb World, is the boss here? I have a supply here. See if you can use it. Qin Ming clicked it and found a link behind the dialog box. Click the link to jump to the exchange. A jade box is hanging on it. On the trading shelf, the price is 0. Is this a gift from the other party? Qin Ming clicked on the transaction and the transaction was completed. The jade box was placed in front of him. On it, there was a layer of seal. A majestic breath rushed from the jade box. Roar! Under the seal, a monster was roaring. Through the seal, you can feel the domineering and fierce aura. Monster's stuff. Qin Ming broke the seal. The lid of the jade box was instantly shattered by the fierce aura. A golden monster soared into the air. The huge claws slapped across the sky. You are just a regret, and you dare to be violent. Qin Ming snorted coldly, and a thunder descended, turning into a thunder dragon. The thunder dragon roared. Shocked the 9 heavens. The golden monster was instantly suppressed by the blue thunder dragon. Gold monster wailed and fell into the jade box. So what if it was a mythical beast? So what if it was a fierce beast? He suppressed it just the same. The dragon head with a jackal body, is it Jiaozi? Qin Ming recognized it at a glance. Jiaozi, a mythical beast in ancient mythical legends, is the third and fourth son of the 9 sons of the dragon of the scale insect. The dragon head with a jackal body is born from a dragon and a jackal. He has a strong character, is brave and good at fighting, and is bloodthirsty and murderous. In the jade box, there is a drop of golden blood, like a ball of amber. Faintly, a huge jiaozi is seen tumbling and running in the blood. The phantom of the monster before is a trace of wool left in the blood. If this thing is swallowed, it will be of great use to the cultivators. In particular, those with fierce personalities are most suitable for using the blood of jiaozi. This drop of blood is just right for Chen to absorb. Qin Ming sealed the jade box and called Chen Yu. Chen Yu is heavenly hegemony physique, domineering and fierce, just in line with the blood of jiaozi. Lord God, why did you call me? Chen Yu asked respectfully. This is a drop of blood from the fierce beast jiaozi, you can take it and absorb it. Qin Ming handed the blood to Chen Yu. Chen Yu was not polite, accepted it and nodded and left. Chapter 74. However, Qin Ming was a little puzzled as to why the other party would give him this thing. If he sold this thing or exchanged it for world points, it would probably be worth a lot. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. If he could do anything within his ability, he would just repay the other party. He replied to the other party. Immortal Cultivation World, what do you want from such a valuable thing? Tomb World, friend, you don't need to give me anything. My world is a bit troublesome. If possible, I hope you can help me out once in the future. Perhaps the other party was afraid that Qin Ming would misunderstand, so he added another point. Tomb World, if you feel embarrassed, you can also refuse. This made Qin Ming stunned for a moment. The other party first gave him the blood of the beast, and now the conditions he proposed did not allow him to refuse directly. He looked like a good person. If he just helped within his ability, it would be fine. Of course, if the other party was too much, he would definitely ignore the other party. Immortal Cultivation World, try your best. Tomb World, smile.jpg, thank you. After a brief exchange, the other party sent a friend invitation. After adding each other as friends, they stopped chatting. 30. Warm reminder, the pirate world has been integrated. Warm reminder, the ultra world has been integrated. Warm reminder, the technology world has been integrated. A series of reminder sounds. Qin Ming took a look. This time, more than 100 worlds that invaded him, except for Cai Dingnan's world of the dead, all other worlds were integrated and swallowed up. Congratulations, player Qin Ming, because you have recently integrated multiple worlds. Your Immortal Cultivation World civilization level has been upgraded to 2.0. Specially rewarded, Ruins Battlefield ×1, Dao Platform ×1, Star Mirror ×1, World Points 10,000 points. Specially certified, Elite Level Player, click here to see more. 10 times critical amplification triggered. 1 ordinary Ruins Battlefield is upgraded to 1 fine Ruins Battlefield. 1 ordinary Dao Platform is upgraded to 1 fine Dao Platform. 1 inferior Stargazing Mirror is upgraded to an ordinary Stargazing Mirror. 10,000 world points are upgraded to 100,000 world points. Qin Ming checked them one by one. Fine Ruins Battlefield, an ancient battlefield where countless strong men fell. It is rumored that a Dao Integration Realm strongman died in battle here. There are a lot of prohibitions and formations left behind, as well as a lot of treasures. Entering this battlefield, you can hone yourself and gain opportunities. Fine Lecture Dao Platform, preaching on it can increase the probability of the listener comprehending the laws of heaven and earth and understanding their own hearts. Ordinary Stargazing Mirror, can observe several other worlds. What is an elite level player? Qin Ming clicked to view. Elite level player certification, congratulations, you have won an elite level player medal. Player levels are divided into rookie, ordinary, elite, expert, Great Master, Grand Master, God, King, Glory King, Unparalleled, Supreme. Among them, rookie and ordinary players are not certified. What are the benefits of this certification? Qin Ming is a down-to-earth person. No matter what title you have, it must have practical significance. If not, what difference does it make whether you have it or not? Players can get level certification, which can bring great benefits to future development. Please explore the specific benefits yourself. What kind of answer is this? It's completely meaningless nonsense. Forget it, it's useless to ask. Qin Ming simply put this certification aside. He took out the ruins battlefield and came to the sky. He threw it lightly. The palm-sized ruins battlefield fell into a corner of the Immortal Cultivation World. It expanded rapidly. 10 miles in radius. 100 miles in radius. 1,000 miles in radius. 10,000 miles in radius. Finally, the ruins battlefield expanded to a relic with a radius of 80,000 miles. In the relic, if you look carefully, you will find that there are waves of beast roars, countless shouts of killing, and sometimes there is a Dao treasure light emerging, as well as countless fierce and evil spirits rising to the sky. It seems that there are dangers and opportunities here. It just so happens that this world lacks challenges and tempering. This battlefield can allow cultivators to enter and temper themselves. He remembered that there was a Dao Integration Realm strongman Chen Luo in this relic battlefield. In other words, from ordinary cultivators to Dao Integration Realm, everyone can enter. This just covers the realm of the cultivators of the entire Immortal Cultivation World. I hope they can quickly use this relic to improve their cultivation and gain opportunities. After Qin Ming finished the arrangement, he took out a stone platform. This stone platform was meticulously carved and engraved with countless patterns. There were elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, light, darkness, thunder, wind, ice, etc. On the surrounding stone walls, there were also powerful monsters engraved. 5-clawed golden dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, white tiger, purple gold hound, tang snake, Kuei Nu. There were also figures of cultivators in various postures, seemingly practicing. The whole stone platform was filled with a mysterious Dao rhyme. One look at it could give people a new understanding of the world's 10,000 Daos. He threw the Dao platform and it landed in the capital of the Qin dynasty. Boom! The huge vibration sound startled the entire Qin dynasty. Protect the Emperor, protect the Emperor, distance. A powerful palace guard saw the boulder coming from the sky and shouted hurriedly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen nascent soul peak cultivators, soul formation monks went to the palace and protected Emperor Qin. What happened? Emperor Qin asked his attendants. Your Majesty, a huge rock fell in the center of the capital, and we don't know where it came from. The guard replied. Huge rock? Let's go and take a look. 217. The Emperor flashed and turned into a divine rainbow and flew out of the palace. From a long distance, he saw a huge stone leaning against the capital. It is more like a stone platform than a stone. The stone platform is thousands of feet high. On the stone platform, there are many elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are also various monsters carved, as well as countless monks practicing in various postures. When the Emperor saw this platform, he vaguely found that his understanding of the Great Dao seemed to be deeper. The aura of other guards was also rising rapidly. Obviously, they also gained something from this stone platform. The Emperor was about to have someone seal off this place. The ethereal voice of Qin Ming came from the sky. 3 days later, in the capital of Qin, I will personally preach here. The voice was ethereal and soon disappeared. Is this the Lord God? The Emperor was very impressed by Qin Ming's voice. God is going to give a sermon? That's great. Although our dynasty has been practicing for a long time, we still haven't made much progress. If God gives a sermon, it will definitely make everyone understand the path of practice more deeply. This is a blessing for the entire dynasty. The emperor knows what this means very well. This means an opportunity to enhance the power of the whole country. Thank you God for giving a sermon, thank you God for giving me this opportunity. The emperor knelt down on the ground in person, extremely respectful. Chapter 75. 3 days later, in the capital of Tianqin, there were huge crowds of people. People who came in a hurry from all over the country had already crowded the capital. A large number of guards were dispersed to maintain order. Fortunately, the country of Tianqin dynasty was large enough when it was built, and could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Among those waiting in public, there were ordinary people and kings. Some were over 50 years old, and some were just over 10 years old. There were high officials, royal relatives, peddlers, and farmers in the fields. There were men and women, old and young. Everyone wanted to try to see if they could embark on the path of cultivating immortals and get rid of the mortal world, or break through the current realm and go one step further. Looking up at the 1,000-foot-high platform in the center, those who came to watch and listen were excited. I heard that the gods of our Immortal Cultivation World are going to give a sermon in person. I am old and I wonder if I can understand the way of cultivation. The way of cultivation requires root-bone talent. Without talent, it is difficult to understand. I broke through the foundation building realm 3 years ago. After that, no matter how I practiced, I could not make any progress. I hope I can gain something from listening to the sermon this time. Not only does the God look like this, we mortals have never seen it before. An hour later, there were changes in the sky. In the void, a golden lotus blossomed and fell over the capital. The divine sound of the Dao echoed softly, and as the divine sound passed, some people broke through with their will. A divine rainbow quickly extended from the endless sky and fell into the imperial capital. A young man in a green shirt floated down from the divine rainbow. Like a peerless immortal, he was not stained with dirt or dust. On his face, a misty aura surrounded him, making it difficult to see his true appearance. It was Qin Ming. Seeing the gods descending, everyone was excited. The sermon begins, silence. Qin Ming sat cross-legged on the Dao platform, thousands of feet high, and shouted softly. The voice was not loud, but it was like a huge bell, striking people's hearts. It was very clear when it fell into the ears. There was supreme majesty in the voice, which could not be offended. Hundreds of thousands of people fell silent. Today, I will talk about the way of cultivation. Qin Ming began to gradually talk about the way of cultivation and the way to enter the Dao. Cultivation is ethereal and profound, as if it is illusory. In fact, it is not. The Dao can be pondered, sensed, and comprehended. It is right beside us. The Dao, the road under your feet is the Dao. The road to cultivating immortals is the Dao of cultivating immortals. The Dao path is divided into body tempering, foundation building core formation, nascent soul formation, astral projection Dao integration. Between heaven and earth, there is a trace of spirit Qi, you can feel it by concentrating your mind. Let Qi enter the body, penetrate all meridians, temper the body, and wash away the dirt. Build the foundation. Refine it with Qi, it is the Qi refining technique. Refine it with the body, it is the body refining technique. Refine it with the spirit, it is the soul refining technique. The great Dao is eternal, and it is controlled by the Dao. Practice yourself, understand your true self, and pursue the Dao self. There is Dao that gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. There is one weapon shattering all laws, and drops of blood reflect the heavens. There is fighting to seek the Dao. On the high platform, Qin Ming preached slowly. Under the high platform, all beings were intoxicated. Some monks listened attentively and nodded repeatedly. When they heard the profound points, they suddenly felt divine insight, and their minds were opened. Their cultivation broke free from the shackles and entered the next level without them noticing. Some people clapped their hands, big and small, and finally understood how to break the shackles that had trapped them for many years. There were young children who had never practiced, but they grasped the essence of the sermon. They vaguely felt the spirit chi of heaven and earth entering their bodies. Even birds landed on the eaves nearby, tilting their heads to listen to the sermon. In a corner, a blue cow tied to a pillar heard the sermon. The cow's eyes blinked slowly, and it tilted its head to listen. The spirit chi of heaven and earth converged towards the blue cow. Alas! The blue cow roared, and immediately stepped into the path of cultivating immortals and entered the foundation building realm. Even a baby still in swaddling clothes had big eyes flashing, stopped crying, and seemed to have realized something. Spirit deer presented flowers, white apes delivered fruits, butterflies fluttered. Divine dragons circled, cranes danced, immortals descended. Various strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared in the sky above the capital. The sound of the divine law fell into everyone's heart. Planting Dao seeds. On the Dao platform, the carved fire element graphics seemed to come alive, turning into heavenly fire flames, dancing in everyone's heart, and the enlightenment of the element continued to grow. Another Qin beast roared to the sky, allowing people to understand the Qin divine ability. There were also monks practicing, appearing in people's minds, as if seeing the mysterious methods of Qi refining masters countless years ago. From early morning to playing, and then to late night. Until the next day came. Qin Ming did not stop. People never left. The preaching continued. During this period, countless people realized the Dao and benefited greatly. 3 days and 3 nights of preaching the great Dao. Qin Ming left on the morning of the 4th day. Only hundreds of thousands of people remained in the capital, and they seemed to have realized something and did not want to wake up. Boom! A monk who had been trapped at the peak of the foundation building stage for 20 years broke through on the spot and successfully entered the core formation realm. His aura rose all the way, and his whole face became younger. A green bull realized the way to cultivate immortality and broke free from the rope. One step was foundation building, and the second step was core formation. There were fish jumping in the moat. One of the fish lost its scales and grew purple gold scales again, shining with dignity and spirit chi. Boom! 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 Among the hundreds of thousands of people in the capital, people kept breaking through. Some people were reluctant to wake up, as if they had accumulated a lot of experience and were accumulating and preparing to soar into the sky. It was not until the 7th day that everyone in the capital woke up. It was not until half a month later that people gradually left. This time, among the hundreds of thousands of people, nearly 100,000 people realized the truth. The entire Tian Qin dynasty was full of gratitude to Qin Ming. My 3-year-old son just heard a little bit of preaching, and his cough of many years was cured without any medicine. Thank the gods for giving my son the supreme opportunity. My dead ghost was about to die, but now he listens to the gods preaching and becomes a chicken cooking monk. Now he is no longer lame and his waist is no longer painful, so he has to thank the gods. My King Mu has realized the truth and can speak human language. It's incredible. But the young man led us to a place where treasures are buried. Thank you King Mu and God. The Dao platform is also magical. It is a thing of the gods and must be well protected. Countless people knelt on the ground devoutly to thank Qin Ming. Tens of thousands of mortals have embarked on the immortal path. A large number of monks have made another breakthrough. At this moment, Qin Ming is sitting on the cloud. A reminder is heard in his ear. Player Qin Ming is detected to preach in Immortal Cultivation World, promoting the great development of Immortal Cultivation World. Reward. Chapter 76. 1,000 world points? Are you so stingy? Forget it, just consider it as hard work pay. Qin Ming couldn't help but complain. 10 times critical hit amplification triggered. 1,000 points increased to 10,000 points. Qin Ming opened his personal panel. Name, Qin Ming. Gender, male. Age, 20 years old. Identity, Heavenly Dao. Choose race, human race. Race population, 6 million, increasing. Constitution, Heavenly Dao body. Spirit root, all. Cultivation, transcending tribulation realm mid-stage. Skills, identification. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Warehouse, thunder fruit, sand fruit, fox nine-tailed fox, iron suit, transcendent level I chip, click to expand more. Points, 110,800. World system, cultivation. World level, 2/10. Player level, elite level. World medals, 302. System, convert all items in the warehouse into points. Qin Ming glanced at the spoils, most of which were Immortal Cultivation World is useless, and the few that can be used are also useless. Just sell them all. Warehouse items are being cleared, please wait. Exchange completed. All items are exchanged for world points, a total of 13,800 points. 10 times critical hit amplification triggered. 13,800 points changed to 138,000 points. Adding the previous 110,800 points, now there are a total of 248,803,130 points. This time, it was mainly the technological world that accounted for the majority. One world contributed more than 5,000 points. No wonder it can develop so well, but now it's all mine. Qin Ming looked at these points happily. He thanked Lu Yunggong again in his heart. This was the first time he got so many points, and he was in a very good mood. Nearly 250,000 points, according to the rules of the game, these points should be enough for me to advance. Qin Ming has achieved a lot of results in these few battles, and he plans to digest and settle them first. Opening Heaven's Eye of Dao, observing the entire Immortal Cultivation World. Half a month has passed since the sermon. Last time, tens of thousands of people realized the truth and entered the path of cultivation or went further. Nowadays, the enthusiasm for cultivation is even higher. With the emergence of the ruins battlefield, it has greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of these people for cultivation and adventure. I don't know how many people go to the ruins battlefield, let's take a look. Qin Ming looked at a corner of the world. His eyes stayed on the ruins battlefield. There, a large number of people enter every day. In the northeast of the ruins battlefield, there are several small cultivation families rushing there. In the south of the battlefield, there are independent cultivators entering. In the east, several large sects are attacking a ban. In the west, powerful soldiers of the Qin dynasty are entering quickly. Only by fighting constantly on the battlefield can we grow quickly and gain enlightenment constantly. In order to increase your enthusiasm, let me add some ingredients for you. Qin Ming spent some points from the system. He bought some elixirs, formations, law treasures, techniques, cultivation experiences, and other cultivation resources. 10 times critical hit amplification triggered yellow rank low grade elixir, upgraded to profound rank middle grade elixir yellow rank middle grade technique, upgraded to profound rank high grade technique profound rank low grade formation, upgraded to. Qin Ming waved his hand, and all the cultivation resources exchanged in the warehouse disappeared. Hundreds of golden lights appeared in various places on the ruins battlefield. Hundreds of golden lights soared into the sky, and the treasure aura was bursting. You can see it thousands of miles away. In the Immortal Cultivation World, you can see the movements of the ruins battlefield from a high altitude. Not far away, there were even more surprises. The ruins battlefield has seen a treasure light again. This time, I don't know what kind of treasure is about to appear. Our sect must not miss this opportunity. Come on, lead our disciples to the ruins battlefield quickly. That is the direction of the ruins battlefield. Hurry up and let the monks in the clan go there immediately. It is the ruins battlefield. Let General Xiahe lead a team of people. Great, our generation of independent cultivators suffers from lack of resources. This time we must fight for our lives. The ruins battlefield has seen a treasure light again. This time our sect must get a share of the spoils. Hurry up, enter the battlefield, otherwise there will definitely be more and more people. Now is the time to grab a handful. Dian sect. A nascent soul elder led the core formation and foundation building disciples immediately rushed into the ruins battlefield. Tian Qin dynasty. A core formation peak general led a column of soldiers to continuously attack the Ban. Cultivating Li family. The core formation monk, the head of the family, Li Mangqing, led more than 30 people from the clan to the battlefield. On the vast land, countless independent cultivators joined in. For a time, the entire ruins battlefield became even more heated. In the ruins battlefield, there are powerful offensive prohibitions left over from countless years ago. If you are not careful, it will turn into a blood mist. The powerful Dao runes, even if incomplete, are not something that ordinary people can control. With a slight shake, an independent cultivator team was destroyed. There are also drops of demon blood, which were left by Guangxiu long ago. A drop of demon blood can erode a person's will, stimulate the inner demon, and make people crazy. Overcome all difficulties and come to the strange treasure. Powerful strange treasures may also penetrate the monks, and not everyone can control strange treasures. There are also those who successfully obtain strange treasures, and when they are happy, they are killed by teammates who come with them. Killing people to rob treasures. Disguise and steal. Ambush halfway. Various means emerge in an endless stream. In order to grab resources, the forces of independent cultivator, sects, families, and dynasties all take action and fight. The ruins battlefield, which was already full of crises, was even more dangerous at this moment. But it still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the crowd. People die for money, and birds eat for food. Immortal cultivation resources are enough to stimulate these people. Here, the most dangerous thing is not the various powerful prohibitions, formations, and fierce soldiers left in the ruins battlefield, but the human heart. In the face of interests, the human heart cannot stand the test. A piece of immortal cultivation resource is enough to change a person's life. Embarking on the road of immortal cultivation, immortals and mortals are separated. Such an important thing is placed in front of us. Who can withstand such temptation? Who can really not be jealous? Family affection, friendship, love, comradeship. In front of immortal cultivation resources, twisted, torn, and broken. Here, people die every moment. To survive, you must become stronger. You must be able to break the prohibitions and formations, and you must be able to keep the treasures you have obtained, and you must be wary of the people around you. The surviving cultivators have not only improved their combat skills and cultivation. In terms of mentality, they are also maturing rapidly. All of this is prompting these people to have a new understanding of life and cultivation. Boom! On the edge of the ruins battlefield, an independent cultivator who has experienced many hardships and seen through everything suddenly realized. In an instant, his breath surged and his cultivation level rose. Boom! A fierce place in the ruins battlefield. A younger brother suddenly realized that his older brother had attacked him to snatch the skills he had just obtained, but was killed by him. He saw through the emotions of the world and understood the cunning of human nature. Between life and death, he broke through on the spot and his state of mind gradually became perfect. Boom! In a grotto heaven-blessed land in the ruins battlefield. A soldier suddenly realized. In order to protect him, the leader and other comrades in arms all died. His mood fluctuated, and his strong willpower allowed his spirit to continue to condense. His soul entered a higher level. One after another. Every place in the ruins battlefield is a test of human nature and reality. Some people fall and sink, some people rise against the tide, some people gain enlightenment on the spot, some people become depressed and lose their lives. Player Qin Ming, in your Immortal Cultivation World, a large number of natives are undergoing qualitative changes because of your guidance. Reward you. Chapter 77. Reward World Points 200. 10 times critical hit amplification. 200 points increased to 2000 world points. Not bad, after deducting the points for buying resources before, I still make a little money now. Qin Ming glanced at his points, which had reached 250,000 points from 248,000 this time. Now Qin Ming has firmly entered the top 100,000. I want to attack other worlds again, but it doesn't make much sense. Think about it, I had to push through more than 300 worlds before I could raise my level. In addition, there were other means during this period, such as Heart of the World, establishing the Immortal Physique system, etc. to bring about level increases. In total, more than 300 worlds only raised him by about 1.3 levels. The further back, the less effect those small worlds have on Qin Ming. It's just a drop in the bucket. I can only wait until these worlds grow stronger before I can harvest them. Otherwise, these leaks haven't grown yet, and they are not enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Qin Ming was bored. In Immortal Cultivation World, Yan Qingguo and Chen Yu were both in seclusion. The ruins battlefield was also being developed. Everything was developing slowly in a good direction. He had nothing to do for the time being. Clicked on the Myriad Worlds chat system and took a look. It was found that the number of people in his region had not decreased much. Other regions were miserable, almost a purgatory on Earth. In Myriad Worlds chat Heavenly World, there were many people who were still asking for help 1 second and were destroyed the next second. Pigworm World, I really want to slap myself. Why? Why do you want to pit yourself like this? Why don't you choose anything else, choose a pigworm world? Fish-headed monster world, pigworm, little azure dragon. Crow on a plain world, tornado is back to the parking lot for the first time, don't be timid, just be tough. Pigworm world, help, I'm about to be beaten to death. Fish-headed monster world, where's pigworm? He was just asking for help, why is his avatar grey now? It's gone so quickly. Crow on a plain world, damn, someone is calling, no more chatting. Rainbow cat world, finally, the 7 swords are complete. Now we can dominate the myriad worlds. Forbidden technique world, are you dreaming of having peaches? Rainbow cat world, what do you know? The 7 swords are invincible. Forbidden technique world, what the hell are you pretending to be? Immortal Cultivation World, go and fight one. Fish-headed monster world, what's there to be afraid of? No matter how awesome Immortal Cultivation World is, he's not online now. Conan World, I think Immortal Cultivation World is going to destroy you. I, the famous detective, have found evidence of ashes. Magic card Sakura World, alas, you guys are exaggerating too much. Immortal Cultivation World is offline again. Half Monster Yasha World, I am invincible, Shimera can kill everything in seconds. The so-called Immortal Cultivation World is nothing more than that. I can easily crush him. System prompt, Immortal Cultivation World is online. Rainbow Cat World. Conan World. Forbidden Technique World. Fish-headed Monster World. Crow on a Plain World. Many players who were bragging just now suddenly felt their limbs tighten. When will this god of death have time to go online? Thinking of the wanton talk about Immortal Cultivation World just now, some players quickly withdrew the message. fearing that they would be destroyed by Immortal Cultivation World. System prompt: Fish-headed monster world withdraws message. System prompt: Rainbow cat world withdraws message. System prompt: Magic card Sakura world withdraws message. System prompt: Half monster Yasha world withdraws message. Qin Ming was just about to come out to take a breath, but he saw a line of system prompts. A large number of players withdrew messages. He was stunned. Before he could react, another line of messages appeared below. Fish-headed monster world, I have to say that Immortal Cultivation World is an extremely awesome world. Myriad worlds shine because of it. Half monster Yaksha world, in my life, I have always respected Immortal Cultivation World. Rainbow cat world, Immortal Cultivation World is a goal that I will never be able to approach in my life. It is the benchmark of Myriad Worlds and the glory of Myriad Worlds. Armored Warrior World, Immortal Cultivation World is awesome. King Kaiu Fox World, please give orders to Daji, Master. Jiao Tailang World, do you want to eat lamb, sir? I have all kinds of meat skewers here, free to taste. A group of players offered all kinds of rainbow farts. Immortal Cultivation World, did anyone mention me just now? What did they say? Who said it? Kailan World, at Rainbow Cat World. Forbidden Technique World, at Fish-head Monster World, at Rainbow Cat World, at Half Monster Yaksha World, at Rainbow Cat World. It's not me, I didn't do it, sir, please listen to my explanation. Fish-head Monster World, sir, I was wrong, I'm just a stinky BCH, please spare me. Half Monster Yaksha World, what's so great about that? I just got the 4 Souls Jade recently, which greatly increased the monstrous power. Who can stop me? Half Monster Yaksha World, you bunch of cowards, why are you afraid of him? Can he still eat all of us? The entire Myriad Worlds chat group was silent. Only Half Monster Yaksha World kept chattering. Kailan World, at Half Monster Yaksha World, brother, say less, don't be impulsive. Half Monster Yaksha World, get out of here, I'm never impulsive, I'm just going to do it, what's wrong? Half Monster Yaksha World, at Immortal Cultivation World, what can you do to me? Angel World, do you need me to do it? At Immortal Cultivation World. Bloodsea World, this guy is indeed a bit too arrogant, I'm free now, I can do it. Immortal Cultivation World, go live, let me see how strong he is. Qin Ming replied. 2 minutes later, a live broadcast appeared in the Myriad Worlds chat. A large number of players were attracted and clicked in. I saw that the chapter of Half Monster Yaksha World was opened. The Blood/Sea World was invaded, and a group of Blood/Sea demons were advancing quickly. Kellen World, Blood/Sea World? Really went there? This is also a famous world. This time Half Monster Yaksha World is probably finished. Forbidden Technique World, when the sky is crazy, it will rain. When people are crazy, they will suffer disasters. It's what they deserve. Puppet World, now that Immortal Cultivation World is so powerful, many people want to make friends with Immortal Cultivation World. This Half Monster World is looking for death. Other worlds can easily crush him to death and then please Immortal Cultivation World. Rainbow Cat World. Myriad Worlds players are all watching the show. Who dares to offend my Half Monster Yasha World? In Half Monster Yasha World, hundreds of monster races took action. Among them, the strong ones, such as Inuyasha and Shimaru, took the lead. Bloodsea World. The people of Yasha World recognized the newcomer. Listen to my explanation, we have no grudges, ah! Accompanied by this scream, a powerful demon general stepped forward and slapped the people of Yasha World to pieces. The two worlds went to war. In less than 10 minutes, Pinjao Yasha World was defeated. Kellen World, my god, this Bloodsea World is too powerful. Forbidden Technique World, I didn't expect this half-monster Yasha world to be so useless and still dare to be arrogant. Puppet world, bull nose. Why invade my world? A player was picked up at this moment, his face full of horror. Shimaru and Inuyasha, who he thought were very powerful, were smashed to pieces by a slap. In front of these blood-sea demon generals. They couldn't even last a round. He remembered that he had never provoked the blood-sea world. You provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. The demon general picked up the man but didn't kill him directly. One of the demon generals who looked like a leader knelt on the ground respectfully. He seemed to be communicating with someone. This scene on the live screen made Myriad World's player a little confused. Why did the demon generals of the blood-sea world hesitate? These demon generals are very irritable. When did they become so well behaved? Chat Heavenly World. Blood-sea world, at Immortal Cultivation World. How am I? Immortal Cultivation World, slap it to death, don't let this fly disgust me again. Blood-sea world, as you command. The next second, the players behind the blood-sea world gave an order. The demon general directly crushed the players of half-monster Yaksha world. Seeing this, even if everyone was slow to react, they knew. The blood-sea world is completely a servant of Immortal Cultivation World. Every word and action obeys the will of Immortal Cultivation World. At first, they thought that the blood-sea world just wanted to be on good terms with Immortal Cultivation World. It is an equal relationship. But now, it is completely a master-servant relationship. The kind that obeys orders and is respectful. The blood-sea world, a famous world, is a tough guy who has destroyed countless worlds. It is actually a servant world of Immortal Cultivation World. This news really shocked everyone. Myriad worlds chatted about Heavenly World and exploded. Insect World, Niu Bei, the boss made others destroy a world with just one sentence, the truth comes out. Jade World, are all the boss's lackeys so strong? I can't cross this threshold. K-Lan World, at blood-sea world, boss, are you from Immortal Cultivation World? Puppet World, at blood-sea world, boss, can you help me ask about Immortal Cultivation World? Feather Arrow World, this half-monster Yaksha is courting death by provoking such an existence. Even his servants are so powerful, not to mention him. Marshmallow World, woo, I found that I can't even be a lackey for Immortal Cultivation World. Because their lackeys are all bosses. K-Lan World, I'm jealous. Is this a strong person? Being a lackey? I'm not worthy. Everyone told themselves in their hearts that they must never, ever, ever provoke Immortal Cultivation World. Qin Ming didn't expect that he just came out to make a splash. As a result, he was complimented again. A group of people are afraid of flattery. Oh, it's so comfortable to be a boss while lying down. Chapter 78. System prompt, please note that there are still 3 days before the end of the assessment. After 3 days, those with a score ranking within 100,000 will be promoted, and the rest will be eliminated. The electronic sound of the Myriad Worlds system echoed in everyone's mind. Myriad Worlds chat room did not reduce the chatter as time gradually decreased, but there were many people talking. Conan World, wow, it's over, my world's combat power is not high, what should I do? Is there any big guy who can help me? I am willing to be a lackey for the big guy. One Punch Bald World, tisk tisk, not bad, I just destroyed a world, the points should be enough. Yoshua World, save me, who can save me? The world next to me is a monster, I can't beat it at all. Death God World, I don't ask for too much, I just hope to be in the top 100,000. Tishan World, is there anyone who can help me? I am willing to do anything. Fruit Treasure World, who can save my 610? I am going to die. Blood Crow World, save me, please. Save me, I can serve the person who saves me. Please. Chat Heavenly World, most of them are showing off and asking for help. In order to get help from other worlds. Some weak worlds are extremely humble. Various online requests for help and mercy. Qin Ming's private channel has exploded. The message is always 999 plus. Can you share your experience of becoming so powerful? Boss, please save me, I will be your go, I will do whatever you ask me to do, please save me. Help, I am going to be killed. If you don't save me, I will die. Can you save me? Just say you are my boss, and others will not dare to bully me. Boss, please be kind and give me some resources. I don't mind the scum resources you don't want. You seem to be my elementary school classmate, can you help me? Boss, can you save me? I have been beaten to the last 1,000 soldiers. Qin Ming took a look and simply blocked all these people. He is not a saint, and he has no relationship with these people, so why should he take action? What surprised him was that several of his servant worlds were very fierce. The Blood Sea world was at ed tens of thousands of times every day in the Heavenly World chat, and they were either begging for mercy or asking for help. The Beetle world was also entering the sight of all players, and it was very fierce. The Six Paths world was also very strong, chasing a group of worlds. He asked in the private chat Heavenly World. Immortal Cultivation World, how are you doing recently? Do you need me to take action? The Blood Sea world, no, boss, these scum are just a bunch of noobs, there is no need for you to take action. Beetle world, Lord, you don't need to help. I destroyed a world yesterday, and there is something that may be more suitable for you. Take a look. Six Paths world, ahem, I don't need to help either. In addition, I have an item here, which may just be what you need. It has been posted on your trading interface, just click it. Immortal Cultivation World, well, you should be careful, don't you even fail to enter the top 100,000. After a chat. Knowing that these servant worlds can be promoted to the top 100,000 without any problems, Qin Ming was relieved. He just asked casually. If these worlds really can't even enter the top 100,000, there is no need to keep them. Click on the link sent by several people and jump to the trading interface. Several items are posted on the trading interface, and the selling price is 0. Qin Ming took all the things. Accepting these servant worlds is also one of the benefits. It can let them help him collect the resources needed by Immortal Cultivation World. The Blood Sea world sent a jade slip. When I opened the jade slip, it was a heavenly rank low-grade cultivation method. The Beetle world sent an earth rank flying sword and an earth rank low-grade pill refining secret. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. Heavenly rank low-grade 8 collapse palm, upgraded to heavenly rank high-grade 8 cloud collapse mountain fist. Earth rank low-grade pill refining secret, upgraded to heavenly rank low-grade pill refining secret. Earth rank low-grade flying sword, upgraded to heavenly rank low-grade flying sword. Qin Ming glanced at these items. Although they were good, he didn't lack these things now. Some of them were useless. He looked at the last item sent by the Six Paths world. This item was tattered and covered with rags. There was an ice cube inside. In the ice, there was an antique wooden box. Qin Ming's fingers gently touched the ice and instantly unsealed it. There was a faint fragrance coming out of the wooden box. One smell would make people intoxicated. After opening it, there was an ice crystal fruit inside. Ice Soul Heavenly Fragrance Fruit. Qin Ming found the information of this fruit from the system mall. Ice Soul Heavenly Fragrance Fruit is very useful for cultivators with ice and water attributes. After taking it, you will directly comprehend array of Ice Soul Law. Then look at the price. 0. 27,000 points. This thing is much more precious than the previous 3. Weapons, skills, and pill refining Ju are all optional. And comprehending the law is crucial for cultivation. At the same realm, the more and deeper the comprehension, the stronger the strength. Both the ice and water attributes can be eaten. Zhao Linger happens to be of water and wood attributes, and she is practicing the ice and water attribute method of Hanming divine art, which is just right. Qin Ming's mind moved, and he called Zhao Linger. "What's the matter with you, Lord God?" Zhao Linger hurried over and asked respectfully. "This is Bingpo Tianxiang fruit, which will be of great benefit to you. Take it and refine it." Qin Ming threw it over. Bingpo Tianxiang fruit. This magical fruit was recorded in Zhao Linger's Hanming divine art. She knew that this thing was very precious and dared not even think about it. Unexpectedly, it was actually rewarded to her by Qin Ming. "Thank you, Lord God, Linger will not let you down." After a series of thanks, Zhao Linger went out happily. Now Yan Qingguo, Chen Yu, Zhao Linger and others have all obtained their own opportunities and are practicing in seclusion. When they come out, the power of Immortal Cultivation World will be strengthened again. Qin Ming was looking forward to it. He looked at the remaining 3 heavenly rank resources. Qin Ming waved his hand. The 3 things turned into 3 golden lights. They sank into the ruins of the battlefield. In an instant, countless people chased and robbed them. Qin Ming returned to the time when he looked at the myriad worlds and chatted about the heavenly world. 4.7 found that the number of people had dropped sharply from more than 780 million to 770 million. It was only half an hour. 10 million people died directly in this elimination match. It was really cruel. This was not the cruelest time. In 3 days, the deadline would come. That was when it would be even bloodier and more cruel. But it had nothing to do with Qin Ming, he listened. In the next 3 days, Qin Ming would look at the heavenly world when he had nothing to do. Very leisurely. The first day. The number of myriad worlds people quickly dropped from more than 700 million to nearly 800 million to 600 million. 100 million were eliminated a day. The second day. The number of people dropped all the way to 500 million. On the last day, the number of people plummeted. It dropped to 300 million. At midnight on the third day, the number was confirmed. Chapter 79. System Prompt, Assessment is over. The top 100,000 world points have completed the assessment. Those outside the top 100,000 will be eliminated. Midnight has arrived. The last 3 days are over. In the last time, the Myriad Worlds chat group was swiping the screen like crazy. Papaya World, can we not be eliminated? Fruit Treasure World, wow, I'm crying. I've tried so hard, but I still can't get into the top 100,000. It's too hard. Herb World, I'm unwilling. I'm just a little bit away from getting into the top 100,000. Tutu World, no, I don't want to be eliminated. Wanyun World, who can save me, who can save me? I can be a slave, I don't want to be eliminated. Snake World, I hate it. Why did I choose this world? It's too weak. At this time, there were cries and calls for help. Assessment is over, about to be cleared. The last program has been started. 10,9,8. The last 10-second countdown sounded in everyone's mind. Cold, cruel, ruthless, mechanical, and without room for maneuver. When the last second countdown was over, the Myriad Worlds chat heavenly world page burst into a burst of white light, and the chat information and chat data on the front were quickly cleared. When the remaining players looked at the chat heavenly world page again, it was found that a large number of Myriad Worlds in the Myriad Worlds chat heavenly world page were directly eliminated. This also means that these players were completely eliminated. Among the surviving players, the top 100,000. They are all the strongest among the strong. And they are also quite lucky. Of course, luck itself is also a kind of strength. Bad luck can only be considered bad luck. The next moment, the chat heavenly world page disappeared. This is equivalent to disbanding a group of 100,000 people. Only the system's voice echoed in everyone's mind. The top 100 players in this assessment will receive system rewards in the future. The higher the ranking, the richer the reward. This assessment has ended, and everyone will be promoted to the next rank 1 stage. Good luck to everyone. Buzz. A loud noise, accompanied by a dazzling white light. 100,000 players who successfully advanced all disappeared from their respective worlds. A gentle force enveloped Qin Ming and disappeared from the Immortal Cultivation World. Swish! Qin Ming stood firm and looked around. He found himself in a room. Where is this? Qin Ming looked around the room and saw nothing but a bed. Looking outside through the window. Outside, there was a lot of noise and people coming and going. It seemed to be a world. You have reached the Supreme Heavenly World. Supreme Heavenly World. The electronic sound of the Myriad Worlds battle system kept conveying information here to Qin Ming's ears. 10 minutes later. The electronic sound ended. Qin Ming roughly knew the ins and outs of the matter. This is the Supreme Heavenly World. And the dimension below the Supreme Heavenly World is called the Lower World. There are countless lower worlds. There are countless lower worlds. And there is only one Supreme Heavenly World. The former Blue Star was one of the countless lower worlds. In order to continuously replenish the talents of the Supreme Heavenly World. Every once in a while, the Supreme Heavenly World will draw a large number of people from the Endless World, incarnate into the Heavenly Dao, and participate in the world competition. Those who are promoted from the competition assessment can enter the Supreme Heavenly World. Similarly, the Supreme Heavenly World also has assessments and tests every once in a while. If the strength drops too much, to a certain extent, even those who enter the Supreme Heavenly World will be expelled from the Supreme Heavenly World, have their memories erased, and be exiled to the lower world. Every year, every month, every day, a large number of people will enter and be exiled. This Supreme Heavenly World is highly developed. It has technology far beyond that of Blue Star. It also has powerful cultivation techniques. And all kinds of strange and bizarre spiritual pets. You can see powerful forbidden magicians here. See Beast Masters. Supreme Sword Masters. And so on. Everything, colorful, all kinds of styles of the endless trillion worlds are filled here. It is full of cyberpunk feeling. Even more cyberpunk than cyberpunk. Qin Ming walked out and wandered around. Watching a future technology airship flying by, or a flying carpet flying by. And all kinds of people, a person riding a double-winged lion flying in the sky, and a person with double wings on his back and a tail. He felt a little novel. Fortunately, Qin Ming has a strong ability to adapt. In less than half a day, he adapted to this place. Qin Ming first walked around and went to bars everywhere. The bartender was a guy with scales on his arms, and his attitude was pretty good. "What would you like to order, sir?" the bartender asked. "A glass of refreshing rainbow." Qin Ming didn't know what was here, so he ordered a glass of wine from Blue Star. "Please wait." The bartender smiled slightly, not unaware that it was a wine from Blue Star. The Supreme Heavenly World has all kinds of things. What the lower world has, there is here. What the lower world doesn't have, you can see here. The same is true for wine. Holding a glass of wine, drinking slowly. Not to mention, the taste is better than the taste on Blue Star. After entering the mouth, there is a long aftertaste. It can clear people's fatigue in an instant. On the huge screen of the bar, some wonderful pictures are being played. It seems that two lower worlds are fighting. I didn't expect that fighting in the lower world is just a tool for entertainment in the eyes of the Supreme Heavenly World, just like TV. Qin Ming sighed in his heart. Just when he was bored drinking, Qin Ming heard someone calling him. "Handsome guy, are you drinking alone?" A beautiful woman suddenly sat down next to Qin Ming. A pair of white high heels, straight and slender legs, a black 520 professional suit, and a great figure. There is no difference from the working women in the lower world blue star. Brown gold hair, oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, black eyes, and a high waist. Both the appearance and figure are 9 points. Hello, my name is Lu Yu, and I am from Blue Star like you. The only difference is that I joined here a year earlier than you. Lu Yu introduced herself, with a generous and cheerful personality. I don't quite understand, there seems to be only one Blue Star. When I came, it was the first time that people on Blue Star were selected to participate in the competition. Why did you come a year earlier than me? Qin Ming remembered that there had never been a large number of people selected on Blue Star. It's very simple. There are many Blue Stars in parallel time and space. You have already come to the Supreme Heavenly World. Are you still surprised by parallel time and space? Lu Yu blinked her big eyes and did not avoid the question. Qin Ming nodded. This was indeed not strange. After a moment of silence, he went straight to the point. So why did you find me? Just because we are all from Blue Star. Qin Ming would not think that just because of this, he was targeted by such a beautiful woman. In theory, the 100,000 people who were promoted this time were all from Blue Star. Haha, handsome guy is really sharp. Lu Yu smiled, and her already beautiful face became even more moving. Then, her face became serious and she said word by word, the reason is very simple. I invite you to join us. Chapter 80. Reason. Qin Ming took a sip of wine calmly. He did not agree immediately. Although the beauty in front of him had a mature temperament and good looks. Very tempting. But he was not so immobile just because she was beautiful. He did not even look at her more. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment. She was such a beautiful woman. No matter which man saw her, he would look at her more. She went to talk to men by herself. She never failed. Others always begged her to surround her. Like a dog. This time, she took the initiative to come. She invited the other party, but the other party was so calm. This made her feel a little shocked. But she would not give up so easily. The Supreme Heavenly World also has competition, the weak will be eliminated and exiled. You should know this. Lu Yu also ordered a glass of wine and talked while talking. Then, join forces to keep warm and improve competitiveness. Qin Ming was still unmoved. Yes. In the Supreme Heavenly World, it is popular to keep warm together. People from the same world or star often gather together to exchange resources and information and take care of each other. People from the Blue Star from different parallel time and space will naturally gather together. Lu Yu knew that Qin Ming was a smart person. He did not hide anything and said everything. Qin Ming was silent and did not speak. You don't have to refuse in a hurry. You can think about it again. But I have to remind you that in the Supreme Heavenly World, it will be very difficult if you don't keep forces together. Lu Yu seemed to have expected that Qin Ming would not join decisively. He was not disappointed. Qin Ming still did not speak, but Murray drank. Whether it is difficult or not depends on the person. You will know after trying. I want to ask, how do you know I am from Blue Star, and why do you want to invite me? Qin Ming will not answer whether to join. But he changed the subject. Lu Yu came over almost as soon as he arrived at the bar. It is obvious that she has known him for a long time. I learned about it from here. Lu Yu handed over a watch. This is a product of the Supreme Heavenly World, which records the relevant information of people who have recently joined the Supreme Heavenly World. For example, someone who has been promoted, from which planet, world, and the approximate potential. Anyone who buys this watch can check the relevant information from it. Qin Ming took off the watch and looked at his information displayed on it. Name, Qin Ming. Gender, male. Age, 20 years old. From, Blue Star. Potential rating, A level. That's all the information about him. This means that this watch is just a rough statistics of the promoted people. We will consider recruiting all those who have reached level B or above. Your potential rating has reached level A, so we value it very much. Qin Ming glanced at the watch. He returned the watch to Lu Yu. Let's talk about it later. Qin Ming did not refuse, nor did he agree. He continued to drink leisurely. He was used to living alone and did not like being bound. He just didn't say it clearly, which was considered to leave a way out for the other party. If you want to join the organization in the future, you can contact me. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. If the other party did not refuse, there would be another chance in the future. But she also knew what to do and did not continue to disturb him. This is my contact information, contact me anytime if you have anything. After that, Gu Yu gave Qin Ming a business card. She left the bar in high heels. Qin Ming was very calm. In fact, this supreme heavenly world is no different from Blue Star. It's just a high-end Blue Star. There are all kinds of strange things here. It's just that there are more personalities. These Tiandao players, in their own worlds, are actually just like playing games. It's just that if you lose, the price is very high. So, it's understandable that someone snatches talents. Just like during the college entrance examination, the top scorers in liberal arts and science in each province and the top students in the conference are snatched by colleges and universities. Lu Yu, who had already left, suddenly turned back. Oh, beauty, are you so reluctant to leave me? Qin Ming teased. I think too much. Lu Yu rolled her eyes and then took out 10 exquisite gift boxes. This is what I give you on behalf of our organization, just treat it as a meeting gift. After saying that, she handed the gift box to Qin Ming. Before Qin Ming could refuse, Lu Yu had disappeared. Qin Ming smiled helplessly. I have to say, she is not a very smart woman. In order to prevent herself from refusing, she turned around and left. Accepting a gift by herself is also considered to be taking a shorthand. In the future, you will owe someone a favor. No matter how thick-skinned you are, you won't return the favor. At least they won't become enemies with the forces she belongs to. It's a way of making friends. Qin Ming didn't hesitate and accepted the gift box decisively. He continued to drink. Brother, you have the heart to refuse such a beautiful woman, you have it. The bartender teased. Qin Ming just spread his hands. Do you know who that beautiful woman is? The bartender pretended to be mysterious. Qin Ming was not interested and did not ask. Lu Yu, a famous beauty in the supreme heavenly world, there are few men who want to get close to her but have no chance. I didn't expect you to refuse directly. What a pity. Seeing that he didn't whet Qin Ming's appetite, the bartender could only say decisively. Qin Ming just smiled and didn't speak. Finished the wine. Paid the money. The money in this world is the world points. Leave the bar. After strolling around, Qin Ming returned to the residence he came out of before. Open the gift box. There is a time accelerator inside. 5 times acceleration. Accelerator? This gift is quite expensive. Qin Ming thought about it and knew it. Accelerators must be rare resources. During the Myriad Worlds War, he had also visited the exchange. But no one was selling this thing. Come to think of it, most people would keep this kind of thing for themselves. In the 10 years from becoming the Heavenly Dao to being promoted to the Supreme Heavenly World, he had never seen many acceleration props. Lu Yu gave such a valuable thing as soon as they met. Li Zhao really made him owe him a favor. Qin Ming was quite free and easy. He owed it, and he would pay it back later. He wandered around in the next few days. He became more and more familiar with the Supreme Heavenly World. He had completely adapted to everything here. While walking in the sky, he heard a familiar system prompt. Player Qin Ming, congratulations, you won the first place in this assessment. Specially reward you, a 5x accelerator. You and your Immortal Cultivation World have successfully been promoted to the Class C War Zone. Keep going, looking forward to your continued efforts. Qin Ming took a look and saw that his personal page had an extra 5x accelerator order. Including the previous one, there are already 2 5x accelerators. Class C War Zone. Qin Ming remembered. I learned about it in the Supreme Heavenly World these 2 days. The lower world is divided into levels. There are mainly 4 major stages, A, B, C, and D. Class D is the lowest and Class A is the highest. The previous battle between them in Myriad Worlds was in the Class D War Zone world. Chapter 81. Early the next morning. The ranking of this time has been announced in the Supreme Heavenly World. You can check it in the System Announcement System interface. The first place is a blue star Xian countryman, Qin Ming. The second place is a stone planet person, Baikalu. The third place is from the Psi Forest world, Mao Lin. The first place is a blue star person. It turns out that we blue star people got the first place. Ziba, how could it be a Xian countryman who got the first place? It's really abominable. Don't we have strong seeded players in Dahan? Baga, it turned out that a Xian countryman got the first place. My Sakura Island should be the first. I'm so happy that the Blue Star people finally made it into the top 100. RR Baikalu only the second place. Psi Forest won the third place this time, very good, keep it up. Any speech in the Supreme Heavenly World will be quickly translated by the system. So people from different worlds can communicate easily without any obstacles. The citizens of the Supreme Heavenly World saw the system announcement early in the morning. They discussed it one after another. In the Supreme Heavenly World, Blue Star is just a relatively ordinary planet world. No matter which blue star is in each parallel time and space, few people can enter the top 100. Most of the time, Blue Star people just pass the assessment. The ranking is often not high. In addition, there are many countries and regions within the Blue Star people. For example, Yunnan Country, Sakura Island Region, Monkey Country, Eagle Country, Kangaroo Country, Xian Country, White Elephant Country, Bear Country, etc. There are many factions, fighting openly and secretly. It is difficult to gather strength and enhance the influence of Blue Star in the Supreme Heavenly World. Relatively speaking, it is relatively ordinary. Generally, not many people pay attention to Blue Star. Because of Qin Ming, many people began to pay more attention to Blue Star. At this time, all the major clubs in the Supreme Heavenly World held meetings. Almost all of them decided to pull Qin Ming into their camp. To win over seed players and strengthen themselves. This is what happens every time the D-level world assessment ends. Longchen Club. An elegant man in a suit with wings on his back drove a futuristic airship to Qin Ming's residence and found Qin Ming. Mr. Qin Ming, I am from Longchen Club, one of the most famous clubs in the entire heavenly world. Now on behalf of Longchen Club, I formally invite you to join us. Earth Roaring Club. A woman with elf ears wearing a high-slit golden skirt came on a sky-breaking eagle. Mr. Qin Ming, on behalf of the Earth Roaring Club, I solemnly invite you to join us. Water Moon Club. A middle-aged man with gills came on a magic carpet. Mr. Qin Ming, we are the Water Moon Club, one of the most patient and sincere clubs for newcomers. Join us and let you integrate into this world faster. The downstairs where Qin Ming is already crowded. Many people came and asked Qin Ming to join the organization and forces behind them. There is no way, the first place means strong combat power and potential. Whoever can get it means a better future. No one wants to miss it. If a citizen sees this scene, he will definitely be shocked. Because the clubs that appear here are places that countless newcomers dream of joining. But these clubs have extremely high requirements for the students themselves. For example, potential, combat power, and even age. They have always eliminated and rejected others. Mr. Qin Ming, our Longchen Club is strong and has abundant resources. Newcomers in the past like to choose our club. You can find relevant information in the system. Join us, you will never regret it. The man in a suit with wings on his back said confidently. The Longchen Club is very famous in the supreme heavenly world. Both newcomers and old people are trying their best to join them. But they recruit very few people every year, and only those with strong potential can be favored by them. There are even fewer people who can be invited by them actively. For many people, this is an honor. The elf-eared beauty on the side was afraid that Qin Ming would be snatched away, so she hurriedly said. Our Earth Roaring Club has a very old experience. It is one of the oldest in the entire supreme heavenly world. The connections and resources behind it are very strong, and the experience of fighting myriad worlds is very sufficient. I hope you will consider it carefully. The elf-eared beauty also introduced the advantages of the organization behind her. Mr. Qin Ming, our Shuiyu Club is the most friendly club for newcomers, and it has a good reputation. You should consider us. The middle-aged Fishgill also persuaded. Our Longchen Club promises to give you the best treatment for newcomers, a 5-fold accelerator and a middle-level heart of the world. The young man in a suit with wings sneered. Our Earth Roaring Club can also give you a 6-fold accelerator and 10,000 world points. The elf-eared beauty also quickly offered her own benefits. Our Shuiyu Club also promises to give you 30,000 world points and a 5-fold accelerator. Join us. The middle-aged man with fish gills also offered the same benefits. The three of them refused to give in, and all wanted to win Qin Ming over. The three clubs are all very strong, and the conditions are similar. If Qin Ming has nothing, he is just a rookie. These conditions are indeed very attractive. But Qin Ming now. He has 250,000 world points in his hand. And 2 5-fold accelerators. These conditions are not enough to make him excited. In addition, he is also used to living alone and unrestrained. Join the organization. First, there are constraints and it is uncomfortable. Second, he does not know the specific situation of these organizations. But there must be many strong people. He has his own secrets. If he is seen through, it will not be fun. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. Whether it is personality or for insurance purposes. He will not consider joining the organization. Sorry, I don't want to join any club now. Qin Ming decisively refused. The people of the three major clubs were stunned. Even the people of other clubs who had not yet entered the door were stunned. Is this young man serious? The three major clubs are good, and countless people want to get in. How many people are eager to enter such clubs every year? Entering such a club can save people at least 20 years of struggle. It contains a lot of resources, connections, and experience. It brings a lot of benefits. How many people have tried their best and couldn't get it? I didn't expect Qin Ming to refuse like this. And the refusal was so straightforward. There was no hesitation or dragging. This kind of determination made the many club spokespersons who came to grab people dumbfounded. Are the new kings now so individualistic? Playing with your own future? Isn't this a self-destructive future? Many people think that Qin Ming must be confused. Qin Ming was too lazy to explain. He doesn't need these, he can still rise. Chapter 82. Reject. Reject without hesitation. The three major clubs stood there like petrified. Can you believe it? Three well-known clubs. Countless people cried and shouted. They tried their best to get in. It is a great honor to join. You will be very proud if you brag about it, and you will be complimented by countless people. It will save you decades of detours. Not to mention that you will soar to the sky in the future, but at least your starting point may be the end point of others. But the young man in front of him refused. The spokespersons of the three major clubs all looked unhappy. How many years has it been? How many years has no one refused the invitation of the three major clubs? The last session, the session before, the EFE plaque. Counting up, basically most of the newcomers. No one can refuse the invitation of the three major clubs. Who would give up such a good future? And it was the three major clubs who took the initiative to invite. What a great honor! Outside Qin Ming's door, there were still many journalists. And the spokespersons of other clubs who are waiting. Yes, there are also news practitioners in this world, who broadcast news about the supreme heavenly world every day. Young man, you are still young, don't be impulsive and ruin your bright future. The man in the double-winged suit tried to stay calm and still wanted to fight for it. Although it was very embarrassing to be rejected in person. But Qin Ming was the rookie king, and it was worth it for him to do so. Yes, it is very difficult to fight alone in the supreme heavenly world. Even the rookie king may die under the crushing of the old man. The elf-eared beauty also advised. She had seen many geniuses among the rookies, complacent. In the end, he met a strong old player and was directly destroyed. If you think the benefits are too little, my Shoyu club promises to give you another 10,000 world points. What do you think? The Fishgill man directly used the benefits as an offensive, hoping to impress Qin Ming. Qin Ming just waved his hand. He had decided not to join. These benefits are not that good, and they are not very attractive. He can't get carried away for such a small profit. Reject. Still reject. Reject without hesitation. The spokespersons of the three major clubs are now completely embarrassed. They are also well-known figures in their respective clubs. But they rarely persuade a newcomer like this. If it weren't for the fact that the other party is the new king, they would not come in person. They can come here because they value Qin Ming very much. They can take the initiative to persuade, and they have already lowered their posture. This newcomer is so disrespectful. The people of the three major clubs are a little unhappy. Qin Ming, I hope you don't regret it. Rejecting us is not a wise thing. The double-winged suit man of the Longchen Club has a gloomy face. The tone of his words has begun to change slightly. This is a hidden threat. There is no shouting for war and killing. But it is said that this is an unwise behavior. It's just that the words are better, and they didn't completely tear their faces apart. The people of the other two clubs didn't speak. But it can be seen that he is also unhappy. Qin Ming thought it was funny. Invitation to join should be a two-way thing. What? Can you force a sale? Qin Ming will not let anyone bully him. Are you threatening me? Qin Ming looked at the man in the double-winged suit with a cold look. If you want to understand it that way, it's not impossible. Newcomers should act like newcomers. The man in the double-winged suit looked even gloomier. There was an invisible pressure spreading from his body. People from other clubs quickly dispersed, fearing that they would be involved. Oh no, Carlo is angry. It's over, this kid is finished. Carlo is a master who has been in the sea-level war zone for many years. It's too easy for him to crush the newcomer. This kid is too stupid and too stubborn. It's better to teach him a lesson, so that the newcomers won't be so conceited. Carlo is very strong and has reached the second stage level. This is not a joke. The newcomer is probably no more than 0.5 stage. Now it's going to be a good show. I've already thought of the news. It's called the second stage old man beating the newcomer king. Ha ha ha. The gill man and the elf-eared beauty frowned. It's not good to spread that the old man bullies the newcomer right away. But they didn't stop it. He also wanted to use Carlo to suppress Qin Ming's arrogance. Others had no reason to stop him. They all looked like they were enjoying the show. Carlo seemed gentle and gentlemanly. But the pressure he exuded was quite overbearing. Are you teaching me how to do things? He didn't need anyone to teach him what a newcomer should be like. Qin Ming's eyes turned cold. Forced buying and selling and still need to fight? If he could endure this, he might as well just hit his head and die. Boom! A majestic momentum emerged from Qin Ming. A huge crack was torn in the floor. The onlookers' eyes were about to pop out. The pressure of a newcomer could actually tear open the building of the Supreme Heavenly World? It was outrageous. The Supreme Heavenly World was the heavenly world above trillions of myriad worlds. The buildings here were extremely solid. In terms of toughness and strength, they were comparable to the supreme divine weapon in the lower world. Even if the strong men in the lower world used all their strength, they might not be able to leave a mark on the buildings here. Qin Ming, a newcomer, could tear the floor apart directly. What kind of monster is this? Even this group of old people watching, they can't be so powerful with their pressure. Horrible. Strong. Horrible. These are the opinions that emerged in the minds of the onlookers in an instant. Carlo was also surprised. But as a second stage strong man, he would not give up so easily. Boom! An unparalleled pressure burst out from Carlo. The pressure of both sides clashed. Kong kong kong. A huge collision sound of metal and iron was heard all around. Ka! Carlo couldn't hold on, his veins bulged all over his body, and he was sweating all over. Even the floor tiles under his feet were stepped on and cracked. How can this Qin Ming be like a monster? Carlo felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have taken action. At this time, if he lost, he would definitely be ridiculed by many old people. Oh! Once the bow is shot, there is no turning back. He gritted his teeth and tried to hold on a little longer. But the pressure was so overbearing that it was like a sky hammer. It came down from the sky. Bang! Carlo spurted blood from his mouth. He smashed the window like a broken stone and fell to the street. Carlo fell to the ground unconscious. The ground around him cracked. DAF! The onlookers gasped. The hair on their bodies stood on end, and they were terrified. Carlo, a dignified second stage master. He was beaten like this just by the pressure. And the other party was just a newcomer who had just been promoted. Turning back, Qin Ming stood calmly in place. From beginning to end, he had not moved a step. He directly crushed the old man Carlo with just the pressure. You are standing here, are you ready to be like him? Qin Ming's cold eyes swept around. Even without the slightest pressure. Looking at the emotionless, bottomless eyes. These people were so scared that they quickly lowered their heads and dispersed in disgrace. The fish-gill-headed and elf-eared beauties twitched their mouths. They secretly rejoiced in their hearts. They didn't make a move just now. Their strength was not much different from Carlo. They would definitely end up the same way if they fought with Qin Ming. The two wanted to explain. Get out! Qin Ming shouted suddenly. The two felt their brains buzzing, and the next second, two Daoist figures flew out of the room. At the corner of the stairs, the two climbed up with difficulty, their whole bodies weak. That shout almost made them wet their pants. This newcomer is so scary. The two didn't care about their face and left here in disgrace. If they stayed for a while, they were afraid that they would be crushed to death. Chapter 83. There were many onlookers. The news here spread quickly. A large number of eye-catching headlines appeared in the system headlines. It quickly topped the Heavenly World News hot search list and continued to dominate the list. Newcomer Qin Ming beat up the old man Carlo from Longchen Club. Shocked. Old man Carlo was scared to jump out of the window by a look. Longchen Club can't even deal with newcomers? It's going downhill. Why did the two major clubs, Dadi Roar and Shuiyu, wet their pants for no reason? Please read the Heavenly World News. One person scared off three major clubs, and the other party was just a newcomer of this session. The top 20 of the Heavenly World hot search list. There are 12 real introductions related to Qin Ming. The first, second, and third hot searches. The 3 apex-level hot positions. All occupied. Qin Ming, the new king of this session. Not only did he refuse the personal invitations of the 3 major clubs, he also fought with the people of Longchen Club. The most crucial point is that Qin Ming won. 4, 6, 7. Qin Ming's actions undoubtedly offended the 3 major clubs. It instantly detonated the supreme heavenly world. It caused widespread heated discussions. Some people think Qin Ming is too arrogant. Hey! This young man is still too naive. Maybe he thinks he is a genius. He is the first place today and the new king. He is so proud. I don't know what he is talking about. He has no respect for the supreme heavenly world. This is not the lower world. That's right. The initial assessment only takes place in the Class D war zone. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of us old people, it's just a bunch of rookies. So what if he is a new master? Too arrogant. It's hard for such a person to get by. He beat up the people of Longchen Club. He is still very powerful. So what if he is powerful? The new kings are all strong, but they are far worse than the old people. It's even worse than the club. This kid is miserable this time. Offended the wrong person. Some people also think Qin Ming is awesome. Oh my god, this guy is good. I have been annoyed with these idiot clubs for a long time. FK, it's me, I went. There is no way, Yuan, maybe this is the god. A ruthless rejection. He did what I have dreamed of doing for many years. Qin Ming, awesome. These clubs probably didn't expect to be rejected by a newcomer like this, haha, I laughed to death. Awesome. A real man, fighting at the slightest disagreement, I like it. A real man should be so tough. Afraid of the club. The northwest of Heavenly World. The Brave Road. The land here is very expensive and the price is extremely high. A small shabby house can easily cost millions of world points. Those who can live here are all well-known figures and forces. In a luxurious fortress. Carlo was sent back. A few men in suits with wings on their backs sat in the hall. The faces were quite ugly. Several people were discussing countermeasures. This new guy is too arrogant. He beat Carlo like this. He doesn't give him any face at all. Humph, the higher UPS have issued orders to strictly handle this matter. We can't let Longchen Club lose face. Then what should we do? This new guy seems to be a bit strong. What else can we do? Of course, we have to get back the place. Carlo can't be injured like this. The new guy must pay the price. Several people looked sinister. As the management cadres of Longchen Club, they are in charge of this area. But such a mistake happened. It was also on the hot search. The higher UPS were very angry and ordered them to deal with it immediately. Otherwise, they will be in trouble. After discussing, several people quickly formulated a sinister plan. Qin Ming left his residence and wandered around to get familiar with this area. He was in an ordinary civilian area. Various expenses were relatively low. Every promoted newcomer would be arranged to live here directly by the system. There are also some old people from the past who live here for various reasons. Including some people with weaker abilities who can't make it, they also choose this place. Therefore, the residents of this area are mixed, and there are all kinds of people. The full cyberpunk style makes Qin Ming linger. Here, there are a series of daily life and entertainment places such as restaurants, cafes, bars, etc. on Blue Star. After all, the people of the Supreme Heavenly World are also human. Usually fighting in the lower world is very tense. If you are not careful, you will lose your head. So every time you return here, many people will come here to spend crazily. No one knows when they will be eliminated or killed by other worlds. Try to be as carefree as possible. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Qin Ming looked up and saw a restaurant. This restaurant has 3 big words written on it. Shu Restaurant. I didn't expect to meet a restaurant from Xian country here. Qin Ming's heart moved. It is also a kind of fate to meet fellow villagers in such a place. I must go in and taste the food. Step in. Most of the people here are standard Blue Star people. Among them, Oriental people are the main ones. Those who like to eat Oriental dishes only have those few restaurants. 0. Kimchi Country, Sakura Island, Monkey, Xian Country. He chose a seat by the window and sat down comfortably. What would you like to order, sir? Kung Pao chicken, boiled pork slices, mapo tofu, dengying beef, spicy shrimp. Another portion of stir-fried lotus root slices. By the way, give me an orange, thank you. Okay, please wait. Qin Ming ordered some classic dishes and leaned against the window to look at the scenery. A couple from Kimchi country walked into the restaurant. Ziba, do you want to eat Xian country food? Honey, how about we eat kimchi? The woman was heavily made up and looked like a ghost. It is said that the people of Xian country are not suitable for fighting, but only for cooking. Why not come and try it? The man whispered to comfort his girlfriend beside him. The two of them just chose a seat next to Qin Ming. Qin Ming, who had sharp 5 senses, was unhappy when he heard this. It was as if Shu cuisine, one of the 8 major cuisines of Xianguo cuisine, was not as good as your kimchi. Did the Xian people forget the experience of being beaten by Xianguo on Blue Star? The waiter came with the menu. As a result, the woman asked for privileges. Hey, we have been here for a minute, why don't you serve the dishes quickly? Madam, you haven't ordered yet. Please order before we can make it for you. Oh, these Xian people are really, we Dahan people come to show our respect, but they are so neglectful to us. Madam, please don't be unreasonable. Ziba, you say I am making trouble? We Han people come to show our respect, which is a blessing for you Xian people. The woman complained in various ways, and her boyfriend beside her did not speak, but did not stop her. Coincidentally, at this time, Qin Ming's dish was already 0.1 ready. Another waiter came with a tray. Before the waiter put the dishes in front of Qin Ming, the woman from the kimchi country was immediately furious. Ziba, why did you serve him so quickly? Do you look down on us Han people? I tell you, if you offend us Han people, you will suffer. The kimchi woman kept chattering. The whole restaurant was attracted by her gaze. But no one came out to dissuade her. The Han people have some power in this area. And the Han people themselves like to stick together. Under normal circumstances, if you can avoid provoking them, try not to provoke them. Otherwise, they will find all kinds of reasons to deal with them. The key is that you can't do anything to the other party. After all, they are numerous and powerful. Most of the time, when encountering this situation, everyone is also helpless. Bang! There was a loud noise. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 84. The chair the woman from Kimchi country was sitting on broke. The woman fell to the ground. The face painted like a ghost was twitching with pain. What are you doing? The woman screamed. All the players in Heavenly World are much stronger than the humans on Blue Star. The woman was quite strong and jumped up. She looked at Qin Ming angrily. The man was also very angry and looked at Qin Ming with unhappy eyes. You keep talking nonsense, right? When did the people from Dahan, who came out of the kimchi jar, become so arrogant? Qin Ming was in a good mood. But he was disturbed by this. He hasn't even had a bite of hot food yet. These 2 dead kimchis are still talking nonsense here. The strong sense of superiority is about to float out of the restaurant. So what if you are arrogant? We Dahan people have this ability. The woman was relentless, and her face was thicker than the layer of mud-like makeup. Not only did she not feel guilty, she also looked very arrogant. Are the kimchis as thick-skinned as your makeup? 30 Qin Ming looked at the other person and found it a little funny. These kimchis were both inferior and arrogant on Blue Star. This twisted personality came from their years of submission to Xian country as a vassal state. Later, they served as dogs for Eagle country and got a little better. They began to look down on Xian country in various ways. When they were on Blue Star, Qin Ming didn't think much of these kimchis. When they came to this supreme heavenly world, they felt that they were going to heaven after a little better development. And they were met by Qin Ming. If not you, who should they blame? After Qin Ming said this, the diners stared at the woman's face. Don't say it, the makeup is really thick. And it's as ugly as a ghost. This guy is so talented, I can't help it, I'm going to spit out my food. I'm dying of laughter, his face is thicker than his makeup, how can this guy say that? It feels good, finally someone is against these self-righteous pickles. Many diners couldn't hold back and spit out their food. You. The woman made so many people laugh, and San's face turned red. The face twitched, and the thick makeup she had applied actually fell off. Oh my god, the makeup fell off? Amazing! This makeup is really unique. Her face is thicker than her makeup, the more I think about it, the funnier it gets. This woman really looks very confident, Pukin. Originally, some diners tried to hold back their laughter. Now they couldn't hold back their laughter and laughed. The whole restaurant instantly became extremely joyful. Are you arrogant? The woman's face was swollen to the color of liver. The woman was laughed at wildly, and she blamed Qin Ming for all the anger. Oh, it's just so. Qin Ming said indifferently. If he hadn't been unable to help it, he would have almost laughed. This woman was laughed at by so many people, and she still stood here with a straight face. She is really thick-skinned. Do you dare to send me your world ID? Then, we can fight in the lower world. The woman asked with a sneer. Qin Ming didn't know the function of the world ID yet, so he immediately used the battle system to extract relevant information from it. The world ID is a unique symbol of each world. It can locate a world. There are mainly two situations. The first situation is that the two worlds are in different war zones and fight across war zones. There are 4 levels of war zones, A, B, C, and D. Each time they fight, they can only choose targets in their own war zones. This is a protection mechanism. It is a protection for lower-level war zones. Otherwise, the world in the A-level war zone can directly cross the war zone. Sweep the worlds of the lower levels. There is no need to fight then. However, if both parties lock each other through the world ID and agree to fight each other, based on the agreement of both parties, even if they are in different war zones, the system will allow both parties to fight across war zones. The second situation is in the same war zone. For example, they are all in the Class D war zone. There are also many ways to hide your coordinates in the war zone. In this way, others cannot find you for the time being. Or if you want to find yourself, it will cost a lot. The endless trillions of underworld are very mysterious. There are all kinds of ways to avoid scanning and hide oneself. It is not surprising. But the world ID is unique and fixed. Once you get the other party's world ID, the other party has no way to escape and can only be locked by you. In the same war zone, there is no need to make an appointment, just invade directly. Under normal circumstances, no one is willing to give out their world ID. What if the strength is not enough? When the time comes, someone from another war zone will come to your door. It is not right to fight. It is not right not to fight. You will inevitably be ridiculed and humiliated. You may even lose your life. What? Are you scared? The woman looked at Qin Ming's hesitation and looked proud. She felt that she had won back a city. In front of so many people, not giving the world ID. Isn't it just admitting defeat? Brother, don't agree to them. We are heroes and don't suffer losses in front of us. That woman will definitely let her boyfriend take action. 2 to 1, you have no advantage, brother. Brother, don't give it to me. This woman is too treacherous. She will definitely plot against you. Don't. The world ID is too important. They are likely to attack together. You are no match for them. Yes, I heard before that these cold people like to band together to plot against the new world. Don't let her provoke you. Good-hearted people persuaded one after another. Most of those who came here were from Xian country. It was very refreshing to see Qin Ming angrily scold the kimchi couple. As a blue star person, they all gave a kind reminder. Qin Ming's mind exited from the system. Knowing the importance of the world ID. Everyone, don't worry about me. Qin Ming felt a little warm in his heart when facing the advice of these Xian country people. But he also wanted to see the strength of the kimchi people. Qin Ming sent his world ID to the other party through the system. You are brave. 563. The woman also sent her world ID to the other party. Both parties exchanged world IDs. He actually agreed. He is so arrogant. The man didn't expect Qin Ming to really dare to hand over the world ID. I'll show you what the might of the great cold is. The woman's liver-colored face smiled. She and her boyfriend have teamed up to hunt countless worlds. They are quite powerful. And they have their own team. If Qin Ming dares to do this, he's dead. She can't wait to enter the lower world and prepare to attack Qin Ming's world. The kimchi couple left the restaurant with a smug look. They are ready to return to the lower world immediately. Qin Ming looked at the backs of the two people leaving, his eyes full of fluctuations. Calm, only calm. Brother, you are confused, those two lovers will unite and attack at a glance. You know the nature of the cold people, they have done despicable things in the Olympics. Brother, you should find 2 helpers or join a team as soon as possible. Young man, why bother? Other people in the restaurant felt sorry for Qin Ming. It doesn't matter. Qin Ming just shook his head. After being disturbed by this, he was in no mood. He ate a little to fill his stomach and left the restaurant in a hurry. He was also going to return to the underworld. Chapter 85. System, Return. Leaving the Supreme Heavenly World, returning to the Immortal Cultivation World. Please wait. A ball of light enveloped Qin Ming. The invisible power enveloped Qin Ming, instantly tearing through the endless time and space, leaving the Supreme Heavenly World. Swish! The Immortal Cultivation World flashed white light. Qin Ming returned. He stood on the top of the cloud, looking at the Immortal Cultivation World that he left. With a move of his feet, the mountains and rivers retreated. 2 time accelerators were taken out of the warehouse. The 2 5-time accelerators were touched by Qin Ming's hands. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. 5 times accelerator, upgraded to 50 times acceleration. 5 times accelerator, upgraded to 50 times acceleration. 250 times, just enough to increase the speed by 100 times. It's equivalent to staying in the range for 1 day, which is equivalent to practicing for 100 days. Staying in the range for a year is equivalent to practicing for 100 years. It's just a pity that the lifespan of these 2 accelerators is only 10 days. And the coverage range is only 100 miles. It is only effective within 100 miles centered on the accelerator. At most, after 10 days of 100 times acceleration. It is equivalent to 1000 days, about 3 years. For the Immortal Cultivation World, it is not too long. But at least 3 years of acceleration is enough for some cultivators with higher talent. His divine thoughts covered the entire Heavenly Dao sect. It was discovered that Yan Qingguo, Chen Yu, and Zhao Linger were all in seclusion near the main peak. They were not far apart. Most soul formation cultivators, Astral A monk of the projection realm was also practicing nearby. That's good, so I don't have to move people in. After determining the range, Qin Ming raised his hand and threw. 2 accelerators quickly fell on the main peak of Heavenly Dao sect. The coverage area just included the places where Yanqing Guyu, Chen Yu, and Zhao Linger were. It would be great if the whole world could be accelerated. Qin Ming pondered in his heart. The several acceleration arrays and accelerators he got were all small scale. They couldn't cover too many places. The only time the whole world was covered was before the system assessment, when the myriad worlds were collectively accelerated. When can we get some time props that can cover the whole world? Qin Ming clicked on the system wall. Check out items that can accelerate time over a large area. Searching, please wait. Search completed, displaying results. Incomplete time array, covers 300 miles, triple time acceleration, priced at 100,000 world points. Time spirit treasure fragment, covers 300 miles, double time acceleration, priced at 60,000 world points. Injured time beetle, covers 200 miles, double time acceleration, priced at 30,000 world points. Damaged time altar, covers 300 miles, quadruple time acceleration, priced at 170,000. Qin Ming took a look. These time accelerations are rare, the most is triple, the range is not too large, and it is extremely expensive. Take a look at items that accelerate time 5 times or more. He continued. Searching, please wait. Search completed, displaying results. Spring and autumn beetle, covers 400 miles, 5 times the speed, priced at 320,000 world points. Light and dark array, covers 600 miles, 7 times the speed, priced at 700,000 world points. Time golden bowl, covers 1,000 miles, 10 times the speed, priced at 1.2 million world points. Time mountain, covers 3,000 miles, 15 times the speed, priced at 4.8 million world points. Looking at the rows of time acceleration props, Qin Ming's face turned black. This is more than expensive. It's outrageous. The wider the area covered, the faster the time acceleration. Basically, the price doubled. Think about it, with 250,000 points in your hand, you can only buy a broken time accelerator. And the coverage range is only a few hundred miles. The entire Immortal Cultivation World is very vast. A few hundred miles can only cover a small area. Even thousands of miles are not enough. At least nearly 10,000 miles can play a little role. Just the acceleration props of 1,000 miles require millions of world points. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to find someone to squeeze some oil, otherwise it will be too slow to upgrade slowly. Qin Ming exited the system interface. He flashed to the cloud and overlooked the whole world. As the Immortal Cultivation World level reached the 2.0 stage, everything is growing and changing. Spirit Qi is more concentrated than before. The river has increased from thousands of miles to tens of thousands of miles. The highest peak has increased from thousands of feet to tens of thousands of feet. The mountains are endless and majestic. The natural environment has changed. It also allows the creatures in the world to grow rapidly. The flowers and plants are more lush. The flowers that used to grow to less than 1 foot long can now grow to nearly 10 feet long. Some plants that are not good enough. The quality is gradually improving, beginning to move towards yellow rank, low grade, middle grade, and even high grade. The size of the beasts is also increasing with the growth of spirit qi. A beast weighing 300 jin can reach 600 jin as spirit qi increases. There are more and more beasts that exceed 1000 jin or even 1000 jin. Some of these beasts absorb the spirit qi of heaven and earth, gradually transform into waves of monstrous power. The beasts transform into monsters. The physique of ordinary people has also been enhanced. A child can lift a stone weighing 100 jin as a toy. A very ordinary adult man can easily lift a stone weighing 500 jin. Even an old man with withered qi and blood can lift more than 200 jin. Those who are in their prime and have a little more physical strength can lift a huge stone weighing 800 jin or even 1000 or 2000 jin. On Blue Star, this can crush the world's weightlifting champion. In the past, only monks in the cause realm and body tempering realm could achieve this level. It is already exaggerated for ordinary people to be able to do this. Very good, the quality of human race has increased, and it can survive and reproduce better. Qin Ming nodded, very satisfied. From the system data, the number of human race has reached 9 million. The whole world is moving in a better direction. Continue to observe the monks. Compared to before, under the same realm, the combat power value that a monk can burst out is much higher than before the world level is upgraded. King Zhao's, such as the most basic body tempering realm monk. In the original world, there is less spirit chi. After a body tempering realm monk tempers his body, a full strength punch can only barely break the stone wall within a radius of dozens of feet. At most, a stone wall 100 feet away. Now, spirit the chi is more concentrated, and the spiritual power absorbed into the body is more powerful. The explosive power is also stronger. Without full strength, you can break the stone wall of 100 feet. With full strength, the stone wall within a range of 300 feet will collapse. The same is true for cultivators in other realms, and their strength will be improved to a certain extent. Moreover, because the environment of heaven and earth has changed, it is more conducive to cultivation. The speed of cultivation will also be faster. In other words, the improvement of the world level. It will gradually change and improve all living and dead things in the whole world, whether it is quantity or quality. This is also the significance of improving the world level. The whole world has been comprehensively improved because of this upgrade. Chapter 86. It's been a long time since I found a good seedling to cultivate. I wonder if a stronger seedling has been born. Qin Ming carefully observed the whole world through the eye of heaven. His eyes passed over the mountains and rivers and came to the towns. He kept searching in the villages and towns. He has the ability to identify. Anyone he sees will have a detailed description. Name, Wang Dongluo. Gender, male. Age, 17. Physique, ordinary. Spirit root, gold, wood, earth. No. Qin Ming quickly passed by. Name, Lin Tiancheng. Gender, male. Age, 16. Physique, ordinary. Spirit root, gold, wood, fire, water. No. Name, Zhang Yuanqing. Gender, male. Age, 27. Physique, ordinary. Spirit root, water, wood, fire. No. Name, Xieshaizi. Gender, male. Age, 47 years old. Physique, ordinary. Spirit root, gold, fire, earth. No. 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 After looking through them one after another, almost none of them are good. If it were in the past, Qin Ming would still be willing to find 2 triple spirit roots. At least, they can do some odd jobs. Now, the Immortal Cultivation World has developed to a certain extent. The requirements are definitely higher. Either you have a strong and special physique, or you have a heavenly spirit root. At least you have to have a dual spirit root, or a different spirit root, such as thunder spirit root, ice spirit root, etc. Forget mixed spirit root. The more complex the spirit root, the slower the cultivation. Unless it is a special 5 elements spirit root, the 5 elements are connected to form a special 5 elements spirit root. Then, in this case, you can also recruit. 5 spirit root and 5 elements spirit root are 2 different things. It is easy to confuse them with 007. Qin Ming's eyes quickly screened the population of a town. Unfortunately, most of them are mixed spirit root. The best 2 are only dual spirit root. Root is too old, and it is difficult to make a success in the introduction of cultivation. Big. Appears. Name, Shari. Gender, male. Age, 21. Physical fit, 7. Killing magic. Gaze spirit root, gold credit, Qi attraction realm. Qi attracting realm, and later body tempering realm, is foundation build in G realm before the two realms. Without foundation building, it is not considered to be a true journey of cultivation. Qi attracting realm, as the first stage. At most it is a transition. It is equivalent to the meaning of martial artist in the mortal world. Are you still cultivating? It's interesting. Since he has found a good seed, Qin Ming is not in a hurry and continues to observe. In the desert, the black-clothed youth Zhang Kuang ran all the way. Behind him, a large number of guards were chasing him. Quick, catch up and kill him for me. Brothers, hurry up, the Lord has ordered that whoever can kill this thief will get 300 taels of gold. The captain of the guard shouted to encourage. As soon as these words came out, a group of guards became more excited. The speed increased again. Someone was about to catch up with the black-clothed youth. You are not enough to take my life. Even though Zhang Kuang was chased like this, he was still calm. There was coldness in his words. The long sword in his hand was unsheathed. The long sword swept across, and the sharp sword force instantly penetrated the pursuers behind him. The 3 pursuers fell to the ground dead. Quick, accurate, and ruthless. He attacked without hesitation, extremely fierce. Especially the fierce look in his eyes. It was a temperament that was cultivated in long-term fighting. Whoever comes will die, come on. Zhang Kuang sneered, and he was still calm in this situation. He killed 3 people in an instant, and this scene made everyone behind him pause. These guards have no problem doing some bodyguard work. It's not a big problem to bully ordinary people. But they are a little scared when they meet a character like Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang. He is as famous as his name. Kuang. Not only is his personality flamboyant and arrogant, he is also very strong. As a killer, he has stepped on the heads of several dignitaries. And the other party has guards to protect him. This time, Zhang Kuang attacked a wealthy businessman again. Unfortunately, he failed. These guards are the subordinates of the wealthy businessman. They kept chasing Zhang Kuang. Along the way, they have lost nearly 10 people. Each time, they were killed with one blow. Very fierce. The guards have begun to fear this madman. Don't be afraid. He is just one person, and he was injured before, and now he is at the end of his strength. Now he is just holding on. There are so many of us, he can't handle it alone. The captain of the guards quickly encouraged his men. Don't forget, 300 taels of gold are waiting for the brothers. By the way, I'll make the decision, as long as we catch this thief this time, I'll take the brothers to Yanzhou to find Miss Ruhua and have fun. The captain of the guards kept shouting. When they heard about 300 taels of gold and Yanzhou's courtesan, these guards stared and immediately got courage. A group of guards drew their bows and arrows to circle and kill Zhang Kuang. For a while, arrows flew all at once. Zhang Kuang dodged with all his strength and split a large number of arrows with a knife. But he was still pierced by an arrow in his left arm. Blood gushed out. During this delay, the relay behind him had arrived. Thief, take my knife. Thief, give up, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Zhang Kuang, today, you must die. The encouraged guards rushed forward at an accelerated speed. Several swords were swung. Cut at Zhang Kuang. If you want my life, you must die first. Zhang Kuang blocked the 3 swords from behind with one sword. Dia. Kicked out with one leg. Kicked the internal organs of a guard directly to pieces. The pressure was instantly relieved. Zhang Kuang had extraordinary brute force. He shouted loudly and directly repelled the 2 swords in front of him with his sword. A long sword swept. A fine line appeared in the throat. 2 people fell down, holding their necks. When 3 people dragged him, more guards came. Zhang Kuang could no longer move. He was surrounded. Zhang Kuang, you have come to this day? Why don't you kill yourself and save us from the trouble? If you kill yourself, you will be left with a whole body. Otherwise, you will be torn into pieces and your bones will be pulverized. Why don't you kneel down and die quickly? Otherwise, when we catch you, we will torture you and make you wish you were dead or alive. The guards were also furious. Now they were facing a ruthless character like Zhang Kuang. If they didn't kill him, they would definitely not be able to escape. Want me to die? Then give me your life. Zhang Kuang was unmoved, and the long knife in his hand kept slashing. Every time it slashed, a flower of blood would splash. But he was just a mortal after all. He was injured when he attacked the rich businessman before. Just now, his left arm was pierced by a shot again. In addition, he was running all the way, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. He can't do it anymore, his legs are shaking. Come on, let's go together. The captain of the guards was sharp-eyed and noticed that Zhang Kuang's physical strength was rapidly decreasing. With a call, many guards rushed up and chopped. Between life and death, Zhang Kuang became more and more murderous and chopped wildly. Even though he was hit several times, he was still not chopped down. Instead, several guards were killed or injured again. Quick, 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 he can't do it, surround him and attack from all directions. The captain of the guards was very smart. You can block one direction, but you can't block all directions. Knives chopped from all directions. This time, Zhang Kuang was chopped more than a dozen times. The blood had already stained his black clothes. I, Zhang Kuang, am not destined to die. Kill, kill, kill. Zhang Kuang let out his last roar. Boom! A powerful force quietly surged out of his body. It supported Zhang Kuang and prevented him from falling down. One knife at a time. A large number of guards were killed by him. Dozens of guards were scattered all over the ground. Zhang Kuang had black hair and black eyes, standing in the pile of corpses, like a killing god. He was already conscious. It was just out of the instinct of survival. That will of not willing to fail supported him. He kept waving the long sword in his hand. In the end, the blade had curled, cracked, and broken. He still didn't want to fall. But the injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. The blood was almost drained out. He couldn't hold on any longer. But in the distance, there were still guards. This was a new batch. After a while, the world spun around, and Zhang Kuang closed his eyes. Standing there, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Even with such a serious injury, he still didn't want to fall. This was Zhang Kuang, a man with great perseverance. The next batch of new guards arrived, and they were all stunned when they saw this scene. The previous batch of guards. There were more than 130 people. Each of them was a martial Dao master. They were all killed just like that. Zhang Kuang, who was standing in the center of the battlefield, was standing in the middle of the pile of corpses. He held his head high. His eyes were only slightly closed. Is he dead? He should be dead. It's impossible for so many people to kill him and he's still alive. Go and try. The guards whispered. This was the first time they saw someone standing in the middle of the battlefield like this. Someone reached out to test his breath. There was no breath. He's dead. Take off his head and go back to report. Many guards were stunned by the scene and didn't want to stay for long. Someone stepped forward to take off the head. He was about to draw his sword. A dazzling light flashed. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. When the light disappeared, everyone found that Zhang Kuang, who was standing there, had disappeared. At the foot of a green mountain, Zhang Kuang was lying on a stone. He woke up suddenly. He quickly checked his whole body. He found that although his clothes were tattered, the wound had stopped bleeding. What happened? I'm not dead. Is this my hallucination? Is this still the human world? Zhang Kuang remembered that after he killed the first batch of pursuers, he no longer had the strength to fight. He couldn't even open his eyes. He was stabbed dozens of times at that time, it was impossible for him to survive. He slapped himself. It hurt so much. Suddenly, he looked at the mountain in the distance. He froze in place for a moment. Immortal. Chapter 87. A spiritual boat, carrying several monks, rushed to the sky. A flying sword, crossing 300 miles, cut through the vast river. A spiritual pet, roaring to shatter 100-foot mountain. A peony, gently flicked, shattered an ancient tree. A tall tower, slightly moved, suppressed a beast king. In the endless and distant mountains, there were bursts of ethereal and illusory bell sounds. It fell into the ears, but it was like thunder. The whole body was full of energy. Above the sky, a drop of rain fell. It turned into a 100-foot water dragon. Is this a fairy? If it is not a fairy, what is it? Ordinary people will never be able to touch such a place in their lifetime. The more Zhang Kuang looked, the harder it was to move his eyes. Infatuated. Drunk. I must become a disciple of these gods. Even if I can only learn a little, I will be satisfied. Zhang Kuang whispered softly. Practicing these supreme methods is better than being a killer in the mortal world. After making up his mind, Zhang Kuang headed towards the mountains. Do you want to cultivate immortality? A voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhang Kuang was startled. He looked around, up and down, left and right, east and west, north and south. He looked everywhere, but did not see anyone. It must be that I was injured too badly, hurting my brain, and I had hallucinations. Zhang Kuang shook his head and continued to walk. Don't you want to cultivate immortality? The voice exploded in Zhang Kuang's mind again. Zhang Kuang was sweating all over, and his hair stood on end. He was very cautious. He looked around nearby. But he couldn't find anyone. Is this hallucination so serious? Zhang Kuang twisted his arm fiercely, gritting his teeth in pain. It's not an illusion. But why does he always have voices in his head? This doesn't make sense. Do you know how you got here? Do you know how you got here when you were seriously injured? Why have you never seen flying in the first half of your life, but now you see it? The voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Kuang is not a dull person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to step into the Qi-attracting realm from an ordinary person. He can also successfully kill several high-ranking officials in the mortal world. Excuse me, are you an immortal? Zhang Kuang's knees softened, and he knelt on the ground, asking in a very pious and soft voice. He can have such a divine ability to make a voice appear in his head out of thin air. If this is not an immortal, what is it? The voice avoided answering, but said. Go 100 miles to the North Valley, there is someone waiting for you. After that, the voice disappeared completely. No matter how Zhang Kuang kneeled on the ground and asked, there was no response. North Valley. Zhang Kuang hurriedly got up and rushed. An hour later, Zhang Kuang came to the Northern Valley. The valley was very empty. But in the center, there was a huge stone. On the huge stone, there were some things. Zhang Kuang took it and looked at it. It was a token. It had the words Heavenly Dao written on it. In addition, there was a jade slip with 7 killing magic art written on it. Just touched the jade slip. A current rushed into Zhang Kuang's mind. Then, a large amount of information poured into his mind. Zhang Kuang fainted. When he woke up again, he found that there were many more cultivation methods in his head, and he was ecstatic. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to practice according to the method in his mind. In less than 3 breaths, a wisp of spirit chi was inspired by it. 7 killing magic art with 7 killing demon body is a perfect match. Qin Ming sat on the cloud. He drank tea leisurely. He had a full view of Zhang Kuang's performance. Before, Zhang Kuang fought with the guards. At the moment of life and death, an unyielding faith ignited. It broke through the cause realm into the body tempering realm. If he had not been injured so badly, he might have killed the guards behind him. With a mortal body, he entered the body tempering realm. Such talent, qualifications, and root bones are too rare. In the entire Heavenly Dao sect, only Yan King Gui root bone can be compared with him. When Qin Ming saved Zhang Kuang, he was on the verge of death. He used his magic power to keep him alive. Otherwise, Zhang Kuang would have died. He spent some points to select a cultivation method that was suitable for him from the system warehouse, and used it to upgrade the critical strike and put it in the valley. Then he guided Zhang Kuang to the valley. This is right in the main peak of the Heavenly Dao sect, covered by 100 times time acceleration. With this talent, he should be able to enter the foundation building soon. Qin Ming took a sip of tea. When he looked at the valley again, Zhang Kuang's aura had begun to change constantly. A stream of rich spiritual power was quickly attracted. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing a large amount of spiritual power into his stomach. The aura on his body surged. He stopped breathing. The spiritual power was quickly absorbed. A quarter of an hour, the peak of body tempering. An hour, entered the foundation building. Half a day, foundation building peaked. 1 day, core formation peaked. Qin Ming had nothing to do, so he brought hundreds of talented disciples from various towns. Give them skills. All practiced quickly. Zhang Kuang immersed himself in practice. Time passed quickly day by day. When he woke up, it was already the 3rd day in the valley. Boom! A powerful force emanated from Zhang Kuang. He clenched his fist. He felt full of infinite power, and it was a piece of cake to destroy mountains and fill the sea. Zhang Kuang checked his whole body. He found that all the scars on his body had disappeared. Stretch his muscles. He punched out lightly, punching through the mountain in front. Dauf. Even a calm person like Zhang Kuang was not calm when he saw this scene. How come I am so powerful after practicing for 3 days? Zhang Kuang looked at his hands in surprise. He made a series of moves. The opposite mountain was blown to pieces. It collapsed completely. Qi induction, body tempering, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, soul formation. I am now in the middle stage of soul formation. 0. Zhang Kuang was ecstatic. According to the 7 killing magic formula in his head, soul formation means a great power. Free to move forward and backward, unimpeded to come and go. Among millions of heroes, one can cut off the head of an enemy general with one sword. 3 days. Zhang Kuang's life is completely different. He should have died. He was rescued and got the supreme method. Practicing in this place with abundant spirit chi. Everything is so dreamy. Zhang Kuang was thinking while he was happy. It is easy to give me the method, save my life, and let me break through. Who is the one who guides me secretly? He knew that the existence was probably much more powerful than him. The other party could save him, lead him, and give him. I am afraid he could also kill him in an instant. He could easily give him these, and he could also easily take them back. The more he thought about it, the more he felt grateful besides being shocked and frightened. The worship and awe in his heart also became stronger. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be something written on the first page of the jade slip. He recalled carefully. The gods have given the law, so cherish it. The 8 big words were turned out by him. God. Zhang Kuang muttered to himself. He remembered a legend. In this world, there is a God who controls everything in this world. Combined with the previous situation, he met the god. Zhang Kuang, thank you for your supreme grace and power. If there is an order, I will go through fire and water and die without hesitation. Dong dong dong. Zhang Kuang knelt down respectfully on the ground. He knocked his head 3 times on the ground in front of him. The voice echoed again. Well, if you know how to be grateful, you can teach a child to die. Chapter 88. Taekwondo World, Humph, you two are really blind. That Immortal Cultivation World is not easy to mess with. A pretty boy in a Taekwondo uniform is typing quickly into the system. Warangdo World, what are you afraid of? The people in Immortal Cultivation World are very strong. As the Rookie King, they do have some talent and strength. Warangdo World, but what is the Rookie King compared to us old guys? His opponent is weak, so he looks very strong. Warangdo World, we have been struggling here for 5 years. Warangdo World, the accumulated foundation is more than 10 times stronger than that so-called Immortal Cultivation World. Are you still afraid of him? A woman with heavy makeup is typing quickly in another world. It is the kimchi girl in the Sichuan restaurant in the Supreme Heavenly World. Monster World, Kim Hyunji, are you going to help or not? If you don't, forget it. Monster World, if you're afraid, just say it. You must be afraid that 530, the Xian countryman, will defeat you. Monster World, you are a guy who is afraid of even the Xian countryman, a coward, just pretend we have never met. A man was also typing quickly in the system's private chat. It was the boyfriend of the heavily made-up woman. Taekwondo World, Suyan, Yungzi, I didn't mean that. The flower boy in the Taekwondo uniform was a little helpless. He didn't want to be misunderstood. But Cha Suyan and Park Yungzi kept scolding. With a helpless sigh, Kim Hyunji could only agree. Taekwondo World, okay, stop scolding, isn't it okay if I agree? Monster World, that's more like it, this is the spirit that we big kill men should have. Monster World, you can be afraid of people from the Eagle Country and the Bear Country, but you must never be afraid of people from the Xian Country. Warang World, yes, this time, we can defeat the people of Xian Country and win glory for our Dahan. Taekwondo World, only our 3 worlds? Are there other worlds? Warang World, I also contacted Shang Mei, Ren He, Jing Hao, Zaixiao, Yin He, and they are all preparing. Monster World, this time, we are well prepared, and that damn Xian country kid will definitely die. Warang World, I heard that the Xian country kid has annexed many worlds. This time, all will belong to us, haha. They should investigate clearly that Immortal Cultivation World was recently promoted from the Rookie War Zone to the Sea-Level War Zone. They are in the same war zone. In this way, there is no need to make cross-zone appointments. You can directly invade according to the world ID. Above the clouds, Qin Ming is reading a copy of Huangdi Niajing carefully. The ancients really have great wisdom. Qin Ming admired while watching. With a wave of his hand, 6 tables next to him. A flame appeared under the teapot. The tea boiled and poured into the teacup automatically. Pick up the teacup, Qin Ming blew away the temperature and drank it all. He put down the book and the teacup, and looked at the edge of the world. Is it here? Qin Ming muttered to himself. A huge gap appeared in the barrier of Immortal Cultivation World. The gate of the world slowly opened. The world bridge gradually connected the Immortal Cultivation World from another world. A monster roared and rushed over. The second gap opened. The third gap opened. The Zhang/Han monster world invaded. A huge monster, 1,000 meters long and 300 meters high. It rushed into the Immortal Cultivation World from the gate of the world. Dong dong dong. Every step he took, the ground shook. The ground sank into huge pits. Day. The giant monster rushed in. Behind it, such monsters came one after another. The Dragon War world invaded. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A 500-meter-long python rushed in. It rolled up its tail and rolled up dozens of huge towering ancient trees that needed to be hugged. The eating broadcast world invaded. Giant mouths appeared and swallowed. Swallowed a small mountain. Taekwondo world invaded. A 100-meter-tall giant rushed into the gap in the world. He looked up to the sky and did a 3-kick in the air. The huge soul kicked out a stream of power. He stomped on the ground. The earth tore open several huge cracks of 5 meters wide and unknown depth. One world after another, constantly invading. Finally, 11 gaps appeared. 11 world gates stood at the edge of the world. In the Jiangan monster world, Park Yongzi commanded tens of thousands of huge monsters to rampage in the Immortal Cultivation World. These monsters are from the Korean movie Jiangan Monster. Contaminated by chemical agents. Then mutated. These monsters are not only powerful. They have thick skin and flesh. And they are also quite agile and fast. Over the years, he has been constantly improving. Using various transcendent level chemical agents to continuously catalyze and stimulate. 0. Now these monsters are getting stronger and stronger. Hot weapons such as guns, tanks, howitzers, RPGs, etc., have no effect on monsters. It's basically just tickling. Not only that, ordinary magic, calendar. For these monsters, it doesn't make much sense. After mutation, they are bloodthirsty and brutal. Plus a thick outer skin. As long as they rush into a world, they can turn the world upside down. Park Yongzi relies on these powerful mutant monsters. Together with his girlfriend, they work together. Often plunder and annex other worlds. He has great confidence in these monsters. Go, monsters, kill this kid from Suanziguo for me. Ha ha ha. Park Yongzi laughed triumphantly. The monsters are rampaging at the edge of the world. Very savage and brutal. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of figures rushed out from the horizon. They are all powerful monks. At least they have reached the peak of core formation. There are many nascent soul monks. Dare to break into my immortal cultivation world? Die! Evil beast, don't destroy my immortal cultivation world, give me your life. A group of alien worlds are invading again, so I can only destroy you first. The monks attacked at the same time. Boom! A powerful wave of air exploded in the air. The fire dragon talisman flew out. The talisman shattered. A fire dragon flew out. The huge flames burned the earth and burned everything. Ignite a monster. The monster didn't care at first. It had been burned by fire 0.8 many times in the past. Every time it was just a tickle. After a breath, the fire dragon burned all over the body. The monster turned into a ball of fire and let out a shrill roar. It kept rolling on the ground. Want to extinguish the flames. But this is the true fire of Taoism. It was refined by the peak monk of core formation. The flames covered it, and now it is more than a full attack of core formation. This monster can indeed avoid ordinary water, fire, and hot weapons. General magic can also be directly blocked. But core formation can also be directly blocked. Formation peak, in the ordinary world, is still a top existence. This monster, how can it resist the burning of the fire dragon? In less than a breath, the monster was directly burned into a ball of ash. Park Yongzi noticed this and his eyes almost popped out. Swish, swish, swish. The monk raised his hand and scattered. Hundreds of fire dragon talismans fell from the sky. Chapter 89. How can these damn Qi refining warriors of Xian country be so strong? Park Yongzi never expected that these Qi refining warriors were so powerful. He just cast a talisman and killed a fierce monster. These monsters had been upgraded by him with chemical agents for no less than 7 or 8 times. A talisman fell down, and a large number of fierce monsters on the ground were burned to death. This new king of Xian country is really capable. But it's not enough to compete with us Dahan people. Park Yongzi's heart flashed with disdain. Flying wing monsters appear, knock down those chi refining warriors of Xian country. Accompanied by Park Yongzi's order. In the monster world, a team of monsters with a pair of flesh wings flew into the sky and rushed to the Immortal Cultivation World. Because of the immersion of chemical agents, these monsters look weird and very deformed and ugly. Huge and sharp teeth, like sharp daggers, grow in the bloody mouth. The wings behind are spread out, 20 meters long, covered with a layer of bat-like epidermis. The huge claws are as sharp as knives, thick and strong. These 30 deformed flying wing monsters are extremely fast, easily breaking the sound barrier and reaching several times the speed of sound. At the same time, Park Yongzi opened a live broadcast screen. He wanted to let the entire Class C war zone see how this Xian countryman was completely abused by their Dahan people. The title is, Dahan People Abuse Xian Countrymen, the most powerful Han Ming clan on Blue Star. The subtitle, This year's Xian Country Rookie King is just like this. This title instantly detonated the Class C war zone. There are 100,000 Blue Star people who have recently been promoted to the Class C war zone. In addition to the Blue Star people who have been promoted in previous sessions in various parallel time and space. This number group is not small. They are also the people who paid attention to this live broadcast room the fastest. The main title and subtitle with a very provocative style quickly attracted people's attention. In just a few seconds, thousands of players from other worlds entered the live broadcast room. Hey? Suanquo Newcomer King? Could it be Immortal Cultivation World? Immortal Cultivation World? Someone went to challenge Immortal Cultivation World. This year's newcomer king? He is very powerful, right? They are all younger brothers. The newcomer king is still a newcomer. If he faces an old man, 70 to 80% of them will lose. And they will lose miserably. They are all boastful newcomer kings. People will teach him a lesson in a minute. A group of players discussed in the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast screen, a large number of mutant monsters are running on the ground, and there are groups of flying wing monsters breaking the speed of sound and rushing to the sky. This seems to be the Zhong/Han monster world. I have heard that it is a cold person who has been in the Class C war zone for 5 years. 5 years of old man? His strength must be terrible. It is indeed very strong. He had admitted before that his world had reached the 2.0 stage. FK 2.0. The 2.0 world is enough to crush a newcomer, right? Of course, no matter how awesome a newcomer is, he can't be 2.0. The Han people do seem awesome. What the hell, they're just a bunch of idiots. A-hole, how dare you insult the noble Han people? What the hell, insulting you kimchi? Do you really think you're invincible? You really think you're the strongest country in the universe? Sakura Island is the best in the East. Get out of here, chicken. The discussion started with they. The more they cursed, the more intense it became. The heat was also getting higher, and a large number of Blue Star players from various parallel universes entered the live broadcast room. In half a minute, the number of online viewers reached 3,000. The speed was still soaring. Park Yun-hee looked at the increasing popularity. He smiled in his heart. Xian people, let me crush you under the gaze of so many Blue Star people. Park Yongzi quickly commanded the monsters to attack. In the picture, the monsters who received the order became even more crazy. The ground monsters accelerated the destruction. The flying winged monster roared and rushed towards the monk in the air. Hey! The flying winged monster blew a ball of fire from its mouth. These monsters have evolved fire attacks. How dare a mere firefly compete with the bright moon? A core formation monk shook his hand and cast a talisman. Fire Dragon Talisman. The talisman instantly turned into a 10-foot-long fire dragon. The roaring fire dragon collided with the flying winged monster. It was just a face-to-face encounter. The opponent was suppressed by the fire dragon. Other flying winged monsters opened their mouths and spit out flames at the same time. 3 flames jointly resisted the fire dragon talisman. This barely blocked it. A ball of fire appeared in the air, and the temperature rose rapidly. All the flying winged monsters joined the battle. The monks were not in a hurry. Standing in the air, a handful of talismans were thrown out. Heavenly fire dragons were flying. People in the live broadcast room were discussing fiercely. Looks like this is the Immortal Cultivation World. Immortal Cultivation World Niobe, beat all these monsters down. Is this the Qi refining of Xian country? Rookie King? Nothing more than that. These monsters are already at a disadvantage, even a talisman can easily suppress a monster. Damn Xian people, you will definitely lose. Wei Dahan will always be the first. Sakura Island is the first. Sakura Island, Kimchi Jar, all of you get out of here, stop disgusting people, okay? Baga, you Xian people, get out of here. Ziba, Xian country is really disgusting. I can really see you two disgusting people everywhere, damn it. The live broadcast room was noisy again. The heat was rising again. The number of viewers continued to increase. In just 2 minutes, the number of people had reached 9,000. The popularity continued to soar. On the battlefield. Although these mutant monsters are powerful, but just the monks at the peak of core formation are enough to crush them. The monk shook his hand and scattered talismans all over the sky. The fire dragon, 363 talismans, shields, swords, knives, axes and other talismans all appeared. The monsters on the ground were suppressed and couldn't raise their heads. The flying wing monsters can dodge some with their agile speed. But as long as they get a little closer, they will be dragged into a fierce battle immediately, and then wait for the fate of being strangulation. A nascent soul monk took action, and a flying sword turned into a huge sword of 100 feet. Slashed with one sword. Dozens of huge flying wing monsters nearby were instantly chopped to pieces. Nascent soul monks, sweeping across the ground and sky. No one can match them. The live broadcast room continued to quarrel. It's still my great Xian country, the monks are everywhere, who can stop them? Ziba, Appa must hold on, can't let the Xian people win. The Xian people can only rely on flying to suppress Kimchi. FK, we meet on the battlefield, do Daoists still want to chat with you? Stupid. Baga, who are you scolding, damn Xian people? You deserve to be scolded, right? Foot basin chicken. Ziba, these Xian people are so rude. FK, it's so funny, I'm rude, damn, stinky/pen. Appa must crush these Xian people and let them know who is the first in the universe. The first in the universe, haha, it's hilarious. The live broadcast room was getting more and more noisy. The number of players watching online at the same time exceeded 30,000. Every minute, thousands of people joined the live broadcast room. On the battlefield, the monks had completely crushed the monsters, forcing them to flee everywhere. Chapter 90. Park Yongzi is not happy now. He wanted to show off. But now it's all right. He was repelled by his first attack, which was embarrassing. It seems that I underestimated you. But if you think you can beat me like this, then you are wrong, Xian people, you are still far away. Park Yongzi's first wave of attacks was more of a test. As an old man who has been hanging around in the Class C war zone for 5 years, he naturally has more powerful cards. He can hang around for 5 years. Of course he has a foundation, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Now, the foundation and trump cards can be played directly. Monster King, come out! With Park Yongzi's shout. On the world bridge, a monster king with a height of 1 kilometer and a length of 3,000 pieces suddenly appeared. Each monster king was selected from thousands of powerful monsters. Park Yongzi once spent a lot of world points to exchange for chemical agents. Let the monster king mutate more than 5 times in a row. Each monster king can easily crush thousands of mutant monsters. Also has a powerful monster divine ability. Then, next, let's cheer and see how this immortal cultivation world is crushed by the monster kings. Park Yongzi appeared in the live broadcast room and sent a message. Barrage in the live broadcast room. Damn Kimchi, always thinks he is second in the world. Damn, these monster kings are really scary. Appa Niubi, you must kill all the Xian people. This time the Xian people will probably be rubbed to the ground by the Kimchi country, but we are not afraid of Sakura Island. FKU, you haven't fought yet, why are you bragging? But to be honest, these monster kings are really strong. After all, the old people have much stronger foundation than us newcomers. Alas, these Kimchi countries have strong ability to form a group and have developed very well. The foundation is indeed sufficient. Not necessarily, we will know who is the winner after a fight. Do you know how many worlds the monster world has destroyed? How many world medals are there? Let me tell you, so far, we have destroyed 500 worlds and obtained 500 world medals. Appa, you are so proud. You stupid Kimchi, what are you so proud of? I think Immortal Cultivation World really can't beat them this time, and we have to admit it. What do you mean by admitting it? If I'm suppressed by the Kimchi players, I'll be so sick that I can't eat for 3 days. In the live broadcast room, the Xian country players are facing off against the Kimchi country and Sakura Island players. But in fact, they don't know for sure. Although Immortal Cultivation World did shine in this promotion assessment. But in the final analysis, the sea level war zone is not a newcomer war zone. It's an old war zone. There are hidden dragons and tigers here. For the newcomers. These old people. If they can survive for a year, they are not weak. If they can survive for 3 years, they are masters. If they can survive for 5 years, their strength is almost unquestionable. Park Yongzi has been able to hang around for 5 years, and his strength is evident. Hey! A monster king opened his mouth and sprayed. A cloud of ice mist emerged. He froze the rune fire dragon directly, and tapped it lightly with his claws. The fire dragon rune was broken. A monster king flapped his wings. A huge spiral airflow rolled up. The 1,000-foot peak was instantly sucked into it and then crushed. A large number of talisman attacks were swept away by the spiral airflow and exploded in it, but the power was completely suppressed and could not hurt the monster. A monster spit out a drill. The drill tore through the sky and broke through 10 times the speed of sound. It broke a flying sword of a monk. A core formation peak monk fell from the sky. The sharp flying sword can cut through mountains and rivers. One strike landed on the monster king. It only cut a shallow mark. The monster king slapped his wings and blasted the core formation monk away. The monk at the peak of core formation could no longer hurt the monster king. The nascent soul monk attacked, and the nascent soul fire that burned everything gushed out. A monster king spit out a large amount of mutant ice mist. It formed a thick ice wall and ice shield, comparable to the rare divine gold used to refine law treasure. The nascent soul fire can melt ice. But very slowly. A ball of ice dew spurted out again. The ice wall that had just melted a little bit, instantly thickened several times. The nascent soul monk could only barely resist part of the attack and dared not fight head-on. If you are not careful, you will be hurt. 10 monster kings marched straight in. Park Yongzi smiled. Old people are old people. Newcomers are newcomers. The new king is still a newcomer. Xian people, let me see how you beg for mercy when the time comes. Park Yongzi posted 2 more messages in the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room was noisy again. Haha, Xian people, you can't stop it, right? What are you happy about? Immortal Cultivation World still has a trump card. Last time, so many strong people took action. This time, they are just appetizers and haven't taken any real action. Stupid Xian people. You have a trump card, don't our Appa have one? This time, Kimchi country should have won. What are you excited about? Immortal Cultivation World still has a trump card. Trumpet? Then take it out quickly. Who are you fooling? KR. The players of Kimchi country are collectively hi/chow. The people of Sakura Island are also watching the show, and come out from time to time to discuss the Xian country players. The Xian people want to fight back. But it can be found that on the battlefield, Immortal Cultivation World is indeed temporarily powerless. Not only the battlefield here in Monster World. Other battlefields such as Warangdo World Battlefield, Taekwondo World Battlefield, Dragon War World Battlefield and many other battlefields. Immortal Cultivation World was suppressed. The strong men who have been in the sea-level war zone for 5 years are not just talking. Whether it is war awareness, tactics, or coordination. They are much stronger than those guys in the rookie zone. It is no exaggeration to say that every world here can easily crush the previous rookie zone. The main peak of Heavenly Dao sect, King Guyu, Chen Yang, and Zhao Linger. The 3 top combat forces are in seclusion. Astral Projection Realm, Soul Formation Realm, and most of the nascent Soul Realm peak cultivators. He had received a notice from him a few days ago. Go to the main peak within 100 miles to practice. Make good use of the 100-fold time increase. The current Immortal Cultivation World. The high-end combat forces and top combat forces are all immersed in practice. For the time being, they can't come out to entertain these new guests. The ordinary nascent soul and core formation who stayed behind for defense can't do anything to these powerful old players. This also caused the Monster World and other worlds to be arrogant. When the live broadcast room was in full swing and several invading Kimchi players were in high spirits. The real owner of Immortal Cultivation World, Qin Ming. He was sitting in the clouds in the sky, drinking tea and reading calmly. Oh? It seems that core formation and nascent soul can't crush these guys. Qin Ming looked through the eye of heaven. His emotions were not fluctuating, neither arrogant nor impatient. It's time to let me see how strong you are now, come here. Qin Ming clicked on the system private chat interface. He gave instructions to several servant worlds. 6 Paths World, yes, my master obeys. Undead World, boss, I'm coming. Beetle World, come right over. Blood/Sea World, coming. The next moment, several huge gaps appeared on the barrier of Immortal Cultivation World. The powerful servant world came. At the same time, a zombie king rushed out from the depths of the world. Zeus led the gods to the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield changed in an instant. Chapter 91. Zeus brought millions of thunderbolts and bathed in the sea of thunder. Appeared in the center of the battlefield. King of Thunder, Lord of the Sky, God of Gods. Divine King Zeus. Arrived. Queen Hera. God of the Sea Poseidon. Goddess of Agriculture Demeter. Goddess of Wisdom Athena. Goddess of Light Apollo. Goddess of Hunting Artemis. Goddess of War Ares. Goddess of Love Aphrodite. Goddess of Fire Hephaestus. Goddess of Hearth Hestia. God Messenger Hermes. All descended on the battlefield. Each of the gods was at the soul formation level. And Divine King Zeus had even reached the astral projection realm. The gods attacked, and the king of monsters was blocked. Soul formation level powerhouse, Apollo, goddess of the Sunday. Summon the light of the blazing sun. The light was blazing, falling from the sky. Like a lightsaber. Penetrating everything. The king of monsters roared, and opened his mouth to spray out an ice shield covering his head. At the same time, he flapped his wings. Densely packed wind blades of dozens of meters flew towards Apollo. The giant sword of light slammed into the ice shield. The ice shield shattered. The lightsaber seemed to be weakened. It was twisted by the densely packed wind blades. The wind blades shattered the lightsabers, and the wind blades also dissipated in the fierce collision. Each king of monsters is soul formation level. There are 10 kings of monsters. 10 soul formation level. Plus powerful mutation abilities. For a time, he was deadlocked with many main 797 gods. Zeus summoned thunder. Billions of thunders surrounded him. He struck down with force, blowing away a king of monsters. Zeus, who has entered the astral projection realm. His strength is completely different from soul formation. Thunder swept across. The king of monsters was shocked and angry. But there was nothing they could do. They were far inferior to Zeus. Suppressed, completely suppressed. The Suinquo players in the live broadcast room were immediately happy. Damn, I finally suppressed these guys, I'm happy. I remember the 12 main gods are from the Zilla world. Could they be subdued by the Immortal Cultivation World? It should be. Look, there are several world gaps again, it seems to be the power of the Blood Sea world. I know the Blood Sea world, it is the servant of the Immortal Cultivation World. I saw the last White World War. There are also the Beetle World, the Six Paths World, and the Undead World. Are these all disobedient worlds of the Immortal Cultivation World? Oh my god, Immortal Cultivation World! You Xian people are too happy too early. Ziba, what are you happy about? Appa must not have used his full strength yet. These Xian people are so stupid. It's just the beginning, and they are happy. They are really frogs in the well. Hehe, if you can't beat them, you can't beat them. Weren't you very proud before? It sounds like Immortal Cultivation World is so proud of you. World has done its best to tell you that they still have 10 king level figures. It seems that this Zeus is also a king level, but a relatively weak one. Yes, Immortal Cultivation World is not serious at all. If he takes it seriously, these old people will die. Stupid Xian people, arrogant. Stupid, let's win first. Aren't we suppressing you now? Kill Kimchi. The center of the battlefield. Thunder Zeus, bathing in the sea of tears. Wherever he passes, there is a ripple of thunder and lightning. The king of monsters can't stand the saturation thunder and lightning attack. 10 monster kings were directly electrocuted and flew away. The monsters on the ground were directly electrocuted to death. Seeing that this group of attackers in the monster world are gone, Zeus rushed towards other battlefields with thunder. A taekwondo giant was hit by thunder and flew backwards, turning into a pile of charcoal. The gods took action one after another, invincible. Qin Ming's servant world has arrived. Blood Sea World. A Blood Sea demon general attacked and created an endless blood sea. Any taekwondo giant dragged into the sea of blood will be quickly corroded. Blood corrodes all life. Each Blood Sea demon general is a nascent soul level peak figure. With the blessing of the Blood Sea, they can compete with soul formation level strongmen in a short time. Beetle World. Densely packed, overwhelming, millions of beetles fly. Black beetles fill the sky. Wherever they pass, all creatures turn into white bones. The marching ants on the blue planet kneel on the ground and call them big brothers when they see these beetles. Six Paths World. Only 60 people came. Each group of 6 people forms the power of the 6 paths. Azura Dao, Animal Dao, Heaven Dao, Hungry Ghost Dao, Human Dao, Hell Dao. Each path represents a kind of power. 60 points are divided into 10 groups. Each group has nascent soul peak or even soul formation level combat power. Undead World. 7 undead wizards fly high in the sky. Under my feet, the undead army rushed in quickly. The large number of undead army was like a sea of undead, boundless and invisible. There were at least 100,000 undead. The undead were fearless and tireless. As long as they were not completely crushed, even if they only had one head, they would slowly crawl towards the enemy. The 7 undead mages in the sky were all nascent soul peak level figures. With the help of 100,000 undead, they could fight against the soul formation level. The battlefield situation was stabilized. And there was a faint momentum of suppressing. Why does this immortal cultivation world have so many servants? And they are all so powerful. Park Yongzi frowned. If this goes on, won't he be suppressed by Chuan Piazan? No, he must not let the Xian people win. This was the only thought in his mind. Park Yongzi began to use his real trump card. Roar! 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 Hundreds of monster kings rushed towards Immortal Cultivation World from the World Bridge. Boom boom boom! Behind the Monster King, a more powerful Monster King slowly stepped into the world. Monster King. He was only 100 meters tall. He was pitch black, with a pair of blood-red eyes. From him, there were waves of bloodthirsty murderous intent. Just by appearing, the Monster Kings trembled slightly. This is a kind of pressure from the blood. Monster King. It is Park Yongzi's real trump card. A Monster King. That is an astral projection realm. 5 such Monster Kings entered the world through the gap. 5 astral projection realms. Hundreds of soul formation realms. With this little strength, do you still want to stop my monster army? Ridiculous, Xian people, cry bitterly. Park Yongzi became excited. At the same time, the Dragon War World summoned a 10,000 meter long half-dragon python. The Eating Broadcast World summoned a huge mouth of the abyss. The Taekwondo World summoned a 3-eyed giant. The Warangdo World summoned a silverback gorilla. All the people from the Kimchi country also took out their trump cards. Almost every trump card was enough to easily crush the newcomer world. For a time, the battlefield fell into a fierce battle. The Kimchi country once again gained the upper hand. In a valley near the main peak of the Heavenly Dao sect. Boom! The breath is majestic and surging as the sea of Wang Yang rushed to the sky. The entire valley collapsed in an instant. Zhang Kuang stood up. He clenched his fist and felt that he could blow up everything. Practicing all the way, plus consolidation. He has now completely stabilized in the soul formation realm. And mastered a sword technique. 7 killing demon sword. A vague voice fell into his mind. Go to the battlefield and try your skills. Yes, Lord God. Zhang Kuang knelt on the ground. Then he turned into a stream and flew to the battlefield. The god of killing is coming. Chapter 92. Swoosh. A black shadow entered the battlefield. Black clothes, black hair, black eyes, a murderous aura. It was Zhang Kuang. Using his hands as knives, the 7 killing demon knife. The first move, the knife cuts all living things. Zhang Kuang closed his eyes and used his arms as knives. Relying on the feeling. Rush all the way. A monster king saw Zhang Kuang rushing. Flapped his wings fiercely. Wind blades came from all over the sky. Each wind blade was dozens of meters long. One strike was enough to scrape a deep groove on the ground. Zhang Kuang reached the extreme speed. Let the wind blades come. Dancing gently with both hands. The first cut, a 1-meter blade light. The second cut, a 5-meter blade light. The third cut, a 10-meter blade light. The fourth cut, the 3,000 cutting knives. The fifth cut, a 100-meter blade light. Zhang Kuang is looking for the feeling of using his hands instead of knives. The feeling is getting better and better, and the blade light is getting longer and longer. More and more fierce. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Kuang waved his hands quickly. Only after images could be seen in the air. The 100-meter blade light was scattered as fast as if it was free. The wind blade that blew was directly chopped into pieces by the blade light. The faster he waved, the shadow of Zhang Kuang's arm could be seen completely. The flying blade light quickly spread out with Zhang Kuang as the center. All creatures close to him would be chopped up in an instant. The first Monster King was chopped up. The second one was chopped up. The third one. Zhang Kuang became a human harvester. Wherever he passed, blood and flesh flew. Any attack from the monsters could not withstand Zhang Kuang's blade light. Puff! A slash was made, from head to tail. A Monster King was split into two. Zhang Kuang used his divine ability to refine the body of the Monster King. It was soon refined into a pitch-black long sword. The soul of the Monster King was still swimming in it, and it roared from time to time. A drop of blood essence wrapped in the supreme true energy merged into it. Zhang Kuang instantly felt a sense of flesh and blood connection with the long sword. Let's call you the Seven-Killing Sword. Zhang Kuang gave the newly refined sword a fitting name. He rushed forward again. This time, he had a weapon that suited him. He was even more adept at fighting. The second move of the Seven-Killing Demon Sword, slashing the sky with a sword. Zhang Kuang suddenly slashed in the air. Swish! The sky was like a rag being torn, making a sharp sound. In it, a faint ray of sword light suddenly appeared. Wherever the sword light passed, any obstruction was cut in half. The three-headed monster Wang waved his wings, trying to block this move. Huge sharp ice cones, flames, and thunder spewed out of his mouth. The wings fanned out a huge wind blade. These attacks collided with the sword light. There was a huge clanging sound. After that, there were the second, third, and fourth blades flying fast. Each blade would smash the attack of the Monster King. The blade power did not decrease. It penetrated a Monster King. Boom! The Monster King fell down. The huge body made the earth tremble constantly. The blood/fluid and soul in the body were all absorbed by the seven killing swords. After the absorption, the seven killing saber chi was even more powerful. In less than a breath, the three Monster Kings were completely destroyed. The seven killing saber chi soared into the sky, exuding a desire for killing. More Monster Kings also noticed the humans rushing around on this battlefield and gathered around. Zhang Kuang not only did not feel panic. Instead, he felt a little excited. He was born a killer. And the seven-killing demon body. Killing/slaughter is his favorite. Every place he passed, there were monsters falling. Every time a monster fell, the seven killing swords will be strengthened by 1 point. Zhang Kuang's understanding of the seven killing swords' swordsmanship is also deepening rapidly. Swish! With another sword, Zhang Kuang cut the three-headed Monster King in half. Behind him, countless Monster Kings fell. Zhang Kuang now has a demonic aura and a terrifying killing intent. He is like a killing god, slaughtering the battlefield. All these scenes were broadcasted in the live broadcast room. Damn, what a tough guy, he just chops with a knife. Is he so awesome? Strangling so many Monster Kings by himself. Killing a group of Monster Kings by himself is simply inhuman. 666, this is really 6. It's useless, he still can't change the battlefield. Stupid Xian people, can't you see that the 5 Monster Kings are the real bosses? The big boss is invincible, Immortal Cultivation World can't stop him at all. Immortal Cultivation World is about to lose, what are you still bragging about? Bragging? Open your eyes and see clearly. Look at how tough the guy in black clothes is. When a group of people were arguing in the live broadcast room, Zhang Kuang broke through. His aura surged rapidly, his black hair danced wildly, and his killing intent became stronger. Soul Formation Realm mid-stage. This time, Zhang Kuang rushed even harder. Wherever he passed, he cut a knife lightly. The body/head of the Monster King was separated. A flash. 10 Monster Kings were destroyed. He chopped off 10 swords in succession. Each sword would take away 5 or 6 monster kings. The chi and blood of the monster kings were drawn away by the 7 killing swords. The killing intent of the 7 killing swords was boiling. Zhang Kuang's realm slowly rose during the battle. He opened his mouth and swallowed. Like a whale sucking water. He sucked the chi and blood of the monsters in the entire battlefield into his stomach. A large amount of chi and blood turned into endless power. Zhang Kuang's breath surged. The middle stage of soul formation, on the verge of a breakthrough. Only one step away. He looked at dozens of monster kings who were fighting with the gods of Zilla. At this time, the gods of Zilla were struggling to resist. The sun god Apollo and the god of war Ares could still resist with difficulty. The other main gods, whose combat power was slightly weaker, were almost unable to hold on. It seemed that they were about to become the blood food of the monster kings. Zhang Kuang came. A big sword flew in the air. 1,000-foot blade burst out, pressing down the heaven and earth. The killing intent was boiling, almost condensed into substance. Any monster king implicated by this blow would be crushed in an instant. This knife killed a monster king in his early 20s. Zhang Kuang sucked fiercely. All the blood and chi were swallowed into his stomach. His breath surged again. Indistinctly, there were signs of a breakthrough. Not enough, Guo Lai. Ha! Zhang Kuang slashed with the second knife. This knife reached 1,300 feet. The sky was torn apart, and the earth rumbled. With one knife, the 20 monster kings in front of the gods were cleared. A large piece of blood mist exploded. Zhang Kuang swallowed it into his stomach again. Boom! Zhang Kuang's breath surged again. His cultivation steadily entered the soul formation realm late stage. Zhang Kuang rushed to the next place. In a quick move, he killed another 50 monster kings. He swallowed blood and chi in the same way. Although his strength was also increasing, it was much slower than before. No, now the monster king can hardly have any effect on me. Even if Zhang Kuang killed all the monster kings and swallowed their chi and blood, it might not be useful. Because there were not many monster kings left. He rushed towards other battlefields. Wherever he passed, there was a bloody storm. After an unknown amount of fighting, he finally swallowed enough chi and blood. Buzz! The majestic breath distorted the space. Zhang Kuang completely became a demon. His cultivation level went one step further and he entered the peak of soul formation. Only one step away was the astral projection realm. Just one step, there was a huge gap. Because of Zhang Kuang's wanton killing. A monster king finally noticed him. 3. Chapter 93. Roar. The king of monsters roared angrily. So many of his kind were killed. It was all because of the black-clothed youth holding a long knife in front of him. In particular, he could feel that the long knife in the black-clothed youth's hand was made from the corpse of his own kind. The black-clothed youth exuded a bloody smell of monsters all over his body. This damn human race killed a large number of his kind. The king of monsters took a step forward. He approached Zhang Kuang in an instant. He was a mutant octopus. Each tentacle was like a steel whip. Each steel whip could crush the void. Zhang Kuang could also feel the power and anger of the octopus in front of him. While thinking quickly in his mind, he pulled away from the distance. While retreating, the 7-killing knife in his hand also slashed out 3,000-foot blade lights. The blade light dominated the world and represented all natures. The octopus pulled out one hand violently. It broke the sound barrier and made a sonic explosion 417. The speed instantly reached 20 times the speed of sound. A whip fell. The 3 blades were shattered in the air before they even got close. So strong. Zhang Kuang's face became serious. The 7-killing knife in his hand slashed out blades all over the sky. If the quality is not enough, the quantity will make up for it. Nearly 100 blades pressed towards the octopus. The octopus showed a disdainful smile on his face. It was still a tentacle. The power that burst out seemed to shatter the stars and the moon, and shatter the earth. A sweep. The 50 blades in the front were crushed. Another blow. The remaining 50 blades were also crushed. The 100 blades did not even touch the octopus's body. They were crushed in the air. The octopus moved its body. The next moment, it came in front of Zhang Kuang. A steel stick was pulled out. The void was shattered, and the air was blown up. Zhang Kuang wanted to fly back. But he found that 2 hands had blocked his retreat behind him at some point. Not good. Zhang Kuang shouted in his heart. He moved the long sword in his hand forward at the fastest speed to block. At the moment of life and death, a sword light of 1,500 feet burst out. But it was useless. The octopus waved the whip lightly and broke the sword light. The power of the whip did not decrease. Zhang Kuang blocked with his left hand. There were countless spiritual power barriers in front of him. The right hand moved instantly, and the 7 killing swords slashed out. He wanted to fight to the death. The octopus whip was pulled out. Small dozens of layers of spiritual power barriers were all broken. These solid barriers were nothing in front of the astral projection realm monster king. After 2 weakenings, the whip slightly weakened its power. It hit Zhang Kuang's arm and broke it instantly. Fortunately, he managed to resist this blow. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. The fierce power made Zhang Kuang's blood and qi roll all over his body, and he couldn't suppress it in his throat. A mouthful of reverse blood spilled. Zhang Kuang also took advantage of this moment to risk his life. The 7 killing knife cut off a piece of flesh from the octopus. Zhang Kuang put the piece of octopus meat into his mouth. Crazy rejection. The octopus was angry. Completely angry. The damn human in front of him actually cut off its flesh and blood, and ate it. It hated being reduced to human food. The octopus was furious, and 3 claws slapped down at the same time. And Zhang Kuang swallowed this piece of flesh and blood, and his breath surged again. The flesh and blood of the astral projection realm strongman can be called a great tonic. It is more useful than taking any spirit pill. Zhang Kuang, who was only a little bit away from the peak of the incarnation, had a sharp increase in breath and his cultivation broke through in an instant. Astral projection realm. Even if he had just entered the astral projection realm, he was still in the astral projection realm. Zhang Kuang held a long knife in one hand and swept it out. The murderous knife light instantly blasted back the 3 claws that came. Zhang Kuang immediately broke free from the octopus's control. The broken left hand recovered quickly under the supreme divine ability. Zhang Kuang was also quickly adapting to the power of the astral projection realm. He felt it was much stronger than before. If he hadn't risked his life and gained a piece of flesh and blood to break through against the trend, even if he could block the attack of the octopus, he would definitely not last more than 3 moves. Within 3 moves, he would definitely die. But now, he has the confidence to fight with it. His body quickly recovered and his strength gradually adapted. Roar! The octopus was furious and rushed over quickly. Die! The octopus uttered a vague human voice. It was approaching in an instant. Zhang Kuang fought with it holding the 7 killings knife. At this moment, although he had just been promoted, there was still a certain gap between him and the octopus. But with the powerful 7 killings demon body, he blocked the opponent's attack. He was quickly adapting to the power. At the same time, he was looking for the opponent's flaws. After a quarter of an hour, he had almost adapted. He saw the opportunity. He slashed with a knife. Cut off another piece of octopus flesh. Swallow it immediately. Hot, violent, and tyrannical power rolled in his stomach. Zhang Kuang quickly absorbed. 0. His whole body strength surged again. The octopus was completely crazy. Anyone who was eaten twice in a row would not feel good. And the opponent was promoted by swallowing his flesh. How could he bear this? 8 long whips were launched at the same time, and the void continued to explode and merge. Facing the violent octopus, Zhang Kuang just smiled slightly. Now, he was more calm. No matter how crazy the opponent attacked, he would treat it calmly. Cut it when he found the right opportunity, and swallow the octopus flesh after cutting it. He had cut it more than 10 times. The whole octopus was in trouble. Damn, do you think I'm an octopus sashimi? What's intolerable? Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. A ball of black ink spurted out of the octopus mouth. The entire area was instantly blocked. Within the range of the ink, the opponent's vision and perception will be greatly reduced. It took the opportunity to move all 8 claws down at the same time. Zhang Kuang felt a sense of crisis coming. Although it was pitch black all around. But he still instinctively chopped down with all his strength in the direction of the crisis. Boom! The two slammed into each other. The void was shattered, and the nearby mountains, rivers, land, and rivers were directly beaten into slag. The ink dissipated. Zhang Kuang's knife was broken. But a part of the octopus claw was also cut off. Zhang Kuang rushed over and swallowed it into his stomach. Crunch! The claw contained a lot of energy from the king of monsters, which was richer than the octopus meat cut 1.7 times before. Zhang Kuang's breath soared again. All the strength of the body is protected. The knife is broken, so I use the broken knife to chop. The octopus claws are broken, and the pain is excruciating. I can't bear it anymore, so I just run away. If this guy keeps fighting, all 8 claws will be eaten as sashimi. Hey, don't run, I haven't eaten enough. Zhang Kuang chased him relentlessly. From being defeated at the beginning, to now chasing the Monster King everywhere. Zhang Kuang's evil talent is evident. Zhang Kuang doesn't care about so much. He took a step forward and chased after him with a knife. He swallowed another claw, and his breath surged again. The octopus is about to cry. Sob. Don't bully fish like this. I have been fighting for so many years. This is the first time someone treats it as octopus sashimi. It is very harmful and insulting. If you keep fighting, it will be gone. Chapter 94. Zhang Kuang chased a monster king everywhere. Did he swallow part of the other party's body? This scene instantly set off the live broadcast room. Awesome, this is okay. Octopus, don't come over here. Is the sashimi taste good? I feel that octopus will be eaten by that guy alone. Awesome. Damn Xian people, you only know how to eat. What's wrong? Don't accept it. If you don't accept it, you can win. Ah, it's still early, don't be too happy. Park Yongzi's mouth twitched. This is how to play? Are you kidding me? My Monster King is eaten as sashimi? Kill the black boy for me. Park Yongzi's thoughts appeared in the heads of several Monster Kings who were on other battlefields. All Monster Kings gave up destroying their current opponents. Rush directly from all places. To kill Zhang Kuang here. Save the octopus. But it was still a step too late. The octopus was cut into pieces and eaten piece by piece. Now, it has been swallowed up. Zhang Kuang's breath surged exponentially, and his blood and qi were like a copper furnace of heaven and earth, twisting the void. Boom! Middle stage of astral projection. Kill him quickly. Park Yongzi has begun to panic. The remaining 30 or so Monster Kings immediately attacked. The sky was torn apart, driving billions of forces, and could sink the earth. For astral projection. It's useless. If you had attacked together before, I would have had no chance at all, but now, it's too late. Zhang Kuang said indifferently. The 7 killing blades in his hand, murderous aura entanglement. Seek the truth by killing, ascend by killing, stop killing by killing. Kill 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 kill. Zhang Kuang's heart is firm in belief, and the killing intent is boiling. He took a step and came to one of the crab monsters. The crab monster could not help but feel an extreme danger approaching, and subconsciously wanted to leave. At the same time, the huge claws burst out with terrifying power and blasted towards Zhang Kuang. It was useless. Zhang Kuang had already chopped down with a knife. The power of the claws was directly shattered. The sharp blade cut off one of the crab's giant claws. The crab monster grimaced in pain. Quickly retreat. Zhang Kuang used divine ability to shrink the giant claw and swallow it into his stomach. A large amount of energy was absorbed by him. Continue. The second knife chopped down. The giant claw shrank, grabbed, and swallowed into the stomach. All in one go. In an instant, the crab monster lost 2 giant claws. Combat power dropped by half. The attacks of the other 3 monsters hit Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang raised his hand to cast a barrier, blocking all attacks. The 7 killing swords slashed horizontally. The crab monster was no longer able to resist, and was slashed to death. Shrink, swallow. Swallowed a whole astral projection realm. Zhang Kuang's power surged again. But it was not enough to break through. The improvement of realms, the demand for energy is also increasing. He looked at the 3 remaining monsters. That look was not like looking at monsters at all. Instead, it was looking at food. Although it was soaked in chemical agents. It looked a little ugly, but the effect was indeed very strong. Zhang Kuang didn't mind the food looking a little ugly, anyway, it couldn't be seen after it was eaten. Is this still a human? This human is so cruel? Who is the monster? The same question emerged in the minds of the 3 monsters. They also made up their minds at the same time. Run! The human in front of them is not something they can resist. If they stay, they will die. And they fled separately to avoid being caught up. Zhang Kuang was alone, holding a knife, and chopped with the 3 monster kings. This style of painting is weird no matter how you look at it. The live broadcast room set off a craze. Awesome, awesome, I couldn't beat them at the beginning, but now they are chasing and chopping. This growth rate is like riding a rocket. Even riding a rocket is not so fast. Chasing after several big bosses, I guess the players in the monster world must be dumbfounded. Anyone would be dumb, who can stand this? Kimchi players, come out and take a walk. They probably have no confidence to bark now. Oh, you damn Xian players, are you looking for a fight? Shiba, damn Xian people. Xian people, you won't win. Look at the monster world, there are several other worlds, you can't win at all. Just wait and see, Xian people, you are too happy too early. The players from the entire Kimchi country who came to watch the war were almost mad. It was obviously them who started the war. Now they are being suppressed by the Immortal Cultivation World. This is simply a slap in the face. Before, they were boasting all kinds of things. Now they are slapping their faces pia pia pia. But it still doesn't stop these guys who are thicker than the corners of the city wall from continuing to clamor. The verbal battle attracted more players to watch. In addition to Blue Star, players from other stars, worlds, and planes joined in. The number of people has exceeded 100,000. And it is still soaring. Soon the number reached 200,000. People from other worlds couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Kuang's fierce and evil side. When did the world of Blue Star players become so fierce? Is this definitely the world of Blue Star players? Are you kidding me? I remember that most of the Blue Star players in the past were not very strong. They were so ordinary that they were drowned in the crowd. Which world is this? So powerful. It seems to be the rookie king of this year's Blue Star, Immortal Cultivation World. Rookie king, Immortal Cultivation World? Could it be the guy who beat Carlo in the Supreme Heavenly World a few days ago? It seems so. My god, he even dares to fight people from Longchen Club. He has a bad temper. Awesome, this blue star player looks like he's going to take off. He's really capable. Players from almost every world, plane, and planet expressed their amazement and emotion. Compared to the Koreans who refused to admit it, the evaluations from other worlds were much more fair. Strong means fishy. On the battlefield, Zhang Kuang finally caught up with a Monster King. Cut it with a knife. The Monster King was split in half. Shrink, drop. Caught up with another Monster King. Killed with one blow. Shrink, swallow. Caught up with the last Monster King, killed. Shrink, trapped. 5 Monster Kings. 5 astral projection realms. All swallowed by Zhang Kuang alone. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the air. The 7 killing magic art was running. The spirit chi of heaven and earth surged quickly, forming a small spirit chi sea. Suck. Like a whale sucking water. Swallowed the spirit chi in the sky into its stomach. Boom. The cultivation level broke through again. Astral projection realm late stage. From the early soul formation realm to the astral projection realm late stage. It's just the time of a war. Who would believe it if I told you? Every existence with the combat power level of astral projection realm needs a lot of resources and a lot of time. But Zhang Kuang is so relaxed. Too evil. Buzz. A strange phenomenon of heaven and earth unfolded. I saw blood/sea floating, corpses everywhere. Strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, mountains of corpses and sea of blood Shura field. Full of killing spirit. 397. Zhang Kuang slightly consolidated his cultivation. Adapted to the strength. He looked at several other battlefields. Thousands of miles apart. Being stared at from a distance. It felt like it was like being seen by a killing god. The people in the remaining worlds felt unable to move. They were trembling all over and sweating profusely. It was too scary. The strange image of Zhang Kuang floated and struck thousands of miles. Boom! The strange image of the Shura field, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, enveloped the earth. Anyone caught in it would turn into a corpse. This was quite similar to the scene in the world of the Sea of Blood. Even the demons in the world of the Sea of Blood were terrified when they saw this scene. They thought they were bloodthirsty enough. But they didn't expect that this one the human race chi refining warriors are thousands of times more bloodthirsty than them. A 10,000 meter long blood wave rolled up. Tens of thousands of alien armies were swept into it. They couldn't escape and turned into corpses directly. The more blood the vision was stained with, the more powerful it was. Zhang Kuang used visions again and again. With one move, he swept up tens of thousands of alien armies. The army involved was instantly turned into bones. One person rushed into the alien army. The alien army collapsed quickly. Now, the servant worlds that came to support, as well as Zeus Divine King, stared at this scene in a daze. Is this the strength of the Immortal Cultivation World? One person fighting a group of worlds? Don't be afraid, I don't eat people. I'm so gentle. Zhang Kuang was depressed. Why are you running? I'm so gentle. I just want to turn you into corpses. The armies of the alien world are all crazy. Well, you don't eat people. You swallow people. You are gentle? Serious nonsense. How can you say you are gentle while killing people? Chapter 95. The servant worlds that came to support, as well as Zeus Divine King and others, were completely stunned. This is possible? So brutal? One person chased people from several worlds and beat them? While they were surprised, Zhang Kuang exerted his vision to the extreme. The power that suppressed the heaven and earth immobilized a large number of alien warriors. Among them were warriors at the level of astral projection and soul formation realm. Facing Zhang Kuang, who had reached the late stage of astral projection, they had no power to fight back. Wherever Zhang Kuang passed, The alien army was swept into the vision of heaven and earth. It turned into a corpse in an instant. Among them, the soul formation realm and astral projection realm warriors turned into corpses. It greatly enhanced the power of the vision. Boom boom boom. The waves were higher than one wave, and the people who were swept up escaped. A three-eyed giant in the middle stage of astral projection had no way to escape, and fought back. Classic Taekwondo moves. Kick in the air. The powerful force was instantly transformed into unparalleled Qi, which broke the sound barrier and reached an astonishing speed of 20 times the speed of sound. This kick was enough to break the strongest alloy armor. Even a mountain can be flattened in an instant. Zhang Kuang smiled lightly. The corpse/mountain/blood/sea phenomenon was suppressed. The corpses in the sky rushed towards the little giant. The kick from the three-eyed giant was broken by the blood wave. The next wave of blood/waves came and immediately eroded the qi on his feet and drilled into his skin and bones. Ah! The three-eyed giant screamed. Another wave of blood/waves came. The three-eyed giant was completely pulled into the blood/sea. Countless corpses crawled out of the sea. They pulled the three-eyed giant's feet and sank to the bottom of the sea. Even if there was qi to protect the body, it couldn't withstand the erosion of the blood/waves, not to mention the endless corpses. He just swung his fist and smashed the corpse on the left. The corpse on the right rushed over and surrounded him. There were corpses everywhere. He was surrounded by the corpses and attacked. He was covered with wounds. The protective qi was finally corroded and penetrated. Blood/water poured in and penetrated his whole body. The three-eyed giant turned into a skeleton in an instant. The whole process seemed complicated, but it was actually very fast. It took only half a minute. Half a minute to kill the middle stage astral projection realm strongman. How terrifying! How fast! The corners of Kim Hyunji's mouth twitched wildly in the Taekwondo world. He was extremely heartbroken. In order to exert the power of Taekwondo to the maximum, he specially selected the Giant Clan. With the power of the Giant and the upgraded Taekwondo, in the past, he could be said to be invincible. Few worlds could stop him. Now facing Zhang Kuang, he couldn't even fight back. Cha So-yeon, Park Yun-hee, you are such idiots. Why do you have to provoke this immortal cultivation world when you can provoke anyone else? Kim Hyunji cursed the two of them in his heart. If it weren't for these two people who insisted on dragging him down with them, he would be doing well now. It's all right now. The top combat forces in his world have begun to decline. These top combat forces have been cultivated with huge world points. The death of one is a major loss. Hurry up and retreat. This immortal cultivation world is not something we can resist. Kim Hyunji hurriedly ordered all the giants. The giants ran quickly. But no matter how fast they were, could they be faster than Zhang Kuang who had left the late stage? With a flash, Zhang Kuang moved above them. Crash! The blood/sea phenomenon fell down. All the giants were caught in the phenomenon. Wailing and screaming came one after another. 3 minutes later, the Taekwondo world was completely destroyed. 6 minutes later, the Dragon War world was completely destroyed. 9 minutes later, the Eating Broadcasting world was completely destroyed. The last world was caught in the vision and destroyed. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Zhang Kuang sat cross-legged in the sky. The strange phenomenon behind him surged. He absorbed the blood and qi of all the top combat forces in more than 10 worlds. The large amount of nutrients made Zhang Kuang's aura surge again. Boom! The blood and qi surged in his blood. It was as if there were billions of Pegasus horses galloping. It was as if there were endless thunder and lightning falling from the sky. The blood and qi boiled and burned, burning through the void. At this moment, Zhang Kuang's blood and qi were vigorous. The whole person was like a copper furnace of heaven and earth, smelting power. Crack, crack, crack. The void exploded into powder. Zhang Kuang's aura surged again. Breakthrough again. The peak of the astral projection realm. Only one step away from entering the Dao integration realm. What is a demon? What is a prodigy? What is a killing god? Zhang Kuang, who sat cross-legged, is the best explanation. Hey! Zhang Kuang exhaled a stream of foul air, which turned into a streak of silk, flew across 300 miles, and pierced through a mountain range. He clenched his fists, feeling the violent and surging power in his body. If he were to fight the octopus again now, in an instant, he could destroy the opponent. Jin Xianzi's eyes widened. My own giant clan is gone? The top fighting force in the Taekwondo world, all died in battle? This? But he immediately closed the world gate in anger, and the world bridge began to disappear. But some worlds were so shocked that they forgot to close, and it was too late to react. Zhang Kuang's figure was illusory and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Zhang Kuang appeared in a world. Warangdao world. Player Cha So Yian. It was the kimchi woman with thick makeup and painted like a ghost. Zhang Kuang instantly locked Cha So Yian in the depths of the world. He moved his feet and moved. The man had crossed tens of thousands of miles and entered the depths of the world. He came in front of Cha So Yian. What do you want to do? Che Suyan was already scared. Instinctively, she wanted to take action first. Before she could take action, she was knocked unconscious by Zhang Kuang. Lifting Che Suyan, Zhang Kuang returned to the Immortal Cultivation World. Zhang Kuang entered the world of eating broadcast. Knocked a chubby man unconscious and brought him back to the Immortal Cultivation World. He wanted to enter the third world. But these worlds had already recovered from the shock. Quickly closed the world gate, and the world bridge disappeared. Come back, no need to chase. Qin Ming's voice sounded in his mind. Zhang Kuang carried the two people, rushed to the sky, and came to Qin Ming. Lord God, the two have been brought here. As he said, he locked the two people on the ground. The two woke up from their fainting instantly. You, damn Xian people! Che Suyan, Ma Wang's, with ghost-like makeup blurted out subconsciously. After realizing that he was a prisoner, he immediately shut up. How dare you! Zhang Kuang slapped Che Suyan, knocking out two of her front teeth and swollen her face like a pig's head. Now, Che Suyan no longer dared to say anything, but just looked at Qin Ming in horror. She regretted it in her heart now. Regretted it very much. If she had known earlier, she would never provoke Qin Ming. Please, let me go, I won't dare to do it again, I won't dare to do it again. Che Suyan knelt on the ground. Don't dare? You were scolding me just now, and you said you didn't dare to do it. Qin Ming smiled indifferently. The coldness in his smile chilled people to the bone. Oh, by the way, there is also your boyfriend and your group of friends, right? Qin Ming did not deal with Che Suyan for the time being. He wanted to deal with them together. With a thought, the system opened several world gates. These old players have some background. In order to be on the safe side, he arrested them personally. With a flash, he rushed into these worlds. Chapter 96. Most of the forces in these worlds have been destroyed. The constraints of the world's power on outsiders are constantly decreasing. Qin Ming, as the Heavenly Dao of the Immortal Cultivation World, can easily enter these worlds. He stepped into the Dragon War world and captured a otaku. He came to the Iron Wireworm world and captured the players. One by one, the players who participated in this battle were captured back. The second to last, Park Yongzi. This guy and Cha Suyan are a couple, the kimchi man in the Sichuan restaurant in Heavenly World. Qin Ming's aura locked Park Yongzi. He moved his feet and crossed the endless land to come in front of him. You. Park Yongzi wanted to speak. Qin Ming just waved his hand coldly, knocked him out and took him away. In Qin Ming's hands, he had no power to resist. The last player. Taekwondo World, Giant Race, Jin Xian. Qin Ming came to this world. Jin Xianzi is opening a world door. He wants to escape to other worlds. Very smart, you know how to escape. Qin Ming moved his feet, the space changed, and he came to Jin Xianzi. There were two giants beside Jin Xianzi. This was the trump card he left behind. Both giants had the strength of astral projection. Stop him, stop him. Jin Xianzi rushed towards other worlds. At the same time, he ordered the two giants behind him. The giants were fearless and rushed towards Qin Ming. Delay time. Qin Ming's eyes were cold and he lightly tapped his fingers. The light flowed at the fingertips, an endless Dao emerged, twisting the void. A force of Dao directly annihilated the two astral projection giants. Hiss! So scary! Jin Xianzi looked back and saw this scene, and he broke out in a cold sweat. How strong is this? The two astral projection giants disappeared just after Qin Ming pointed at them. Jin Xianzi quickly rushed to the other end of the world bridge. Dare not stop! 1000 meters! 800 meters! 500 meters! 300 meters! It's almost there! Jin Xianzi smiled. As long as he dodges, he can escape. This is a senior from the Korean country. Could Qin Ming still offend this senior? Thinking of this, he finally relaxed a little. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. It's almost there. But he was horrified to find that he couldn't move. Yes, he couldn't move. There was only 1 meter away from the world gate opposite. But this 1 meter distance could not be crossed. His whole body was like petrified. Completely frozen. Behind him, a force grabbed him and retreated. The world gate, which was only 1 meter away from him, was getting farther and farther away. Jin Xianzi was unwilling. He didn't want to die. Why, it was only 1 meter away. Boom! A terrifying force that overwhelmed everything in the world and crushed everything surged out from the gate of the world in front. Senior has taken action. Jin Xianzi was ecstatic. It's saved, it's saved. Senior has taken action, who can resist? Jin Xianzi seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Stay here. A domineering voice came from the world in front. Undoubtedly, it was aimed at Qin Ming who was chasing him. He was promoted from the kimchi world. He had some friendship with Jin Xianzi. 1 year earlier than Jin Xianzi. That is, he has been in the sea-level war zone for 6 years. 6-year-old player. His strength can be seen. You are too nosy. Qin Ming flicked his sleeves, and the endless law burst out from the void. The power was hit and forcibly repelled. Qin Ming took Jin Xianzi back to the Immortal Cultivation World quickly. Jin Xianzi, Cha Soyan, Park Yongzi and many others were all brought back at this moment. You, what do you want? Che Suyan's face was half swollen and 2 front teeth were missing. Add to that ghostly makeup. She looked uglier than a zombie. Next to her was the Demon Suppression Tower. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower, the evil spirits of the Endless Zone were sealed. It was usually used by cultivators to hone themselves. Although the exits were sealed. But the huge roars of the evil spirits inside. But they could be heard clearly. A group of people were trembling with fear. Especially Jin Xianzi. He saw Qin Ming force a 6-year veteran player to retreat with his own eyes. That shock was still clear at this moment. Now he finally knew how powerful Qin Ming was. He was an existence that even 6-year veteran players could not do anything about. They should not have messed with Qin Ming. What did you say before? You want to kill me? You want to make me pay? Qin Ming put his hands behind his back and looked at them coldly. Che Suyan and Park Yongzi were sweating profusely. They were speechless when asked. They had already become prisoners, so how could they dare to be arrogant? We know we are wrong, let us go, we are willing to exchange anything for it. Let us go, we swear, we will never be your enemy again. We are innocent, we were deceived by Che Suyin and others, let us go. Several people begged for mercy. Some of them pushed all the responsibility to Che Suyin and Park Yongzi. The two looked even uglier. They were indeed the masterminds of this matter. Bypass you? Why? Qin Ming found it funny. These people have invaded his world. And they still expect him to be merciful. If he really wants to be merciful, he is an idiot. Dob. Not only do he have to deal with these people, he also has to spread it. Let players from all walks of life see what kimchi looks like. He opened the system and set up a live broadcast room. Title: See how kimchi, the most powerful country in the universe, is dealt with? Subtitle: What should I do if I provoke my Immortal Cultivation World? The live broadcast screen is aimed at several people from kimchi. Soon, a large number of people were attracted in. Park Yongzi was live streaming before. But because his site had already failed, he closed the live streaming. Many players could not see the end. Now, see the follow-up live streaming. Suddenly, more than 100,000 people rushed in. These people seem to be from the Korean country. That one is Kim Hyun-ji, a well-known figure in the Class C war zone. Demon Suppression Tower? I really want to hear some monster roaring in it. Yes, it's Kim Hyun-ji. The ones next to him should be the ones who invaded the Immortal Cultivation World this time. The Demon Suppression Tower next to it is so scary. Are we going to throw these people in? This is the fate of losers. These people are too arrogant. They used to broadcast live and wanted to laugh at others. Now it's all right. The power of Immortal Cultivation World is so strong that even the old players who have been developing for 5 years are no match for it. And it's such an old player who invaded together. The new king is so terrifying. The popularity of the live broadcast room continued to soar. A large number of Blue Star players joined in. Players from other worlds also entered the live broadcast room. The number of viewers reached millions. The number is still rising online. In Immortal Cultivation World, Cha Suyin and others cried bitterly, making all kinds of excuses for themselves and begging for mercy. Jin Xianzi even knelt on the ground and kowtowed, hoping that Qin Ming would let him go. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded directly. Are a group of people from the kimchi country so humble? Before, these people from the kimchi country were very arrogant, opening the live broadcast invasion, as if they were going to completely abuse the Immortal Cultivation World. Now the slap in the face comes too fast like a tornado. Didn't these kimchi players call for weapons before? Now they don't call. You damn Xian country players, you know, you won't have a good end. Ziba, go to hell, Xian country players. It's just that they didn't meet a strong player. If they met this Immortal Cultivation World, they would be destroyed. I, Dahan, am always the best in the East. You are fantasizing again. Yes, yes, the best in the universe is okay. In the Immortal Cultivation World, Qin Ming will search the souls of all the people in the future. He will get a lot of useful information. After squeezing out the last value of these people, he will kick them all into the Demon Suppression Tower one by one. The evil spirits will pounce on these players one by one. They will be eaten up soon. The live broadcast room will erupt again. The Xian people are so cruel. Go to hell, Xian people. Hehe, you are so great and kind. Kimchi, please have some shame, please. This is a war. Do you want to let go of the people who invaded your world? You are cruel. I will definitely not show mercy to you Xian people when I meet you in the future. Damn it, who is afraid of who? The content of the two live broadcasts was edited into a video. It was quickly uploaded to the major forums in the Class C war zone. It soon detonated the entire Class C war zone. Honghuang World, this Immortal Cultivation World is really strong. Carson World, the players from Blue Star Xian country are worthy of respect. Dao Integration World, I really want to exchange ideas with such a strong person. Evil God World, awesome. Lanja World, this player is worthy of respect. A newcomer has such strength and has unlimited potential in the future. Go World, this year's Rookie King seems to be very strong. In addition, a large number of new and old players have remembered Immortal Cultivation World. Listed it as a presence that should never be provoked. A newcomer who has just been promoted for a few days. It is a supreme honor to be so valued. Chapter 97. Immortal Cultivation World of player Qin Ming is detected. It defeats multiple worlds including Dragon War World, Taekwondo World, Mukbang World, Zhang/Han Monster World, etc. Whether to merge? Merge. It is expected to merge the worlds in 3 days, please wait. You defeat Dragon War World and obtain loot, 3 half-dragon yuan, 1 pool of half-dragon blood, 1 half-dragon blood fruit tree, 6 half-dragon nests, etc. 78 items. You defeat Taekwondo World and obtain loot, 8 axes, 27 pieces, human armor, 30 decks of cards 21, etc. 91 items. You defeat Zhang/Han Monster World and obtain loot, 87 sets of monster remains, 30 jars of monster blood, 37 monster potions, etc. 170 items. Qin Ming clicks on the warehouse and exchanges most of the loot. He took a look at these items and they were not of much use to him. Total of 1057 loots, do you want to redeem them all? Redeem. Redemption in progress, please wait. Redemption completed, total redemption points 38,560 points. 10 times critical strike amplification triggered. 38560 world points increased to 385,600 points. Adding the previous points, Qin Ming's points reached 635,000 points. The few remaining items are mainly left over from the Dragon War World. A half-dragon blood fruit tree. Qin Ming opened the system and took out the fruit tree from the warehouse. 10 times critical strike amplification triggered. Heavenly rank low-grade half-dragon blood fruit tree, upgraded to heavenly rank high-grade half-dragon blood god tree. Throw the half-dragon blood god tree into the spirit plant garden of Heavenly Dao sect. The half-dragon blood god tree immediately took root and grew, quickly absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Qin Ming took out 3 half-dragon essences and a pool of half-dragon blood. 10 times critical hit amplification trigger. 3 heavenly rank low-grade half-dragon yuans, upgraded to 3 heavenly rank high-grade small dragon yuans. 1 pool of heavenly rank low-grade half-dragon blood, upgraded to 1 pool of heavenly rank high-grade half-dragon blood. Sprinkle a pool of dragon blood, and the half-dragon blood divine tree quickly absorbs the half-dragon blood. Afterwards, Qin Ming shattered 3 small dragon yuan and threw them next to the half-dragon blood divine tree. The majestic half-dragon energy plus the abundant spirit chi here. The stems, leaves, trunks, and roots are growing rapidly. The heavenly rank high-grade half-dragon blood divine tree gradually transformed. It is upgraded to saint rank spiritual plants. On the branches of the divine tree, the divine fruits are constantly upgraded. The Tiandi Xianhuang rank 4 items are useful for ordinary cultivators. But the effect has been greatly reduced for Astral Projection Realm and Dao Integration Realm cultivators. Only Saint rank items of a higher level can be of great use to the Astral Projection Realm and Dao Integration Realm. After this half-dragon blood tree is upgraded to Saint rank, it will undoubtedly add a powerful foundation to the entire Immortal Cultivation World. 10 days passed quickly. Under the condition of 100 times acceleration. Within 100 miles of the main peak of Heavenly Dao sect, it is equivalent to 3 years. Boom! A breath as broad and far-reaching as Wang Yang came from a cave mansion. A monk rushed to the sky and swallowed. Swallowing a large amount of spiritual power into the stomach, the breath changed rapidly. After a few breaths, the monk stepped from the early soul formation to the middle soul formation. In another cave mansion, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was attracted. It turned into a spirit chi pillar that was hundreds of meters thick and unknown how high. Then, the spirit chi pillar was poured into a cave mansion on a mountain. The monk in the cave mansion let out a long roar. The breath surged. The cultivation level started from the astral projection realm, and steadily progressed to the early stage of the astral projection realm. One cave mansion after another opened. The spirit chi of the Immortal Cultivation World was quickly attracted to the main peak of the Heavenly Dao sect. Then it was absorbed by the cultivators. One by one, the strong men of the nascent soul, soul formation, and astral projection realms broke through. Among them, the root bone was excellent, and they were talented. They could even cross a major realm, which was extremely amazing. Some people also used 3 years to refine their own spirit treasure to enhance their own attack power. Some cultivators also used the 100-fold acceleration of these 10 days to comprehend the supreme formation diagram and become the Grand Master of the formation. Zhang Kuang rushed out of his cave mansion, his eyes. At this moment, he had reached the perfection of the astral projection realm. He only needed an opportunity to go further. What he lacked was experience and training. After a little settling, it was not difficult to enter the Dao integration realm. A large amount of spirit chi was attracted to the vicinity of the main peak. A large number of cultivators broke through and comprehended. Only the 3 halls of the main peak were silent. The 3 halls of the main peak were Yanqing Guyu Sect Master Hall, Chen Yu's Left Guardian Hall, and Zhao Linger's Right Guardian Hall. All 3 of them were talented and had excellent root bones. As Dao integration realm masters, they needed more time to comprehend, refine, and settle. Only then could they break through in one fell swoop. At midnight on the 10th day, a strong fluctuation of breath came from the Left Guardian Hall. Left Guardian Chen Yu roared and rushed to a corner deep in the world. With supreme power, all spirit chi from thousands of miles around came. Chen Yu swallowed it into his stomach. Wang Yang's sea-like spirit chi was all taken into his body. Chen Yu's aura immediately surged. His temperament changed again. Just standing in the air, he looked like a demon god. Behind him, there was a golden Jiaozi phantom. Standing proudly in the sky, I am the only one. His eyes looked down upon the world, unmatched in Dao. It matched Chen Yu's temperament perfectly. This was the image of a fierce beast transformed by the golden Jiaozi blood after Chen Yu comprehended it. Boom! Chen Yu's meridians were connected, and his mind was blessed. His aura was rising rapidly. Now, his strength is several times stronger than when he just broke through the Dao integration realm. The golden Jiaozi phantom slapped across the sky. A large area of the earth collapsed and fell. Chen Yu was amazed. As expected of the blood of the Azii beast, it is indeed Li Tang. Chen Yu sighed. He took out his life weapon, the Black Dragon Mace. Begin to refine it. The heavenly rank law treasure can no longer meet his needs. The supreme divine ability pulls a strand of Dao principles and melts them into the Black Dragon Mace. It seems that there is a real dragon soul swimming in the Black Dragon Mace. Day. The rank of the Black Dragon Mace changes. The real dragon shadow dances and surrounds. Chen Yu raised the Black Dragon Mace and struck, shattering everything within 1,000 miles of a corner of the world. This is just the beginning. Wait for the future to continue to melt and nurture. This law treasure will be promoted from heavenly rank to saint rank. At that time, his cultivation will be guaranteed. Heavenly Dao sect. The ice of the ice not only practiced the cold god of the cold and the world. That room was frozen for thousands of miles, and the snow was snowing. Chapter 98. So far. Most people in the entire Heavenly Dao sect have achieved a breakthrough. Even if their aptitude is poor, the 100-fold time acceleration. In addition, compared to the initial spirit chi, which is dozens of times more concentrated, it is not difficult to make a breakthrough. There is even a triple spirit root king who has just entered the sect and has not much aptitude. In 10 days, he went from drawing chi into the body to directly breaking through body tempering, foundation building, and entering the peak of core formation. Even the flowers and plants nearby, and the spirit pets and monsters that were accelerated by time, have become several times stronger than before. The entire Heavenly Dao sect has almost achieved a qualitative leap. Now, only Yan King Guyu is left. As the entire Heavenly Dao sect, Yan King Guyu is almost the most talented and root-bone person, except for a few people like Zhang Kuang who joined recently. Her comprehension time is even longer. This is not because she is too slow in comprehension, but her talent is too high and her strength is too strong. Until now, she is still immersed in the atmosphere of comprehension of 150. Still slowly improving, comprehending, breaking through. The effect of the 100-fold time acceleration lasts only 10 days. Once the 10 days are up, it will be completely useless. Now the flow of time has returned to normal. On the 15th day, a faint breath floated out of the Heavenly Dao sect's main hall. What's going on? The sect master is the strongest among us, how can the breath be so calm? Yes, the breath of my soul formation realm is several times stronger than this breath, this is not right. Could it be that there is a problem with the sect master's comprehension, and he has gone astray? Has he been attacked by the inner demon? The more powerful the realm, the more attention he pays to comprehension. Unlike the previous realm, he only needs to continuously absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth. And comprehension is also risky. Once you fall into obsession and have a heart attack, it is very likely that the whole soul will be trapped. In the end, he will be attacked by the inner demon, and his cultivation will regress at the least. In the worst case, he will go crazy or even die. Everyone was panicked. As time went by, the aura became weaker and weaker, until finally, it disappeared. Oh no, the sect master is really in trouble. Quick, those who are strong, hurry up to save her, otherwise it will be too late. Sister, hold on. A group of people hurriedly flew to the main peak and came to the sect master's hall. Chen Yu and Zhao Linger returned from a corner of the world and immediately prepared to rescue her. Just as they were about to go in, the door opened. Yan King Guyu slowly walked out of the hall. Everyone was shocked. Although Yan King Guyu was still the same now, but the aura on her body had disappeared. Just like an ordinary person. Senior sister/sister, are you okay? Zhao Linger and Chen Yu were very concerned. They were Dao Integration Realm strong men. They repeatedly checked Yan King Guyu's aura, but found that they could not detect it at all. Other fellow disciples were also very concerned. Yan King Guyu was the top combat power of the entire Heavenly Dao sect. If Yan King Guyu was damaged, it would be tantamount to losing the strongest combat power. Nothing, don't worry about me. Yan King Guyu took a light step without using her spiritual calendar. But the mountains and rivers were retreating rapidly. She took a step into the sky. Gulp. Someone swallowed and frightened to stay where he was. One step. Just one step. Across thousands of miles. Moreover, she didn't even use her spiritual power. And she looked so leisurely. She didn't use her full strength to rush. If it were them, even if they used their full strength, they couldn't reach 1% of Yan King Guyu's ability. This situation doesn't match the backlash of the inner demon. What happened? Everyone was puzzled. Even Zhao Linger and Chen Yu were confused. But then he seemed to think of something. Could it be that senior sister has reached a higher level of enlightenment? Only this can explain everything. Both were shocked. I thought that my achievements in 3 years were great enough. I didn't expect that compared with Yan King Guyu, there was a huge difference. The two also flew to the sky. At this moment, Qin Ming was sitting leisurely in the clouds, reading a book and drinking tea. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yan King Guyu. As soon as Yan King Guyu came up, she knelt on the ground. Thanks to the Lord of Heaven for his enlightenment, King Guyu was able to comprehend such a wonderful realm. She said with great respect and sincerity. Qin Ming's words made her Dao heart clear, and she understood the great Dao. It made her walk from the confused and wrong path to the bright great Dao. If it weren't for Qin Ming's guidance, she wanted to break through her current situation. It would take at least hundreds of years. How could she forget such a great favor? Qin Ming glanced at Yan King Guyu. At this moment, the aura on Yan King Guyu's body was already very weak. That is to say, he was the Heavenly Dao and could sense Yan King Guyu's aura. Others could not sense this weak aura at all, 0. It is not an exaggeration to say that the aura is completely restrained. Yan King Guyu's cultivation did not rise directly, but his strength was at least 10 times stronger than before. This is the benefit brought by the clear and transparent Dao heart. Well, in the path of cultivation, the Dao heart is the most important. If the Dao heart is covered with dust, it will be difficult to make progress. I just gave you some pointers. It is your good fortune that you can understand this Dao. Qin Ming nodded. Yan King Guyu is indeed very talented. With just a little pointer, she can understand the Dao heart. Her future is limitless. After entering Dao Integration Realm, every breakthrough requires constant comprehension. Many people fall into egoism and go in the opposite direction. They cannot deviate from the road ahead for the rest of their lives. Their cultivation strength remains stagnant until they die. After the two talked for a while, Zhao Linger and Chen Yu came to the clouds of the sky. Meet the Lord God. Thank you for the medicine/blood. The two bowed respectfully. The blood of the Yazi beast and the Bingpo Tianxiang fruit. For the two, it is very important. Without these two things, if they want to go further, even if they have 100 times time acceleration, it will be difficult to achieve anything within 3 years. Because Dao Integration Realm is far from comparable to the previous realms. It is common to retreat for hundreds, thousands, or even thousands of years to achieve a breakthrough. Compressing this time to 3 years is already very fast. Although you two have achieved something, you still need to catch up with your senior sister in 2.8. She has now realized the Dao heart and has reached a higher level. You still have a long way to go from King Guyu, so you must not be arrogant and conceited. Qin Ming tapped slowly. Although these two people have good cultivation, their temperament is more impetuous than Yan King Guyu. If they continue like this, they will stay in Dao Integration Realm for a long time and it will be difficult to make rapid progress. He had to tap and warn them. The two people's expressions became serious, and the two people who were a little proud immediately reflected on themselves. Indeed, compared with Yan King Guyu, they are nothing. There is no capital for arrogance at all. Chen Yu/Linger has learned from you. The two said sincerely. At this moment, the Dao of the two people seemed to be more simple and down to earth. Qin Ming nodded slightly. Go back. Qin Ming waved his sleeves. The three bowed and then left the cloud. Chapter 99. Warm reminder, you have private information. Qin Ming clicked on the system page and took a look. The private friend list flashed. It was sent by the Tomb World. Last time, the Tomb World gave a drop of golden Jiaozi blood. Chen Yu recently condensed the golden Jiaozi phantom because of this. Speaking of which, Qin Ming still owed the other party a favor. The Tomb World, is the boss there? I have something to find you. Immortal Cultivation World, tell me, what is it? The Tomb World, recently, one of my secret realms discovered a very dangerous place. I can't explore it alone. I hope the boss can help me. The Tomb World, we can split the harvest 50-50. After that, the Tomb World sent another transaction request. Qin Ming clicked on it and saw another drop of golden Jiaozi blood. It was even richer than the last blood, and contained more power of Jiaozi. Ancient Tomb World, this Jiaozi blood is for you. I also dug it out from the dangerous land. There are many good things in it. The other party said that it would be a 50-50 split. Giving 2 drops of Jiaozi blood in a row is considered very sincere. 30. That dangerous land should hide a lot of treasures. Qin Ming thought about it and decided to cooperate with the other party. Immortal Cultivation World, okay, we can cooperate. Ancient Tomb World, I will send you some information. The other party sent the information about the dangerous land. After Qin Ming had a general understanding, he asked the system to open the door to the world. Chen Yu, Zhang Kuang, you two take a team and go to the ancient tomb world to explore the dangerous land. Qin Ming's divine thoughts echoed in the minds of some cultivators. The two received the order. A group of people passed through the world gate and flew towards the ancient tomb world. Descending into the ancient tomb world, Qin Ming can sense this world through the cultivators at any time. The places that can be seen everywhere here are all ancient tombs. Tombstones are everywhere. It looks so enervating. The yin energy here is very heavy, and there is some mist all year round. With the tombs everywhere, it looks very creepy. A group of people also appeared in the ancient tomb world. Rather than people, it is better to say that they are walking corpses. Ancient Tomb World, Corpse Clan. The players of both sides of the Tiandao have told the people in their own world about each other, so they will not be surprised. The corpses are mainly divided into 3 colors. They are silver white, red gold, and glass color. In the head of each skeleton, there is a ball of flame jumping. It seems to exude a different kind of vitality. Chen Yu and Zhang Kuang looked at each other. It was found that the silver-white corpse skeleton was probably equivalent to the peak of nascent soul. The red-gold corpse drum tower is probably soul, the strength of the middle stage of formation. The glazed color has the strength of the early stage of astral projection. The opponent has more silver-white skeletons. There are only about 20 red-gold skeletons. There are only 3 glazed skeletons. The opponent's strength is obviously much weaker than Immortal Cultivation World. Let's go to the district. The leading glazed skeleton sent out a divine thought wave. Everyone followed him to the dangerous place. The further you go, the more tombs there are. Each tomb, from a radius of 10 feet, gradually increases. There are tombs with a radius of more than 10 feet in front. Going further, there are large tombs with a radius of 100 feet. These tombs are filled with a strong breath of death. Wandering around. You can even see that there are powerful wandering souls floating around nearby. Some of these wandering souls have reached the strength of core formation. But whether it is the glazed corpse side or Chen Yu's side, they have never taken these wandering souls seriously. They are very powerful, and these ghosts dare not come to offend. Chen Yu and the others can smash the wandering souls with a wave of their hands. Ahead, the air is even thicker. Array patterns appear on the ground. If you are not careful, you will be attacked if you fall into the array patterns. The 2 teams each sent out soul formation level skeletons to clear the way ahead. Boom! The array pattern shook violently, and the death energy emitted by the nearby tombs was drawn in and merged into the array pattern. This array pattern seemed to contain the law of death. The silver-white nascent soul level corpse accidentally strayed into it. In an instant, the body of the silver-white corpse began to disintegrate. The soul formation level red-gold skeleton next to it immediately took action. The white claws pulled out the silver corpse. The left arm of the silver corpse had been completely shattered. Other places were almost decomposed. Chen Yu and others understood. No wonder this place needs their help. It's too dangerous here. The nascent soul level combat power couldn't even hum a sound, and almost died directly. It was too dangerous. Continue to advance. With the previous lessons, everyone was much more careful. There were several array patterns blocking the way ahead. Go ahead, we can't open the array here by ourselves. Only by working together can we break it. A glazed skeleton said in a divine thought. The skeletons attacked one after another, and the human race monks were not vague either. The flying sword law treasure blasted out together. The array pattern hummed continuously, constantly stirring up many graves on the earth. Drawing out the majestic dead air, converting it into energy, and constantly running the array pattern. The overwhelming pressure can easily kill nascent soul level combat power in an instant. Even soul formation level combat power has to be careful. Both sides dispatched a total of 10 soul formation level combat power. Only then did they break the entire outer array pattern. And the inner array pattern requires more soul formation level combat power. Boom! The array pattern strangulation pulled a red gold skeleton directly into the array. The hard corpse body only lasted for a blink of an eye before it collapsed. A glazed corpse quickly attacked. The strength of the astral projection realm forcibly suppressed the array pattern, slowing down its operation. The corpse claws pulled the red gold skeleton back. It took only a breath of time, very fast. When it came out, the red gold skeleton was almost wiped out. The power of this array pattern can be seen. Human race, 583, let's attack together, otherwise this array pattern cannot be broken. The glazed skeleton signaled to attack together. An astral projection realm is not enough to break this array pattern. They explored this area before, but they couldn't move when they reached here. There are more dangerous array patterns ahead. Okay. Zhang Kuang agreed, and several human race astral projection realms stood out. 7 astral projection realms from both sides attacked at the same time. Break it for me! The human race monk shouted, and the strange image behind him floated. A treasure seal suppressed the heaven and earth. The strange image of heaven and earth, the treasure seal suppressed the mountains and rivers. The rest of the monks and corpses showed their best skills. The violent force broke a crack in the array pattern. Go in, legs! Zhang Kuang called out. This array pattern uses the nearby dead air as energy to drive the array pattern. Although a crack was broken. But after a while, it will be repaired by a large amount of dead air. Even the astral projection realm can't hold on for long. The two teams rushed in quickly. Zhang Kuang was the last to break the rear and retract his spiritual power. Boom! The array pattern closed immediately. If it was a step slower, it would be blocked outside. The array pattern here is too strong. I don't know what is inside that needs such a strong array pattern to guard it. Zhang Kuang and others were puzzled. Inside the array, there was a huge tomb. But the next moment, the faces of both teams changed. Several phantoms rushed out of the tomb. Dao Integration Realm. Chapter 100. Boom! 2 Dao Integration Realm phantoms emerged from the tomb. The human race monk's face was solemn. The flames in the corpse also shook violently. Obviously, both sides knew what the 2 Dao Integration Realm meant. Moreover, this place has just entered. It is at most the entrance. They have not even entered the tomb. Does it mean that there are more dangerous existences inside? The Dao Integration Realm phantoms are a human phantom and a beast phantom. It seems that they only have the combat power of the early Dao Integration Realm. With the help of the nearby dead air, they are stronger than the ordinary early Dao Integration Realm. I will deal with the beast phantom, and the remaining one, you find a way to delay it, and I will deal with it after I deal with the first one. Chen Yu raised the Xianlong mace and rushed towards the beast phantom. The phantom of Jiaozi appeared behind him. The Xianlong mace raised his hand and hit it, and the silk path fell with infinite force crystals. EIX burst out violent power, and fell towards the beast-shaped phantom. Day. As a Dao Integration Realm combat force, how could the beast-shaped phantom be willing to be suppressed? One claw slapped out. It collided with the Xianlong mace. The void exploded inch by inch. Even the earth was pierced. Both sides are strong in the Dao integration realm. Beyond the average Dao integration realm. When they start fighting, the world will be destroyed. Chen Yu led the beast-shaped corpse away. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle will cause great trouble to the remaining people. The corpse side looked forward in horror. Is this the Dao integration realm combat force? The three strongest glass corpses among them are only at the astral projection level. Don't stand there, attack together. Zhang Kuang's face was solemn. The human-shaped corpse in front of them has already attacked brazenly. In an instant, the world seemed to collapse, and the earth kept shaking. Zhang Kuang was not afraid. As a person who had reached the perfection of the astral projection realm and was closest to the Dao integration realm, he was the strongest fighter between the two parties who came out to challenge Chen Yu. Ha! The heaven and earth appeared strangely, and the sea Shura field unfolded. The 1,000-foot blood sea was surging. Endless corpses poured out from the blood sea and rushed to the sky. Bang! The human-shaped phantom slapped down with a palm. Tens of thousands of corpses were directly crushed. The blood sea waves were suppressed. Zhang Kuang was almost vomiting blood because of this palm. If there is still a possibility of cross-border fighting and victory between the soul formation realm and the astral projection realm, then the gap between the Dao integration realm and the astral projection realm is a huge chasm with an endless distance between them. Even if the astral projection realm is perfect, it is difficult to fight against it. This palm made a difference. Zhang Kuang's face flushed red. Another palm would definitely hurt him. Hurry up and make a move. Someone reminded everyone who was shocked by the scene in front of them, and then they woke up from their dream. Everyone made a move. On the human race monk side, 6 astral projection realm monks made a move at the same time. On the corpse side, 3 glass corpses also made a move immediately. Boom! The humanoid phantom made a move again. The huge palm slapped down, enveloping the power of Dao integration realm. This time, 3 glass corpses, 6 astral projection realm monks, plus Zhang Kuang's perfect astral projection realm. A total of 10 astral projection realm warriors. They made a joint full-strength move. The glass corpse suddenly ignited the glass divine fire all over its body. The power soared. The 6 astral projection realm monks unfolded their own heaven and earth anomalies, suppressed the sky, and swept down the stars. Bang! The two sides blasted each other. Puff, the weakest human race astral projection realm monk, who had just entered the astral projection realm not long ago. After being hit by a palm strike, a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. Other astral projection realm warriors were not in a good situation either, their veins were throbbing and their blood was boiling. The glazed divine fire on the glazed skeleton was beaten to a dull luster. They will also be affected. Hold on. Chen Yu knew that Zhang Kuang and others would be hard to deal with. Immediately separated the Jiaozi Phantom to help Zhang Kuang and others. The Jiaozi Phantom, which merged part of Chen Yu's power, was a Dao integration realm entry-level combat force. The Phantom struck, and Jiaozi's hull was broken. The Dao integration realm power repelled the humanoid phantom. Zhang Kuang and others breathed a sigh of relief. The Dao integration realm combat force, even if it was just an entry-level one, was a world apart from them. Without the help of Jiaozi's phantom, they would have been seriously injured. Now, both sides had the ability to fight. But they were still at a disadvantage and were suppressed by the humanoid phantom. On the other side, Chen Yu's Xianlong mace chopped out 10 dragon qi. Each dragon qi, wrapped in the supreme power of heavenly hegemony physique, suppressed it. Domineering, unmatched, and ferocious. The beast-shaped phantom collided head-on. 7 of the 10 dragon qi were crushed by Baiki. The remaining 3 were too late to resist and all hit him. Roar, roar, roar. The beast-shaped phantom screamed continuously. At the same time, the Hanming divine art was running to the extreme, and Chen Yu blasted out with a mace. The head/skull of the beast-shaped phantom was directly blasted. The beast-shaped phantom was somewhat unwilling and tried to use the supreme divine ability to recondense the phantom. Don't even think about it. Chen Yu held the Xianlong mace in his hand and chopped it down twice. The beast-shaped phantom was completely wiped out. After dealing with the beast-shaped phantom, Chen Yu turned around and came to Zhang Kuang and others. The phantom of Jiaozi returned to his back, and his strength suddenly soared. Die! Chen Yu smashed out with a mace. The brute force is unreasonable, just reckless. The arm of the human-shaped phantom was directly smashed away. At the same time, 10 astral projection realm fighters continued to attack on the other side. The humanoid phantom was dragged around, constantly spirit partitioning, and full of flaws. Chen Yu seized the opportunity and attacked continuously, knocking down 3 phantoms. The humanoid phantom knew that it was not low, and unwillingly wanted to self-destruct. You retreat. Chen Yu waved his hand, and a force pushed the others away. The Jiaozi phantom stretched out and directly covered the surrounding area. Suppress. The self-destruction power of the humanoid phantom was constantly suppressed. Finally, it was wiped out by Chen Yu. So far, the 2 Dao integration realm phantoms were wiped out. The 2 sides broke into this tomb. There were array patterns running inside. But it was mainly for defense. Chen Yu attacked with all his strength, and the Xianlong mace fell 3 times. The majestic power of Wang Yang hit all at one place. The array pattern wailed and broke apart. Everyone entered it. In the ancient tomb, the other party had a large amount of law treasure and materials. However, it was too old, and the spirit chi had dissipated, so it was considered useless. Chen Yu secretly thought it was a pity. He walked through the corridor and entered the side tomb. There was also a shadow inside. But this shadow was far inferior to the Dao integration realm combat power, only the astral projection realm combat power. Zhang Kuang took action, good move, and slapped the shadow to pieces. There was a corpse in the side tomb, emitting powerful power. Even though countless years had passed, it was still known that he was a peerless figure when he was alive. When the glazed skeleton saw the corpse, he was shocked. He walked over with a small bottle in his hand. The small bottle sprinkled a drop of glazed water. It fell on the head of the corpse. The originally dead corpse actually sat up. The originally white jade corpse had layers of glazed color on the surface. A glazed flame ignited in the corpse's revelation. The aura of the whole body also reached the astral projection realm. The corpse stepped into the corpse side. 1 drop of water, gaining the combat power of an astral projection. Zhang Kuang and others were amazed. This is too powerful. The corpse explained. This is a special transformation method of our corpse clan. As long as it is a corpse, it can be transformed into a new life form through this method. As soon as the voice fell, an angry roar broke out from the direction of the main tomb. The tomb owner is angry. Chapter 101. Vigorous, majestic, vast, overbearing, unrestrained, unmatched. Invisible and formless, but just like a substance. It locked everyone. It was as if a knife was placed on everyone's heart. The monks of the nascent soul realm and the silver-white skeleton all collapsed to the ground. The human race monks felt cold and rushed all over, and they didn't even have the heart to resist. This is the pressure from the peerless strong. From the depths of your consciousness, it subdues you. The soul formation realm monks and the red gold skeletons are slightly better. But not much better. Although they didn't collapse to the ground. They trembled all over. In the face of this kind of pressure, they can no longer resist. Boom! The monks of the astral projection realm and the glazed skeleton attacked at the same time, and a breath of air rose from them to the sky to resist this pressure. The shadow of Jiaozi appeared behind Chen Yu, and this space was supported. Otherwise, it would be directly squeezed into a meat pie by this pressure. The next moment, the monks and skeletons were pulled into a strange space. This is the domain of the tomb owner. All around, there are tall and thick stone pillars. There are also exquisite stone walls with various patterns carved on them. There are also stone shelves with various treasures and weapons on them. These things may be of very high grade. After a long time, there are still traces of precious light flowing. It has not been completely destroyed. In the center of the space, there is also a square stone 310 platform, which flows with a wisp of chaotic breath. A human race corpse lies on the stone platform. It is unknown how long the corpse has existed. The skin on his face has sunken, like an old skin wrapped on the skeleton. At this moment, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he sat up. The consciousness of the corpse did not seem to be very clear, and it could only send out a divine thought intermittently. That divine thought was not complete. It was just a wisp of residual thought. Even so, one could still feel the anger emanating from the residual thought. The divine thought had just come out. The next moment, the corpse moved. Raised a skinny hand like a chicken claw and pointed in the air. The nearest silver-white skeleton was crushed into powder. The nascent soul realm is like mud. Here, there is no good end except death. All nascent soul realms, all retreat. Zhang Kuang gave an order. The nascent soul realm monks and silver-white skeletons retreated one after another. Now there was no way to retreat, either destroy the corpse of this peerless strongman, or all the monks and skeletons would die here. This corpse is at least a Dao integration mid-stage strongman, all the monks and skeletons will be killed. Chen Yu's divine thoughts fell on the minds of all, monks and skeletons. He took the lead and blasted out with the Xianlong mace. The shadow of Jiaozi behind him pounced forward. The Dao integration realm strength was fully exerted without any reservation. Kill. The blood/sea phenomenon appeared behind Zhang Kuang. The surrounding space instantly turned into a purgatory on earth. The rest of the astral projection realm, all of them fought with all their strength. Otherwise, what awaited them must be the annihilation of the tomb owner under the endless anger. The tomb owner's empty eyes had long lost their eyeballs. But that wisp of remnant supported him to look at Chen Yu and others. Disturb, rest, all, come to be buried with you. The tomb owner still pointed in the air. On the chicken claw-like fingers, the light flowed, containing endless Dao principles. The space and time of heaven and earth all stopped in an instant. Although it was only an extreme time, it was still terrible. What kind of power was the one who could affect time and space in his life? Even after countless years of death, he still had the combat power of the middle stage of Dao integration. The light flew, and a breath flew out. The vision of the astral projection realm cultivator was directly pierced through. Puff! An astral projection realm cultivator flew backwards. The vision was the cultivation of the life phase. Being penetrated directly is equivalent to being severely injured. Just a touch of the finger, the empty realm was severely damaged. Zhang Kuang and others did not dare to slack off, and pressed towards the corpse of the tomb owner with all their strength. Boom boom boom! 1,000-foot blood wave rushed up from the blood sea vision. The corpses infected in the 100,000 blood seas rushed towards the tomb owner. A suction force came from the vision field, trying to pull the tomb owner into the vision and devour him. Little Taoist! The tomb owner lightly tapped his finger. 1,000-foot light bloomed, and a Taoist whip condensed out of thin air. A whip was pulled out. Snap! The air was directly blown up. When it appeared again, it had already arrived above the blood sea vision. It was wrapped in infinite power and contained ancient Taoist principles. If this whip was implemented, it would be difficult to escape injury even if you didn't die. Zhang Kuang retreated quickly, and the image was quickly put away. Chen Yu's attacks also hit the tomb owner at this time. The tomb owner was not panicked at all, and his other hand slowly raised. Still a slow finger. Buzz. There seemed to be an invisible wall in the space. It blocked the attacks of Chen Yu and others. No matter how powerful Chen Yu and others were, they could not shake the infinite barrier. And Zhang Kuang's whip had already fallen. Boom! The long whip seemed to be only 10 feet long, but it actually stretched for thousands of miles. The blood sea of the strange phenomenon was split in the middle. 100,000 corpses were shattered in an instant. The 1,000-foot blood wave was forcibly suppressed. The strange phenomenon was broken, which was no different from breaking an arm. It was even more serious. Puff! Zhang Kuang's reverse blood was gushing out and he flew backwards. The astral projection realm was perfect, crushing the same astral projection realm. It can be said to be invincible in the same realm. But it was still only the astral projection realm. The owner of the tomb was in the middle stage of Dao integration realm, and the difference between the two was huge. When he was alive, he was even more powerful and understood the supreme Dao. Even after death, it is not something that ordinary people can desecrate. After one round of fighting, 2 astral projection realm masters were knocked away. The tomb owner turned around and looked at Chen Yu and others. His hollow eyes made people tremble with fear. His skinny palms pressed in the air. The invisible force of space directly pressed all the astral projection realm masters to the ground. How could it be? We can't even resist. This tomb owner is so strong even after death. How strong was he countless years ago? I'm afraid this tomb owner was not a Dao integration realm when he was alive. At least he was a transcending tribulation realm or even higher. It's terrible. We underestimated the enemy. Every astral projection realm master was shocked. In the outside world, they are supreme masters. In front of this tomb owner, they are like kittens. As a Dao integration realm, Chen Yu is extremely powerful and is slightly better. He was not pressed down. But the pressure is huge. The meridians in his body seemed to be locked. The surrounding space was constantly squeezing him. If this continued, he might be squeezed to pieces. The 3 glazed skeletons took action. This was the killer weapon given to them by the players of the Tombstone World, specially used to deal with powerful opponents. The combined attack secret technique, the 3 talents formation. The 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, gathered into 3. Gather the power of the 3 glazed skeletons. In an instant, the divine fire in the skull burned more violently. At the same time, he took out an ancient jade in his hand and crushed it immediately. The ancient jade turned into a large piece of light and merged into the skeleton's body. At this moment, the skeleton was crystal clear all over. Like a beautiful white jade. Dao Integration Realm Strongman, White Jade Skeleton. Chapter 102. The Tomb Raiders players had already thought that there was a great danger in this tomb. The 3 talents formation was the only trump card they could play. Whether it would succeed or not, it all depended on this one time. The strength of the white jade skull surged. In an instant, there was one more Dao Integration Realm Strongman. With Chen Yu, there were 2 Dao Integrators. The 2 had cooperated briefly before, and they had already developed a tacit understanding. The white jade skull and Chen Yu were on the left and right, restraining the tomb owner. The tomb owner's empty eyes were emotionless, but there was a trace of regret, but he was slightly surprised. But then the tomb owner muttered to himself again. J. While the tomb owner was mumbling to himself, his hands were not idle. His skinny palms slapped down from a distance. At the fingertips of Guanghua entanglement, the Dao was drawn in. A piece of light flew by, with supreme pressure, and it fell down. A stream of Dao chains went towards the white jade skull and Chen Yu entanglement. After being locked up, if he was hit by a pressure attack, he would be in danger. Chen Yu used a drop of Balian blood as a guide to release the great divine ability in the Cold Nether Divine Art. Cold Nether Divine Finger. Chen Yu's spiritual power poured into his right hand and gathered at the fingertips. The surroundings seemed to be frozen by the sky and the earth, and countless frosts formed. Cold nether divine finger, ice attribute great divine ability, great accomplishment stage, can freeze the world. Chen Yu pointed out with one finger. The frost quickly condensed. Countless lights and shadows flowed, and it seemed that endless killing was pouring out. Ice dragons and ice phoenixes circled and danced. Ice walls and ice shields stretched in front. Ice spears and ice swords attacked the tomb owner. Chen Yu's cold nether divine finger collided with the tomb owner's attack. Bang ka! Electricity was generated in the void. The power of the endless Dao exploded. Chen Yu could only barely withstand the opponent's attack with the supreme divine ability. The difference between Dao Integration Realm and a small realm is like a chasm. Chen Yu is a genius, but the tomb owner was obviously a prodigy when he was alive. If I had also reached the middle stage of Dao Integration Realm, I would definitely be able to suppress this tomb owner, but it's a pity that I'm a little short. Chen Yu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the other side, the attack of the white jade skeleton had already been launched. The white jade skeleton's mind was fluctuating, and it seemed to be silently reciting French. The white jade flame jumping in the head/skull separated a flower. It fell into the fingertips. With a flick of his finger, the divine fire turned into a wisp of gangjin and rushed forward. The space suppressed by the tomb owner was opened. The light was long, and the white jade flame seemed to burn out the Dao, with unparalleled power. The tomb owner's skinny palm pressed down gently. A palm, like the sky covering. Grab the white jade flame in your hand. The flame kept jumping and burning. But it couldn't even ignite the tomb owner's palm. SHH. The tomb owner rubbed his palms lightly. The white jade flame that could ignite the Dao was rubbed out directly. This. The divine fire in the white jade skull's brain kept jumping. His emotions fluctuated violently. Obviously, he never expected it. As a Dao Integration Realm strongman, using his own origin as power, he ignited the flame. But it was extinguished so easily by the tomb owner. You can't. The tomb owner had a trace of pride in his regret. How could the peerless strongman, unparalleled genius, not have his own pride? The tomb owner stepped forward and came to the white jade skull in an instant. With a light palm, the bowl wrapped the life of the Dao. The white jade skull was blown away directly. How could he withstand such an attack from the tomb owner? Now, only Chen Yu is left. Xiu. It's your turn. The tomb owner turned his head, took a step across, moved through space, and came to Chen Chuang in an instant. A palm. Still a palm. Chen Yu's scalp exploded, and the shadow of Jiaozi roared wildly. The Xianlong mace blasted out with all his strength. The power of heavenly hegemony physique combined with the Hanming divine art, his power was tapped to the extreme. A full-strength attack. Success or failure depends on this one move. Bang! The air was squeezed to the limit in an instant and exploded immediately. Bursts of wild and domineering power rippled in the space like waves. The solid pillars and stone walls around that were comparable to the heavenly rank spirit treasure touched the ripples and broke directly. The power of the Xianlong mace was directly smashed into powder. Chen Yu felt an unstoppable force blasting at him. He was directly beaten back. He retreated 10 feet before he stabilized. He practiced hard, not forcibly promoted by the white jade skull in secret. Combined with his own physique, Chen Yu's strength is much stronger than that of the general Dao Integration Realm in the early stage. Even so, it is still difficult to withstand this attack. At this moment, Chen Yu only felt his arm numb. After years of nurturing and refining, the Xianlong mace, which has been upgraded to a saint rank weapon, has even appeared a crack. Strong. This is Chen Yu's only evaluation of the tomb owner. When the other party was alive, he at least reached the transcending tribulation realm. If it doesn't work, just retreat. The white jade skeleton conveyed the advice of the players in the tomb world. The players in the tomb world have been watching this battle through the vision of the skeleton corpse, and they know it in their hearts. This battle is difficult to win. Chen Yu shook his head. If he retreated at this time, wouldn't it be a waste of all his previous efforts, and he would also lose manpower? The tomb owner looked at Chen Yu and found that the other party could actually withstand his attack, and he became interested instead. He walked towards Chen Yu. One step forward, and it was there in an instant. The tomb owner attacked again. Chen Yu took out a piece of paper with his backhand. On the paper was a picture drawn by Qin Ming. This was when he set out. Qin Ming gave it to him, saying that he could open the picture if he encountered a strong enemy. Chen Yu was unsure. He also didn't know why Qin Ming gave him this thing. But he still opened it with gritted teeth. In the picture, there was an old man hoeing the ground. Everything looked so plain and simple. Every time the old man hoed, a small space was opened up on the barren land. When the hoe was swung, the spirit qi of heaven and earth seemed to be gathered. Let the barren land become full of vitality. The next moment, the old man's hoe fell. The hoe seemed to turn into a supreme gate knife, falling from the sky. It carried billions of Dao rules and turned into the sharpest weapon in the world. Everyone was terrified. A strong man in the astral projection realm was so frightened when he saw this scene. The next moment, the old man swung his hoe, thousands of centimeters, sweeping down a meteor from the sky, shattering the endless mountains and rivers. This blow flattened all the high mountains and giant peaks. The next moment, the old man continued to hoe the ground. The ground was constantly leveled and hoed. There was a trace of life. What is this picture? Why do I, an astral projection cultivator, feel like I'm going to be killed by a picture? This picture seems to depict an ordinary old farmer hoeing the ground, but it also seems to be a cultivator's indomitable spirit against difficulties. Why does this hoeing painting contain endless Taoism? I feel that if that hoe comes, my soul and Taoism will be shattered. This picture is very terrifying. Many astral projection realm strong men were terrified and full of awe for the painting. The white jade skull looked at the painting. He found that the old man inside seemed to look at him in an instant. Those eyes seemed turbid, but they were full of spirit. He wanted to explore, but found that it was bottomless. It was like an endless sea of stars. The more he explored, the more he sank. The divine fire in the white jade skull was jumping wildly, and his whole body was trembling. He slapped himself and forced himself to stop sinking into it. How terrible! There was a roar in the head of the white jade skull. This painting was obviously not for him. But after taking a look, he almost sank into it and could not escape. He was a Dao integration realm strongman. Is this really a painting? The center of the battlefield. The tomb owner was facing the painting. He was instantly attracted by the picture after a glance. I saw that a hoe moved the heaven and earth, as if it was following the will of heaven. One hoe leveled the entire world. The next hoe pierced an ancient star. Another hoe, and the sky collapsed. Watching, the tomb owner was deeply trapped in it. He saw that the old man who was hoeing the ground had his back straight. He turned into a powerful man and fell down. Time and space stopped, and the galaxy turned upside down. Even if he was alive, he might not be able to withstand this blow. Now there is only a trace of remnant, and the body is broken. It is no longer the same as it used to be. If this blow falls, he will definitely be annihilated. The tomb owner was so scared that he knelt on the ground, and his head, which was only a layer of skin left, kept knocking on the ground. 0. Dong dong dong. The ground trembled. It was obviously a real kowtow. I have no intention of offending you. Please stop. I am willing to obey your orders. The tomb owner was so scared that his head was almost broken. He had no way to escape this blow. There was no other way except to kneel down and admit his mistake. The old man who was hoeing the ground seemed to have seen this scene. He just snorted coldly and continued to wield the hoe to hoe the ground. The strong men looked at the picture and found that the picture had returned to its original state. The old man was still hoeing the ground. There was no peerless strong man, no sweeping formation, and no endless mountains and rivers were broken. It seems that he is just an old man. But everyone saw the scene just now. The more this happened, the more powerful this painting seemed. Everyone looked at the painting with respect, not daring to disrespect it in the slightest. Chen Yu threw it lightly, and the painting fell forward. It covered the tomb owner. It turned into a rune and sank into it. In an instant, the tomb owner seemed to be completely suppressed and controlled by the rune, becoming a servant. Despite this, the tomb owner did not resist, and he did not dare to resist. A statue that was suspected to have been transcending tribulation realm, after death, still retains the power of the mid-stage Dao integration realm. A peerless strongman who defeated both sides in a few rounds and made them unable to change hands. He was just subdued by a painting. Many corpses were shaking. How powerful is the strength of Immortal Cultivation World? This is just the tip of the iceberg. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they felt. Fortunately, they did not stand on the opposite side of Immortal Cultivation World. Otherwise, the end can be imagined. Chen Yu did not find it strange. This painting was made by Qin Ming. Imagine Qin Ming's various divine ability, he also felt reasonable. Then, the two sides explored the entire ancient tomb. A large number of treasures were dug out. In addition, there were several guarded side tombs, among which there were also powerful corpses. All were suppressed. The white jade corpse suddenly realized that the player of the Tung Tomb world controlled him. Everyone, I am lucky that you have made great efforts on this trip. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will not only fail to get the treasure, but also suffer heavy losses. Although it is agreed to be a 50-50 split, according to the merit, we only need 30%. The voice of the ancient tomb player is a female voice, gentle and clear, very pleasant to hear. Chen Yu and others were not polite, and divided the treasures, and returned to the Immortal Cultivation World with the sealed corpses and many treasures. Chapter 103. A message came from the private list. Qin Ming saw that it was a player from the Tomb World. Tomb World, thank you, sir. If you hadn't helped me this time, my white jade corpse would have been completely destroyed. Thank you very much. Tomb World, to show my sincerity, I only want 30% of the harvest this time. By the way, this is a small token of my appreciation. After that, a message popped up on Qin Ming's trading interface. The other party gave him a jade box at no cost. There were 3 drops of Jiaozi blood in it. It seemed to be more pure and rich than the previous 2 drops, containing more energy from Jiaozi beast. Originally, that ancient tomb was the other party's resource. He only asked a few of his men to take action, and he got 70% of the profit. And he also gave 5 drops of Jiaozi beast blood. The other party's sincerity was enough. Immortal Cultivation World, then I'll take it. Qin Ming did not act pretentiously like the 710 and accepted the jade box. This time, his side made great efforts in cooperation. It is not fair to get more. After all, the other side's top combat power almost died there. Ancient Tomb World, boss, my name is Nai Xiaoun, let's work together in the future. Nai Xiaoun sent a friend request. We have chatted before, but have not added each other as friends. Immortal Cultivation World, no problem, you don't have to call me boss, just call me Qin Ming. If there is such cooperation in the future, you can call me back. Qin Ming thinks this girl is not bad, mainly because she is sensible, reasonable, and not weak in strength. He clicked on the agreement, and the two added each other as friends. Close the chat list. Chen Yu and others are back. Flying up to the clouds, Chen and others bowed. Greetings to the Lord of Heaven. Chen Yu and others said respectfully. Please check the Lord of Heaven. With a wave of his hand, all the gains of this time were placed in front of Qin Ming. Seeing that Chen Yu and others were so powerful, they were still respectful to Qin Ming. The corpse of the tomb owner, as a Dao Integration Realm strongman. He was a little curious and subconsciously looked at Qin Ming. But he found that his eyes fell on Qin Ming, as if he had penetrated directly into him. Qin Ming's body seemed to have disappeared. But he shook his head and found that Qin Ming was still standing there, not disappearing. He wanted to check Qin Ming's breath. But he found that Qin Ming's breath did not exist at all. He was standing in front of him, but he could not feel Qin Ming's breath. The breath was completely restrained and merged into the world. This? What kind of strong man is this? What realm? The corpse of the tomb owner was shocked. When he was alive, he was much stronger than he is now at his peak. He did not reach this level at all. Doesn't it mean that this young man who looks only 20 years old in front of him is much stronger than he was at his peak? Thinking of this, the corpse of the tomb owner also became respectful. He bowed like Chen Yu and others. I was afraid of being a little careless. Did you gain anything in this battle? Qin Ming did not look at the treasures on the ground, nor did he pay attention to the body of the tomb owner, but looked at Chen Yu and others. In fact, this time of exploration, he could clearly see the whole process through the vision of Chen Yu and others. My lord, I did gain something. Chen Yu said honestly. This battle. He thought he was sure to win. But at the last moment, if it weren't for Qin Ming's handwritten painting, I'm afraid he and others would have died. Oh? What did you gain? Let me hear it. Qin Ming smiled indifferently. Although the heart of the Dao should be strong, one should not underestimate the enemy and be arrogant. In this world, there are always people who are better than the heaven. Dao Integration Realm is still not the end. Chen Yu expressed his feelings. This time, he was also the closest to death. In the past, he had never fought against an opponent stronger than himself, so he could not have this feeling. Well, not bad. If the foundation building realm is considered the real entry realm of the path of cultivation, then the Dao Integration Realm is the real watershed of the path of cultivation. Whether it is strong or not, and what the future prospects are, it almost depends on how the Dao Integration Realm develops. What Qin Ming said was true. In the Dao Integration Realm, in the true sense, you can come into contact with the laws of heaven and earth. Comprehension of the Great Dao. Hone the heart of the Dao. It can be regarded as laying a solid foundation for many great realms in the future. If the Dao Integration Realm cannot develop well, it will be difficult to have a great accomplishment in the future. You can understand something, which shows that you still have great wisdom, and it is worth it for me to guide you. Qin Ming nodded. A child can be taught, and this wood can be carved. With this realization, Chen Yu has gained a lot from this trip. The others were silent. But they also had their own realizations. Especially Zhang Kuang. He had been making great progress and practicing for thousands of days. This time, the tomb owner directly destroyed the vision, which was a blow to him. 0. It made his slightly frivolous and inflated Tao heart more solid. Although he was injured, his foundation was not damaged, so he had gained something. Zhang Kuang, you are the 7 killing demon body, you are bloodthirsty by nature, and you can often gain something from killing and fighting. You have a strong character, you are a rough diamond. But if you are too murderous and can't control yourself, it will also ruin you. You have to divide the village. Your senior brother said that there is a world beyond heaven and a person beyond man. Do you understand? Qin Ming's eyes fell on Zhang Kuang. This guy broke through from an ordinary person to the perfection of the astral projection realm in a short time. It is hard to describe 1,000 miles a day, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a step to heaven. This also created Zhang Kuang's frivolous style. Zhang Kuang understood. Zhang Kuang bowed and nodded seriously. After teaching a group of people a lesson, Qin Ming asked them to step aside. Come. Qin Ming waved his hand, as if he had penetrated billions of miles, and shot from the sky across the endless mountains and rivers, and caught the fruit on the half-dragon blood god tree on the main peak of Heavenly Dao sect. Half-dragon blood god fruit. He cultivated it with a small dragon essence and a pool of half-dragon blood. The great has begun to transform, gradually rising to saint rank. In each of the several fruits, there is a half-dragon creature roaring and growling. Silk dragon the chi was clear and looked like a fairy fruit. Each one contained supreme energy. It made people want to swallow it in one gulp. Qin Ming used the void as a furnace and the Dao as fire. Infused with supreme spiritual power, the half-dragon blood divine fruit began to be smelted. The 3.7 Dao divine fire was blazing and overbearing, and could burn the sky and the earth. If you are not careful, all the fruits will be burned. This requires extreme control to control the Dao divine fire so skillfully, and to send and receive it at will. The two-moner was completely stunned when he saw this scene. The void is a furnace, and the Dao is destruction. This method. This realm. In his previous life, he was a transcending tribulation realm. Strong men don't have such powerful abilities. He was shocked, but also felt lucky. If it was the person in front of him who attacked in the ancient tomb, he would have been left with nothing. Now that he thinks about it, following such a supreme figure is not an insult to him. Maybe he can learn a few tricks and regain his glory in his life. He was originally a little resistant. Now he has completely put aside his previous anger and has become more honest. Chapter 104. After a short while, the twisted void returned to normal. The divine fire disappeared, and the Dao dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Dragon blood pill, the pill was completed. In front of us, there were 8 small round beads as small as longans. They were spinning gently in the air. On the round bead pills, there were traces of Dao patterns engraved on them. There were some Dao fragments inside. At the same time, it seemed as if a dragon was refined into it. Each pill seemed to seal a divine dragon, and a strong dragon chi was swirling around it. This is the pill pattern. Only the best pills can have such a pattern. Although it is a heavenly rank material, Qin Ming melted it with the Dao fire and integrated it into the Dao. The grade of the pill has changed. One step has entered the saint rank quality. It is considered a half-step saint rank pill. Qin Ming checked and found that half-step saint rank required 70,000 to 80,000 or even 100,000 world points, which was expensive. 8 half-step saint rank pills here cost at least 600,000 to 800,000 world points. It was expensive. The first pill refining was done in one go. No waste, no failure. The two-moner was shocked from the beginning to now. He could be said to be proficient in the art of pill refining. He had done pill refining tens of thousands of times. But every time pill refining, there was a failure rate. The materials for 10 pills in one furnace, in the end, only one pill was successfully refined. And many times, several furnaces in a row might be destroyed. Because this is a great test of mental strength and control experience. If you are not careful, all your previous efforts will be wasted and everything will be destroyed. Even so, being able to refine one pill every 5 furnaces is a very good success rate. He was once awarded the title of Pill Refining Great Master in the era before him. But when compared with Qin Ming, he instantly felt that his title of Great Master was an insult to the word Great Master. Moreover, even the most powerful pill refining Great Grand Master could not reach this level. Qin Ming was really too powerful. The two-moner was impressed again. He felt that it was an honor to follow Qin Ming. The pills exuded a dragon blood fragrance. Just smelling it, the injured people all felt much better. 1 pill for each person. After refining, the injury will be almost healed. Qin Ming flicked his sleeves. 8 pills fell in front of the 8 people. 7 astral projection realm, one Dao Integration Realm. They were the main force against the tomb owner. Xiang was at the front. He was the most seriously injured. As for the other nascent soul realm monks, they were not at the front against the tomb owner because they were too weak, so they were not injured. They can go back to Heavenly Dao sect and retreat on their own. The strong medicinal fragrance makes people drool. We thank the Lord God for the medicine. Everyone shouted. An astral projection cultivator could not help but grab the pill and put it into his stomach. As the pill entered his stomach, a huge medicinal power as strong as Wang Yang's began to dissolve from the dragon blood pill. It merged into the cultivator's limbs and bones. The injuries from the battle were almost repaired in an instant. The remaining large amount of medicinal power was absorbed by him, and his aura began to surge. Although he had just entered the astral projection realm, he had already shown signs of further progress. One pill immediately raised him to a higher realm. What kind of power is this? Even if they had another 10 years, it would be difficult for them to learn even a little bit of this method. Everyone was even more awed by Qin Ming. Especially the tomb owner, who was like a little fanboy. He respected Qin Ming like a god. You go back, this pill should benefit you a lot, don't waste it. Qin Ming ordered them to leave. Yes, Lord God. Everyone bowed and saluted again, and flew back to the Heavenly Dao sect from the clouds. Everyone was ecstatic. After everyone left, only the tomb owner stood there not knowing what to do. At this moment, it was neither forward nor backward. When he noticed Qin Ming's eyes looking at him, he felt like a thorn in his back, at a loss. Just like a child being seen by an adult, he was nervous. A pair of skinny little hands, hidden behind his back, kept circling. Like a young wife who had just entered the house. Qin Ming's eyes were cold, and his eyes were like a sea of stars. There was a hint of depth in the clarity. Slightly glanced at the tomb owner. The tomb owner's strength was withered and his body was decayed. But he still had the strength of the middle stage of Dao Integration Realm. Even if he was placed in the real Immortal Cultivation World, he was not weak. If he hadn't drawn a picture for Chen Yu before leaving, he really couldn't take down this tomb owner. The strength of this tomb owner should be around the entry level of Transcending Tribulation Realm. Before he died, he used some kind of secret technique to forcibly lock a strand of his aura. This is how he could survive for so many years without completely decaying. After being seen by Qin Ming, the tomb owner felt hairy all over his body. It was as if Qin Ming had seen through him completely. He had only felt this feeling in front of several legendary giants in the past. Thinking of this, he became more respectful. What was your cultivation level in your life? Why hasn't it been destroyed yet? Qin Ming asked, wanting to verify it. Reporting to the Lord of Heaven, I was a beginner in the human race transcending tribulation realm before I died. Before I died, I got a secret technique that can seal the body, resist the power of time, and preserve a trace of remnant thoughts. The tomb owner called Qin Ming as Chen Yu and others had called him before. He told his story in detail. At Qin Ming's level, it is easy to know whether he is lying or not. It is better to tell everything. The situation is probably not much different from Qin Ming's guess. Seal the body, resist the years, and preserve the remnant thoughts. Qin Ming muttered to himself, and became a little interested. If he guessed correctly, this secret technique may have involved the realm of life and death. The realm of immortal cultivation, soul formation, astral projection, 520 Dao integration, transcending tribulation, nirvana, life and death, reincarnation, Mahayana. Dao integration realm is a watershed. Transcending tribulation realm is a cruel elimination. Every time a catastrophe is passed, the group can move forward one step. Later, in the nirvana realm, you need to face your true nature, shed your impure fetal shell, light up your heart, and be reborn in nirvana. Next, it is the realm of life and death. In the realm of life and death, every progress is accompanied by a test of life and death. It is much more dangerous than transcending tribulation and nirvana. But the strength is extremely open. Start to contact the law of life and death. In any world, no matter what system, there will be birth, aging, sickness and death. Life and death are topics that life cannot escape. Understand life and death, touch life and death, and live towards death. You can create supreme secrets about life and death. This secret will inevitably make countless people jealous. I didn't expect the tomb owner to get a copy. It seems that he was also a person with great opportunities and luck in his life. If you like it, Lord God, I can give you the secret. As he said, the tomb owner grabbed a cloud with one hand and refined it into a cloud slip, similar to a jade slip. In the fluctuation of regret, he wrote down all the secrets in his memory. After writing, the remnant of thoughts waned a little. He only had a trace of remnant thoughts, and it was difficult to support such a behavior that consumed his spiritual thoughts. This is a fragmentary secret of life and death that I once obtained in a cave mansion. Please take a look. The tomb owner handed the cloud slip to Qin Ming respectfully.